doing this. Enough of the intro. Too bloody loud, I say. Chill time. Enough of the intro. It's too bloody loud. Very weird. It says people are here, but there's no one in the live chat. Very interesting. Live. Watch. Excellent. Views. 2 views. 1 viewer. Interesting. Either nobody cares, or something's wrong. Ah, Lorendo. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Jazago? I'm literally just starting now. We are starting on the first fight right now. We are starting right now. I just started streaming. What's up, Nubby? How are you, dude? Are you worried about Marab's toe coming in? I am not, mate. I am not. I'm here just driving. What's up, Rob's neighbor? Good on you, mate. How's the motorbike channel going, brother? How's it going? Are you building it? How long have you been watching? I've literally just started, but my audio settings aren't working anymore. Of course not. Why can't I hear anything? Headset. There we go. DDC versus Prime Silva pick. DDP now versus Prime Silva. I think I'd still pick Prime Silva to pick him. Just a quick howdy, Dougie. Past my bedtime. Good night, Mickey Ward. Thank you for joining me, mate. I appreciate you. I'm literally just starting the journey now. Anderson Silva's first fight in the UFC. We're starting now. I'm going to watch every single... did you know? But Mick, thank you, mate. I appreciate you being here. Good on you, brother. Have a good night's sleep, and yeah, I'll catch you in the videos during the week, mate. Good on you. Did you know Nina gave Armin's neck an STI? I'd believe that. I'd believe that. I would. Nina seems to be carrying something. DDP is the new middleweight GOAT if he beats Hamzat. I don't... This is the thing, right? This is the big argument, Nubby, that Lucas Tracy has been making, and that is actually the point of today's stream. So it's very poignant that you're bringing that up, because right here, this is Lucas Tracy's entire point, right? He thinks that Dricus Du Plessis can become the middleweight GOAT if he beats Anderson Silva. Nacho obviously strongly disagrees. So we are going to be going through Anderson Silva's entire career in today's stream. We're going to be watching the entire career back, and we're going to be putting it up against Lucas Tracy's arguments. However long it takes. If it takes 8 hours, that's how long it's going to take. But right now, streaming in the Discord is UFC Fight Pass, and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to watch Anderson Silva's entire career. Right here, right now. That's what we're going to do. So, it's on. It's on. Right. Jump straight into the fight, Dougie. Let's go. Anderson Silva. What's up, Nacho? Good morning, mate. How are you? Darren Till. I know, he counted Darren Till high as a GOAT. He says Anderson Silva fought a bunch of nobodies, but at the same time, he counts Darren Till as a somebody. So, yeah, no. Wait for me to set up your worm. You could, mate. You're here. You're all good. We got all day, mate. We got all day. All right. Now, what I need to do is quickly do this. We have to add a timer. And the window that we're going to be capturing is UFC Fight Pass. Boom. Now, if you guys want to watch along, all you have to do is go to my Discord. All you have to do is go to my Discord, go to the voice channel, and you guys can watch along. What's up, Cheddarhead? How are you, brother? Boom. All right, we're off and running. Anderson Silva. Lucas Tracy has recency bias in all of his GOAT opinions. He overcorrects for people who have no nostalgia bias. I know, he does. He goes too far. So we're doing this properly. There is no argument about comparison yet when it comes to Anderson versus DDP. What do you reckon, Aaron? You reckon DDP is just too far ahead? Oof, Anderson popping Lieben early. How are you, Cheddarhead? What's good, mate? Actually, it would be easier for me to just stream it on Fight Pass. Yeah, if you have Fight Pass, you can just go back. Yeah, Anderson. Oh, fuck. And Lieben's down. Yeah, but Chris Lieben is a nobody. Anderson for real? Yeah. I feel like it's going to be Anderson pretty clear. I hate you for starting the fight already. Mate, we got a lot of fights to get through. We got to do... Oh, knee to the head, and Chris Lieben is fucking done. It is all over. Mate, we got a lot of fights to get through. We got to do this. We got to get through this. We can't be waiting, Nacho. And the fight's already over. Can we rewatch the Lieben fight? No. We gotta get going, dude. We gotta get going. We're watching every single Anderson Silva fight in the UFC. We gotta get it going. Aaron Tats is gonna crash out. He did that to everyone, Doug. Look at the strike differential for each fight after you're done watching them. Anderson barely got hit. Dude, he barely got hit in this fight. He barely got hit in this fight. But Chris Lieben just runs towards him like a retard. This is the argument, right? Like, who is he in there fighting? Like, I know all the old goats and grey tap-out hoodies are going to be like, but that's Chris Lieben. Fucking Chris Lieben. You didn't even know how good Chris Lieben was. Chris Lieben's a retard. He's running at him like an idiot. I'd defend Anderson Silva with my life. That's the purpose of today's stream, mate. That is the entire purpose of today's stream. Yeah, exactly. But Chris Lieben had a win over Wanderlei Silva. Yeah, I know this is what the arguments are going to be. What do you mean? He just ran at him like a retard that had absolutely no skill in striking and was just an idiot at a pub. He just ran at him like a fucking moron in a bar fight. What do you mean? That's what happened. That's what happened. You're going to be torturing yourself rewatching some of these fights, like the Damian Maia fight. Might as well rewatch Adesanya versus Cannonier. Oh, I know. Some of these fights are going to be horrible. I know. Trust me, I've watched Anderson Silva's career before. I'm aware. It was years ago. That's the problem, though. Like, I haven't seen these fights. I started rewatching things back in, like, 2017, and I haven't done a rewatch in so long. It's nearly 10 years now, right? That's like 8 years since I've rewatched some of these fights. So yeah, I'm very, very aware that some Anderson Silva fights are going to be absolute mind cancer. Okay, so Anderson gets a win over Chris Lieben. And then in his second fight in the UFC, he's already fighting for a title. So Anderson's first fight in the UFC is Chris Lieben. And then in his second fight in the UFC, Anderson is already fighting for a title against Rich Franklin. So already Lucas Tracy is kind of right about something. The way you got to a title in the old days, is much, much easier. Much, much easier. Why are you only doing his UFC wins? Silva had top 10 wins before he even got to the UFC. People aren't aware of Silva's career. Silva's career didn't... essentially, shotgun for brevity. I can't be watching Anderson Silva's entire career. Maia fight isn't nearly as bad as the Latitas fight. Yeah, Asakura didn't come in and get a title shot immediately, did he? Well, we're going to be making those arguments, Nacho. We are going to be making those arguments. He already had top 10 wins before he came to the UFC in 2 different weight classes. Why are you yelling that, Shotgun? Why are we yelling that, mate? Dougie doesn't even know about the Freikeland elbow. What is this, a pre-UFC thing? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. It was easier to get to the title fight, however, that also means Anderson was fighting the best possible competition available to him immediately. You bring him up getting a title shot in his second fight while ignoring his elite wins because it annoys me. Because it's annoying to me. It's annoying to me. I'm just saying, people generally... Now, Nacho's right. Some people can come into the UFC and get a win. But people generally do not just come into the UFC and get title shots immediately unless they're from Bellator. So I guess what you're arguing here is that Anderson Silva had decent wins outside of the UFC, and just like top 10 wins outside of the UFC, and just like Michael Chandler coming in, getting Dan Hooker, and then getting a title shot afterwards in modern UFC, that counts for the same thing. I'm assuming that's the argument you're making. Back then, MMA landscape was different. Yep. Asakura, Yuri. Yeah, I get you. Thank God Super Shotgun is here as well. The old heads assemble. Yeah, the old heads assemble. Can you do an impression of Tiny Ben Rothwell caught in a giant spider's web? Oh no! Mr. Frodo, sir, help me! Mr. Frodo, I'm scared! Mr. Frodo, I'm scared! I'm scared, Frodo! Okay, that's the fight we're doing now. Beautiful. He beat Newton and Horn when they were still UFC contenders. He also beat Lee Murray. He literally beat Sakurari at welterweight. And Sakurari. I love that the old heads have immediately jumped in here. And they're already laying down Anderson Silva's entire run. Dougie, the UFC wasn't the monolith that it is today. I know, but that counts against Anderson. That counts against Anderson, the fact that it isn't the monolith it was today. He was the number 1 welterweight in the world, and some had him as the pound-for-pound number 1 fighter. Silva was meant to then come to the UFC and fight Matt Hughes for the UFC welterweight title. Fell through and he went to Japan instead. Can you do an impression of a wise wizard Yuri convincing Tiny Ben Rothwell to leave the Shire and help defeat the dragon? You know, we have to go into the hills and defeat the dragon. I don't want to. Oh, God. Tats is 17, bud. I don't understand what you're saying. Joe Hogan. I don't understand what you're saying. Shotgun is saying everything that I'm saying, and I'm 22. Oh, right. Shotgun's an old head, but you're a young head. I go, yeah, Aaron. I get you. You understand the culture, Aaron. You're a young one. Anderson was legit. He was so good. Well, we're going back and we're checking. We're doing our homework and we're checking it twice. Sakurari, Horn, Carino, Norton, Stillberg, all top 10 wins before he ever stepped into the octagon cage. Tats has old head mentality, and that's all he needs. It seems like. I'm just not a retard. Good on you, Aaron. So, we're watching Anderson's second fight here. Now, Lucas's argument. So to go against Lucas's argument, can you wait for me to actually play it this time, Rita? No, I can't. I'm sorry, Nacho. I am sorry. We've got a ball ahead. If we're bringing down Anderson's run because fighters weren't as good back then, we have to do the same with Khabib and Mighty Mouse. That's true, OTM Chino, but the chat are doing a very good argument of saying that the fighters that Anderson were fighting were the best level competition that we could. Worst stream ever? No, it's not the worst stream ever. I'm just being... We've got brevity to get through. That's not even mentioning the other good wins like... Full card, Murray, Rivera, and other elite wins. People think Silva's career is tarted in the UFC, and it drives me absolutely insane. Sakurabi was the elite of the elite. The elite of the... Your mum's got brevity. Shut up, dickhead. Okay, so Anderson Silva's second fight in the UFC was for the UFC title. Update on the storming. It doesn't seem... Can you read my impression request, please? Sorry, Ben. I'm trying to do a lot right now. Update on the storming. It doesn't seem to have taken off yet, but that's all right. We are going to make this kick off. I'm going to do a video on storming the Apex this week. Okay. Can you... Where are you, Benny? By the way, Wise Wizard Yuri is a new character. I noticed that. Wise Wizard Yuri is a new character. I like it. You know, we have to storm the Apex. What's up, Joe Hogan? Kanye West is the songbird of our generation. He could be the canary in the coal mine. Anyone who brings up Silva getting a title shot in his second fight as a knockout is outdating themselves. He was literally ranked number 1 or number 2 in welterweight in 2022. They don't even know this. So you're saying he was ranked in the world as the number 1 welterweight. They brought him into the UFC, very similar to Michael Chandler. So what Shotgun is pointing out to the new fans is that Anderson Silva took the Michael Chandler route into the UFC. Is that a fair summation of what you were saying, Shotgun? Just like the UFC brought in Michael Chandler, he knocked out Dan Hooker and then fought for a title. Dougie, I'm going to shit in the Apex toilet and not even flush. Do it too, Smelly. They deserve it. Because it's just casuals who look at Wikipedia. Yep, other channels won't talk about it. No, they won't mention it at all, Tim, but that's all right. We're going to do it. Can we do a karaoke stream where you sing Kanye West's most recent song, please? No. I said, do an impression of Wise Yuri talking to evil Dougie under his win and helping him contain the hatred and rage he used for good. Oh, sorry, Ben, I didn't see that one. You must take the hatred and push it deep down. No fucking hell, cunt. I want to fucking go out there and stab people, cunt. You must use it for good. Like Vader. The modern rankings didn't exist back then. Modern rankings only started in 2013, but we had unofficial rankings back then. Most people use Sherdog rankings or a couple of others. Yep, okay, all right. So what we're seeing here is the similar outcome, what we're seeing here, essentially, for new heads, is Michael Chandler versus Anderson Silva for the lightweight title. The UFC brought pride. Anderson was already proven at beating elite competition before his first UFC fight. Okay, alright. Silva was ranked number 1 in the pound-for-pound rankings for 6 years straight, so he was already a GOAT before he got in there. Nice knees up the middle from Anderson. Fucking kneeing the shit out of Franklin. But who is Franklin, really? Franklin's a nobody. Who even knows who Rich Franklin is, mate? Who are these names? These are nobodies. Wizard Yuri is the lawful good, the kindest, most holy character of the Dougieverse. Ben, are you in America? One day when I do a road trip through America, we need to meet up at a pub and do a Dungeons and Dragons playthrough, one playthrough, but all the characters are part of the Dougieverse. I'm just fucking riling you up, Notch. Holy fuck, the knees from Silver up the center are disgusting. Jesus Christ. Tell you what, mate, DDP wouldn't be able to do this kind of damage on the inside. DDP would be retarded on the inside. Can you play the video of Bisping confronting Silver about his steroid use? We might get to it when we do the career run. Held the number 1 spot up until 2013 when he finally lost to Weidman at 38 years old. Blasphemy, Rich Franklin is the toughest. I'm just fucking with him. That's a brilliant idea. Dude, oh, dude. Rich Franklin's dying. Jesus, it's over. Doug, I will drive to the forest in Melbourne to play Dungeons and Dragons with you while we play different MMA characters. That would be fucking sick. That's a brilliant idea. I'm from America. Let's run. I know, right? That'd be a fucking hilarious idea, right? He died twice too. Oh my god. Who do you reckon is the most powerful character right now? Wizard Yuri would be the most. Wizard Yuri or Scientist Corey Sandhagen. I promise I back. Not even joking, it's unironically so funny. Oh, doing the Dungeons and Dragons... I know, the Dungeons and Dragons thing would be fucking hilarious. Here I am watching Anderson walk into the cage. I mean, there's so many Anderson fights. We got to do the important bits. Jesus Christ, he kneed the fuck out of Franklin. People laugh at Franklin for being a math teacher, ignoring his current top 5 pound-for-pound. Pantoja was a fucking Uber driver literally a month before he won the title. I know, and these are the important things that we're going to need to bring up during the stream. Anderson pretending not to speak English is hysterical. Yeah, the Brazilians like to do that, don't they? Donald Trump said heard what you said about America the other day. Now he's going to make Australia the 51st state. I hope he does, mate. I'd love to be able to own guns and have some freedom. That'd be great. I pray for the day that Donald Trump takes over Australia. Honestly, I would hope Putin takes over Australia. I'm looking forward to the invasion from Putin. Who do you reckon is the villain of the Dougieverse? Sewer Rat Below. No, the villain of the Dougieverse is Evil Dougie. He is the villain of the Dougieverse. Jeez, alright, let's listen to Anderson Silva's, let's watch Anderson Silva win the belt. Nobody had seen the tie clinch used to that devastation in MMO. That's wild, man. What do you mean no one used the tie clinch? Degenerate Dougie? Oh, no, right. What do you mean no one used the tie clinch in MMA before? Dougie's ignoring my comments now? Oh, sorry, Nacho, my bad. Surely you can just tell me when you're going to start the fight so I can start at the same time, you worm. I've got the timer on the screen, brother. I got the timer here in the box, so you can match it up. But I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you when I'm starting it on Fight Pass. But I'm skipping through the walkouts. Angel Jubilee is a scam street artist in the Dougie. Sir, no, sir. No, sir. You can't. Sir, come here, sir. I just want to talk to you, sir. Come here, sir. I just want to talk to you, sir. Go, child, grab his wallet while he's talking to me. No people sued it. Nobody had seen that. No people used it. Right. Just not to that devastating fashion, and nobody... Yeah, I mean, even now, the knees in the clinch was fucking disgusting. Anderson Silva need Forrest Griffin, so he became a progressive social justice warrior on Rampage's podcast. I know, right? We're listening to Anderson Can you do an impression of Silva turning into an actual spider and eating anchovy? Sir, come here, sir. I just want to talk to you, sir. Come here, sir. I just want to say... Do an impression of bully Dominic Cruz telling Doug how stupid he is for underestimating Anthony. You're stuck here, idiot. You've got to talk to me. You don't understand. You don't understand. He came into the UFC and fought for a title straight away because he was already #1 pound for pound in the world. You don't get it. You don't get that he was already in Japan, absolutely taking names. He wasn't just Dricus Du Plessis, some drunken idiot from South Africa that mugged his way to a title. He actually had skill. And this is why your father will never be proud of you, dummy, because you don't understand MMA history. You don't understand MMA history, and you're just one of these new MMA YouTubers that started watching, and you think you know everything, but you don't know shit. MMA's been here for 40 years, dumbass. Silva versus Crow Ariel, the ultimate showdown. Crow Ariel had an advantage of being JDM's noble transport bird. Noble transport bird. Noble transport bird. Demonic, you know, who's interesting gates, but yep, that's true. Yep. True, Tim. I agree. We have to get to Russia, boys. We have to get to Russia. Alright, Anderson Silva easily defeats Giant Spider Silva is tough. Giant Spider Silva is tough. Anderson Silva destroys Rich Franklin. Now, Anderson Silva wins the title, but then fights a nobody called Travis Lutter. Travis Lutter. Anderson Silva versus Travis Lutter. It's not for the belt because Travis Lutter does not make weight. Has anyone ever said you look a bit like Dan Hardy? No, no one's ever said that. They have said I look a bit like Tristan Tate. Do an impression of Dominic Cruz losing to Cody Garbrandt and then doing an hour-long press conference shitting on the media, asking questions. Impression of Dominic Cruz losing to Cody Garbrandt and doing an hour-long press conference shitting on the media, asking questions. No, I'm going to stand up like a man. We stand up. You know, it doesn't matter if you win or you lose. I'm here. I'm standing up like a champion. Champion, stand up. So, Dominic, did anything Cody Garbrandt do in there surprise you? Surprise me? Yeah, him hitting me in the face so quickly surprised me, dummy. So Dominic, are you gonna maybe walk away or take some time off? I'm a champion. I'm gonna come in straight away, back again. 3-month turnaround, idiot. Luda won the same tough competition Matt Serra did to get the shot. Yeah, that's retarded. That's a point against. That's a point against Anderson Silva and the old heads. The idea that you could just win tough and then fight for a title straight away is a negative point, not a positive point. He fought Travis Lutter because he won tough comeback, just like JSP fought Matt Serra. Also, yeah. No, winning tough. This is not a. You guys are not. This is not a positive. Facts are facts, and Commie Russia is the most free country on earth. It is. Difference is Silva beat the shit out of Lutter while GSP got ginned by 5-6 manlet. Lutter and Serra both won tough comeback season. Whoever won the season got a title shot. I know, that's not a positive. Anderson's the GOAT. We're finding out today. Imagine Silva without the steroids. I know, right? But everyone was on steroids back then. Impression of Derek Lewis's balls being hot. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. All the tough competitors had already been in the UFC. Okay. So they're a bunch of rejects in the tough house, and then the second one of them wins tough, they get to fight for a title. Again, going from tough to a UFC title, listen. I am very fair, I feel like. You guys point out the fact that Anderson Silva was already dominating the world scene, and he came into the UFC, much like MVP or Michael Chandler or the Japanese bloke who just fought in Ryzen came into the UFC. He came in with a lot of credit. He came in with a lot of clout. He was already the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world in other organizations. Fair enough. Fair enough. Being rejected from the UFC and then fighting on Tough and then going to a title shot is not a tick on a career. That is not a tick on a career. That is shit. That is shit. And listen, all the GOATs have to fill in some of their resume with shit. That's how you get so many numbers of wins. But that is shit. But wait, no one holds it against GSP. They do hold it against GSP. It's true Sandhagen made $2 million on OnlyFans. I have no idea, Abstronaut. I would have no idea. Dougie is on steroids? Not anymore. Mighty Mouse beat Tim Elliott, who won Tough, yet you say he is the GOAT. Mighty Mouse is the GOAT. Yes, that is true. How many points are you taking from GSP for losing to one of them? You literally said GSP was underrated and Anderson was overrated on the other stream. That is true. Yeah. All the GOATs have an easy fight, including Mighty Mouse. That is true. Doug's getting exposed as a casual. I'm not getting exposed as a casual at all. GSP is underrated and Mighty Mouse is overrated. But we'll see. That's what we're doing here today. Can you do an impression of Wizard Yuri and Scientist Corey debating magic versus science? You have to look into the eyes and feel the energy. You can't feel the energy, man. You gotta get in there with the beakers and the test tubes, and you gotta switch stances. No sweet stances. Can you do an impression of Wizard Yuri and Scientist Corey? We did that one. People always say it's how they beat their opponent, and Silva was dancing on photo. That is true, OTM. That is true. Dougie has no idea about that season. The difference is Silva beat the shit out of his tough recheck while GSP got KO'd by him. I understand that. I'm not arguing that at all. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that winning a season of Tough and then getting a title shot is a stain on your overall career. Tim Elliott literally got a title shot against Mighty Mouse from winning Tough, and you call him the GOAT. I do. I also call Anderson Silva in the top 4. We're splitting hairs here. You're raging out over a very minute point in the overall argument. Dougie's getting exposed as an Australian. I am. Yes, Mighty Mouse is overrated. We know. And I love Mighty Mouse. Luda is a good win. Great fighter. Wishing you a blessed night, brother. W stream. Thank you, Val. I appreciate it. Have a good stream. Enjoy the stream. It's going to go for many, many hours. Anderson Silva's walking out now. Jazago says, do you train martial arts? I do not train martial arts, no. Travis Luda is the Michael Jordan of MMA, you psychopath. I don't think Travis Luda is the Michael Jordan of MMA, idiot. Fuck Dougie, I gotta go. I'll be back in 20 minutes. All good, dude. I'm gonna be here for many hours. Can you do an impression of Wizard Yuri telling Crusader BSD he is the chosen one and should pull Excalibur out of the stone? You are the one that can save the entire kingdom. Bring me the guillotine. You do not need the guillotine. You do not need the guillotine. Pull the sword from the stone. Whose baldness is bigger threat to society, Dana or Rogan's? Dana White's baldness is the bigger threat to society. He seems to be put on the board of every CEO he comes into, of every company he comes into contact with. Dana White immediately becomes a board member. I have so many impressions to ask for hours. I'm going to be here for hours, Ben. Mighty Mouse is overrated because flyweight is so shit. No, I think Mighty Mouse is underrated. What's up, Eric? How are you, dude? It's in the bucket next to me. What's Australian food like? It's like American food, except 10 times more expensive. Would Mike Goldberg lie to us? Yes. Luda was winning the best until Anderson. So, Mike Goldberg called Travis Luda the Michael Jordan of MMA. Yeah. Isn't that? And then Joe Rogan goes, no. What's up with Australian MMA YouTubers? You guys have like 20 million people and you have Bedtime, yourself, and Left Lane. Yeah, there are a couple of us. I always thought MMA YouTube was more British orientated, you know? But yeah, no, I think, I don't know why. I don't know why there's 20 million people and 3 big Australian YouTubers. Big. Did I just call myself big? And 2 decent sized, 1 big Australian YouTuber, 1 decent sized Australian YouTuber, and then me. I don't know why. Also, don't forget Luda missed weight, so he had a weight advantage. That's why Silva only has 10 title defenses when he should have 11 and be tied with DJ. I know, yeah, so Travis Luda missed weight in this. Yep. Breaks my heart. I saw how trash the next 4 cards are and to realize the drought hasn't even started since we have a week off. I know, Eric. Why do you think I'm trying to start a war with the UFC on my channel for fun? Have you noticed what I'm trying to do here to try and make MMA YouTube fun? Because this is worse than the Christmas break. This is worse than the Christmas break. Okay, we're going to skip through the call-outs, and we're going to go to the start of the fight, Nacho. Alright, we're going to the start of the fight, and the clock is on the screen down here for everybody, Nacho, so we can watch at the same time. Anderson Silva versus Travis Lutter. Anderson Silva versus Travis Lutter. Let us watch the fight. Travis Lutter doesn't make weight. If you could watch anybody fight, who would it be and why? I would pick Dana White versus Mark Hunt for 5 rounds, please. Anybody fight, who would it be and why? Ooh, that's a good question. I would want to watch a cage fight between Trump and Putin. Put him in there right now. Putin would fucking kick Trump's old ass. Is Outback Steakhouse authentic Australian food? No, and we don't have blooming onions in Australia. Can you do an impression of Wizard Yuri magically giving Dana hair, and Dana becomes base and strips Jones and makes good matchmaking decisions? Oh my god, look at him shoot that takedown. That's embarrassing. Guys, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. The skill level is not the same. Look at him shoot this takedown. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Who is he fighting? Travis? Yeah, but Travis Lutter won tough. Dude, anyone could have won tough. Look at the fucking takedown. He just shoots from the outside. Can you do an impression of Wizard Yuri magically giving Dana hair? Travis Lutter is so shit at fighting. Anderson just kneed him in the fucking head. Come here, Dana. You have hair now. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't need to prove myself to anybody anymore. Call John Jones. Tell him he's fighting. Dougie, your flyer went viral. I heard they're sending the National Guard to the Apex. Good, Cheddarhead. Good. Anderson's long shots are based as fuck. Yeah, Anderson's very good on the outside. Trump already wrecked Vanny Mac. Putin gets worked in the first 2. Putin has done Sambo. Trump is dead. Trump would cheat, put hot pepper juice in his gloves or something. He would cheat, yeah. Putin is a manlet and only knows judo. He would get double-legged by Trump like it's nothing. Trump would have a fucking heart attack, mate. People are already scared before they enter the cage with Anderson. Lutter was paralyzed from fear. Dude, you guys... Listen, this Travis Lutter fight is... Not a legacy fight for Anderson. This one is a joke. Trump is too tall. He's like 5'6". You guys realize Trump is like fucking 80 years old, clinging on to death. Yeah, like he's clinging on to life. Dougie, what temperature is human blood? I think humans are 37 degrees, right? I'm pretty sure we're 37 degrees. Travis Lutter is so bad at fighting. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And he easily gets Anderson down. And he's in full mount on Anderson. Okay. Alright. So this is your GOAT. This is your GOAT, is it? Alright. I'm here. I'm locked in. I'm watching the GOAT. Chad Trump, McDonald's eater versus Midget Putin. Midget Putin judo tryhard. No. Putin fucking rides bears and goes shotgun hunting and actually does combat sports. Full guard. Sorry. Full guard. Shut up, dickhead. Honestly, it's shocking Trump is alive. He eats nothing but Maccas and Cokes. Putin all day. Yeah, Putin destroys Trump. But as far as dictators, Putin is the most athletic. You saw how Assad's shirtless pics were. Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. This wasn't prime Travis Lutter, to be fair. I mean, does prime Travis Lutter come in 10 years' time after this fight when he learns how to fight? Silva wanted to sub the jiu-jitsu goat, so he's playing in his guard. Oh, yeah, of course. Whenever you're on bottom getting dominated, you're just playing in guard. You're doing it on purpose. Of course. I forget the cope of jiu-jitsu nerds. I completely forget the cope of jiu-jitsu. No, I wanted to be underneath this guy getting elbowed in the face. No, I wanted to be down here getting elbowed in the face. I'm doing this on purpose. The absolute fucking cope of jiu-jitsu nerds. Trump must own McDonald's stock. I reckon he does, mate. Can you do an impression of Sambo match of... Oh my god, Anderson is getting fucking teed off on by this absolute nobody. The armbar that Travis goes for. Oh my god. This dude has zero MMA skill. Oh my god. He shoots outside. Dude, this fight is fucking embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Not for Anderson, but for Travis. This is embarrassing for Travis. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing for Anderson too, because Travis Lutter was on top, just fucking raining down fists on Anderson Silva. This is your goat. Okay. Alright. The DDP would never, ever allow this fight to happen to him. Ever. This. We need another screen. We need another screen. You're the Ricky Gervais of MMA YouTube. Thank you, Lando. We need another screen. I need to pause this. We need another screen. Hang on a second. We're going to duplicate this. We're going to go to... We need to do something about this. Hang on a second. Go to studio mode. We need to see this. This, for the Anderson nerds out here, this is something. Video capture. Bang, bang, bang. What are we doing? What are we doing here? We're going to... bring this down like this. Sorry, chat. 1 second. We're going to bring this down like this. We're going to do this. This is your GOAT. Just by the way, chat. This is who you guys are arguing is the GOAT. Getting beaten up by this fucking nobody off tough. This is this fight. This is this fight. This image right here. Go. This image right here. This is the fight. This guy shooting fucking takedowns from the outside. Shooting takedowns from the outside, getting on top of Anderson Silva and getting the fuck beaten out of him. This is a stain on Anderson's career. This is a stain on it. Now, I'm not going to nitpick. Everyone's going to have stains on their career. But for the absolute fucking glazing that the old heads give Anderson Silva, this is one stain on his career. I'm not going to nitpick. It's fine. It's all good. Everyone has shit fights. Everyone has shit fights. People are too hard on Tracy when he points this out. Like, everyone has shit fights. I get it. This fight, his third fight in the UFC, is a fucking embarrassment. It is a fucking embarrassment. This fight, his third fight in the UFC, is fucking embarrassment. Travis Lutter can't shoot a takedown for shit. I get it. And that's like, I get it. And look, we just watched like 2 fights where Anderson Silva absolutely fucking dominated on the outside, kneed the fuck out of his opponent. Like, Anderson Silva just dominated his last 2 fights. I get it. Everyone has a shit night in the office. You're gonna fight like 1,000 times in the UFC. How is a second round finish an embarrassment? Because of the level of competition that he's in there with, and getting fucking mounted like this and ground and pounded is fucking embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The fact that this guy even fought, the fact that Travis Lutter was even in there fighting for a title when he has absolutely zero MMA ability in modern standards is a fucking joke. This entire fight is a fucking joke. A joke. Lutter was good at takedown. Do never, ever say Travis Lutter was good at takedowns when he is out here shooting from the outside. He's like 5 meters away from Anderson Silva, shooting at his fucking toes. His takedowns are making me want to vomit in this fight. This fight is a fucking embarrassment. This dude, that's Kevin Holland's jiu-jitsu coach. I don't give a fuck, dude. What I'm watching here, Travis Lutter shouldn't be in a fucking MMA cage. This is embarrassing. Travis Lutter's MMA skill in this fight is fucking embarrassing. He got Anderson twice down with him. That's why I'm saying this is embarrassing, Tim. This is embarrassing. Takedowns from 5 meters out was his speciality. Yeah. We play on. This is an embarrassing fight. It's embarrassing for Travis. It's embarrassing that Anderson was taken down by Travis. It's fucking embarrassing. This is an embarrassment of a fight. Great fight so far for Anderson. Great fights. But this fight is an embarrassing. So far, Chris Lieben, Rich Franklin, amazing. First round finishes, both of them. Amazing. This fight is embarrassment. Travis Lutter would submit DDP in round 1. This is embarrassing. What did I miss? Sorry, I missed some chats. You're the Ricky Gervais, Travis Lutter better than Chris. Connor was just trying to tire out Khabib's arms too. Yeah, of course. Yeah, fucking Dominic Cruz. Connor is just trying to tire him out here. Second round sub over Jiu-Jitsu Wizard. Again, the Jiu-Jitsu nerds can fucking cope all day long. I want to be on bottom. He's a Jiu-Jitsu wizard. This dude sucks at MMA. Travis Lutter sucks at MMA. And Anderson easily goes onto his back. This is where the sub is coming, I assume. How does this affect the legacy of Brian Stan? Good question, Woeful. I have a law question for Zesty Dougie. Or is he just Zesty? He's not actually gay. No, he's just Zesty. No. He's not actually gay. He's a bit 50-50, you know? This is crazy! No, he's not bi. No, he's straight. He's one of those weird straights, you know? Any of Doug's characters are gay and Nacho's hating the Travis Lutter. Frogman type of live stream. What are you talking? Why is it a frogman? Why? What was... Where are we? He wants to be down here. This is where he wants to be. Denying the allegations. Mate, I'm sorry. Look, I'm sure you guys can understand. Anderson's gonna have one or two bad fights in his GOAT run. We needed a legacy of Pena. Never, Pabro. How are you, mate? Good to see you, man. A legacy of Pena stream. How are you, Pabro? Shout out to India. What's the weather like in India today? No need to answer. It's warm. Dougie, stop overlooking Travis Lutter. He was the best 10-6 of all time. Dude, Travis Lutter is a fucking joke. And he taps. And it's over. Pabro is Indian. Pabro is Indian. We know Pabro is Indian. Pabro and Skyda are brothers from India. And Anderson is celebrating like he's fucking won a world title over an absolute nobody. Today, India is warm and it smells. I know, mate. Every day is warm. Can you do an impression of Zestmaster Doug doing a 5-hour video of Pena's legacy? Oh, g'day, legends. Today we're going to be watching all of Juliana Pena's fights. This will be tasty. Oh, look at that jaw. That's strong. He did win a world title, Genius. This wasn't for the title, idiot. This wasn't for the title because this nobody, Travis Lutter, couldn't even fucking make weight. When is winter in Australia? It's winter now. How's the tweet doing? Did it get uncensored? No, it's still censored. Still censored. The tweet seems to be dying off, but that's alright. We're going to do a video this week. Even more pressure. Yeah, that's true. Anderson has to win this one because if he gets beaten up by this absolute fucking nobody, it'll be a joke. Now, we'll get the tweet going. We'll get the tweet fight. This week we'll be remarching on the Apex. This week we'll be doing a video talking about marching on the Apex. Because, yeah, we're in a big MMA drought right now. There's about 3 weeks with no MMA on. Can you do an impression of Zesty Dougie purposely getting arrested in Russia so Putin puts him in cuffs? Oh, g'day, possums. Let's go down to the Kremlin and fly this flag. Hopefully we get thrown in prison with all the other hairy Russians. Oh, I'm on my Joan Jones era. I'm living my best life. So we're staging a violent insurrection at the Apex? No, we're not doing a violent anything at the Apex. It'll be a peaceful protest at the Apex. Actually, fighting in the Apex is fighting for a world title. Dude, fighting in the Apex is more legit legacy than that Travis Lutter joke. Okay, so the Travis Lutter fight was a fucking joke. We move on to Anderson's first official title defense against Nate Marquardt. Anderson Silva versus Nate Marquardt. Middleweight Championship, UFC 150, UFC 73. Travis Lutter would main event this next Apex. He fucking would, mate. He would. Travis Lutter is an apex fighter. That's what we'll call it, an apex fighter. It's UFC 73. Let's get into it. Yes, Too Smelly called for the honor killings of the apex. No. And who is Nate? Who are these title defenses against? These are fucking nobodies. Who are these title defenses even against? Nate Marquardt. Get the fuck out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's fighting for a title and he's fucking 5th. It's his 5th fight in the UFC and he's fighting for a title. So far in Anderson's title run, he's fought a fucking dead shit off tough that doesn't know how to throw a takedown. And some cunt in his 5th fight in the UFC. Okay. And this is what you guys are going to compare to Dricus Du Plessis. Destroyed Robert Whittaker. Beat Israel Adesanya. 2 wins over Sean Strickland. Okay, if you say so. We take Dana White hostage and we start making demands. That is the plan. No, that is not the plan. No, boys. No, that's not the plan. We can't do that. No. Nate Marquardt, former Pancrase champ, but I doubt Doug knows about Pancrase. I know about MMA in Japan. The legend, Nate Marquardt. 100% on a watch list as the date gets closer. Oh, 100%. I won't be able to travel to America ever again. I understand, Dougie. It says no, but really means yes. You don't know Nate. Nate was a vet. Yeah, I get it. Everyone that Anderson fought was a vet, even though they can't shoot a fucking takedown. I get it. They're all legendary vets that can't shoot a takedown. I get it. They're gonna know who I am after this fight. They're gonna know who I am. He's a beast? Oh, a beast. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Skip the walkouts. While the walkouts... Actually, let's let the walkout run a little bit. Oh, listen. While the walkout's happening. Let's do a little check-in. Let's do a little check-in on how things are going for Anderson Silva versus Dricus Du Plessis. So he comes in... For modern fans, he comes in as a Chandler MVP sort of a character, meaning that he already has great wins outside of the UFC, and he fights for a belt in his second fight. Just like Michael Chandler did. Came in, fought a number 5 Dan Hooker, fought Anderson Silva afterwards. What's up, Alex? How are you, brother? Taking Dana hostage is stupid. Need to get his son, then we'll definitely listen. I don't think Dana White cares about his son. Rich Franklin is a fucking great name. It's a fucking great name to have. Rich Franklin is a fucking great name to have. That is a great name to fucking have. We're not gonna fuck around with that. Having Rich Franklin is a great name to have. Chris Liebman is also a good name to have. This guy's striking is a ballet of violence. Chris Liebman is a great name to have. The Travis Lutter fight is a fucking joke. That was a fucking joke of a fight. That was embarrassing. That was a fucking embarrassing fight. That was a joke. But that's okay. That's okay. That's a very small footnote in Anderson Silva's career. That's a very small footnote in Anderson Silva's career. Alright, let us jump back over to the fight. Lock the bathroom door once we get Dana's children. Alright, calm down too, Smelling. Marquardt in the tap-out affliction combo is goated. In the tap-out affliction combo. Oh, back when he was fighting an affliction, is that what you're saying? Or are you saying in the clothes? Using Nina after she was taken hostage until our demands are met. Your idea, not my idea. You do whatever you want with Nina. The Lion Looter did the fight, then the title. Just Lion Looter did one fight and then a title shot. Just Lion Looter did one fight, then a title shot. No idea what you're saying, Tim. It's also the way he was beating them, Doug. Dricus has no stoppages as impressive. No, this is, look, I still maintain that so far, I believe, Anderson Silva would catch Dricus and knock him out. Don't talk about Nino. He subbed the BJJ guy, which is what his intention was. Oh, the tap out Beanie Affliction shirt. Right, I'm with you. He subbed the Jiu-Jitsu guy, which is what his intention was. Oh, Travis Lutter. He subbed Travis Lutter. Okay. Good. That's good. Good. I'm happy he was able to get the sub over Travis Lutter. The Travis Lutter fight was fucking embarrassing. That was fucking embarrassing to watch. That was embarrassing. I'm not changing that opinion. You could tell me all the fucking lore in the world about Travis Lutter. Travis Lutter couldn't throw a fucking punch to save his life. Couldn't shoot a takedown to save his life. Travis Lutter was fucking an embarrassment. An embarrassment. He wouldn't make it through Contender Series today. I don't even think Travis Lutter today would make it through Cage Warriors. That was fucking embarrassing. Full stop. End of that conversation. No saving that. Absolute fucking embarrassment. Everything else so far has been great. That you can have some stains in your career. That was one stain. That was fucking embarrassing. Good morning, Bilal's good eye. How are you, dude? What's up? Replace line for line. Oh, okay, Tim, I'm with you. I'm back. What did I miss? The Travis Lutter fight was an embarrassment. We got to get footage of Dana White with a ladyboy and then blackmail him. I don't think Dana would care. Dana would own it. Anderson was the best ever. We're watching him his entire career today. Dougie professes his love for Nina drama. No. The worst I've ever seen somebody look at the scale was Travis when he fought Anderson. He was drained. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we can tell that he missed weight. He was lying on his back with the intention of subbing someone who was considered one of the best jiu-jitsu players in the sport, so I think he should get at least 1 point for that. No, none. That was an embarrassing fight. Rumor is going around that Ruffy is fighting Chandler next. I love that fight, Alex. I love that. I pray that happens. That is awesome. What have I missed? We have watched 3 Anderson Silva fights. 2 of them have been amazing. 1 of them has been an embarrassment. Silver is 2-time PED cheat. Never forget Jones is the 4-time PED cheat. Ducking Tom, never forget. We will never forget Jason Statham. Never forget, and I love your movies, mate. You're a goat. You mean he need the fuck out of him from guard? Here we go. Fight's on, Nacho. Fight's on. Anderson started to beat them where they were dominant thing. Anderson started the beat them where their dominant thing on that fight with Lutter. He was the first to do it. Give the GOAT his credit. So you guys are arguing that Travis Lutter was an amazing jiu-jitsu artist and Anderson wanted to prove that he was better. So he was on bottom on purpose, throwing up the subs on purpose. I'm not giving him any credit for that fight. That was an embarrassing fight. Oof. Ruffy would sleep Chandler. I hope Ruffy does. You easily outstruck Anderson. He caught the great Travis Lutter. He caught Travis Lutter in a triangle. Minotauro Nogueira, man. People forget, man. Minotauro Nogueira. Big elbow. None of that time, his takedown defense hadn't been improved to that level it was later on. No, I'm saying the takedowns that Travis was shooting was fucking embarrassing. Anderson jumps the gilly like a chat. Yeah. Saying Anderson said beforehand he had to prove them wrong and sub him was where he was good. Is that what Anderson was saying before the Travis Lutter fight? That he was going to sub the great Travis Lutter? You guys are fucking so hung up on that shit performance. This is going to be painful. Anderson's never allowed to do anything shit according to you guys. Everything's got to be, it was for a reason. He was playing 10D chess. You don't understand the level that he was on. Maybe that was just a shit fight against a shit opponent. Hey Daniel, how are you, brother? Welcome to the stream. I think we're 4 fights in. KOing Lutter from guard at that time was massive. Yeah, you guys aren't going to give any fucking leeway here. Everything Anderson does is going to be go to every movement. Do you see the way that he was getting elbowed in the head? You see the way he was getting punched in the face? He wanted that to happen. Don't you dare blaspheme the GOAT. I know I could tell, mate, right? He's a mastermind tactician. He was always the fucking the utter glaze. Right? Anderson is getting fucking teed off on here. Oh my god. Yeah, I get it. He wanted to be getting teed off on. He wanted. This is what he wanted. You don't understand, Dougie. This is what he wanted to happen. Getting absolutely fucking teed off on. This is what he was 10 steps ahead of the game. You don't get it. This is the GOAT at work, getting absolutely fucking rocked in the head. He wanted this to happen. The glaze, the utter fucking glaze from the Anderson Silva fanboys is unbearable. I don't disagree. It was a shitty performance. Still better than getting chinned by a 5'6" manlet. That is true. Can you do an impression of Silva fighting like crap, but it's 10D chess? That's what it is, Ben. You don't understand, Dougie. Only time Anderson gets hit is because he wants to get hit. I know, that's what it sounds like with these fucking Anderson Silva fanboys. You just don't understand getting beat up as part of his master plan. He wanted to be on bottom. He wanted to be on bottom and get the shit beaten out of him. Book Pavlovich versus Johnny Walker now. I agree. Do it. Kill Johnny Walker. Dude, Marquardt, why are you breaking them up? He just got into guard. Why are you breaking them up? He just got into... Okay. Nate Marquardt was 25-6 in top 14 pound for pound. He got chinned after round run. Later went on to brutally KO Woodley in Strike Force. Silva wanted to get reminded himself what a fight like since he would always win. So he wanted to get hit in the face. Yep. I am not and was never an Anderson Silva fact. The fact was he was awesome. He was. I'm just making fun of the Anderson Silva fanboys because you can have one shit fight and apparently he does it on purpose. He's tiring out. He's not. Yep. If DDP defeats Farmzat, how would you compare his resume to Silva's? Which is more important for legacy, number of title wins, or quality of competition afford, or something else? That's what we're answering in today's stream, Jason Statham. I don't think it compares yet. I think Anderson's still the GOAT. Just the turnaround time alone, and how Anderson is dominating everyone that he's in there with. Anderson's the GOAT. They stood that up. I know, dude. They stood that up so quickly. I'm amped for Pena versus Harrison. No, you're not, Val. Nobody is. Don't lie to the people. Can you do an impression of Silva running into Dricus' fist, getting KO'd, but the fanboys glaze him for it? And there we go, and Anderson Silva's been completely chinned. Nacho and shotgun. You see the way he took that punch? And it's all over. Yeah, that was sick. Watch Silva hit the switch. That was sick. Surprised Joe Rogan didn't lose his mind. Dude, they stood that up way too quickly. G'day, Moody Wizard. How are you, mate? Happy Sunday. I pray Pena wins. Me too. I hope Pena wins for the troll. That'd be fucking great. Can we do a tier list of WMM? No. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe it's too smelly. Yep. Luda was not a shit win, though. It was. That is a shit win. That was a shit fight. That was an embarrassing performance. Okay? Travis Lutter fight was shit. This fight was great. How do you feel Anderson's power compares to Poatan's? I think Poatan's got heavier fists. I'd say Anderson's striking is way more diverse. Anderson's striking is way more diverse than Poatan's or DDP's. We should do a stream analysis of all Anderson's fights and see who the real GOAT is, maybe during a UFC drought or something. That's a good idea, Eric. You know, maybe during a giant drought of the UFC, we should go back and watch the greats fights all in a row and laugh about starting a fight at the UFC Apex, just to give ourselves some content. Now you're thinking like Anderson Silva, Eric. 10 steps ahead. This is what I'm saying. What's good about earlier UFC is how quickly they stand you back up. Yeah, I didn't like how quickly they stood that. That was crazy. Dude, they were in guard for like a second. Like straight away, Big John McCartney stood him back up. He wins by Patrick injury in this. I have to stand for Silva because all the revisionist history from broccoli head cunts like Lucas Tracy got to set the record straight. I get it, dude. I get it. But that Travis Lutter fight was fucking embarrassing. Out of all-time current middleweights, I think Strickland is the easiest style for him to beat. I agree. Mackenzie Dern's up there. I disagree. Anderson could have KO'd him in the first could have KO'd him in the first, but he wanted to beat them where they were good. I understand your argument, Tim. You've made that argument several times. Doesn't change my opinion on the fight. That fight was embarrassing. I get it. You and Shotgun and Nacho have all made the same point about the Travis Lutter fight. I just watched it. It was a fucking embarrassment of a fight. Not changing my opinion on that. That was an embarrassing fight. I was laughing. Pissing myself laughing. Prime GSP would beat Prime Silva. Yes, because Silva would want to be on bottom getting hit in the head by GSP. He'd want to be in bottom getting hit in the head. What's the update on the Apex riot? There's not a riot. Peaceful protest at the Apex. It's being suppressed by Twitter. It says there's like 14 comments on there, but you can't see them all. Soy Dougie wanting more lay and pray. I mean, it was shocking how quickly they stood them back up. What's up, Zesty Dricus? How are you, mate? Impregas me, Doug. Good to see you, Zesty Dricus. How are you, mate? What's your number one favorite KO in history? Mine is Ortega putting Edgar out stiff. Probably Chandler, Tony Ferguson. I remember where I was when that KO happened. I was at a pub watching it. The entire pub went fucking nuts. It was excitement. It was just pure excitement. Posted a funny Anderson Silva video in the Discord if you want to play it. We got a lot of fights to get through too, Smelly, so we'll see how we go towards the end of the stream. Dougie, I'm not sure you're aware of the position some people take on the Lutter fight that Anderson purposely fought off his back to hunt the sub and be eventually... No, I am aware of the position that people are making on the Travis Lutter fight. I am very aware of the position people are making. I don't care. Would you stand with Anderson, bro, or go for a safe takedown? Oh, God. The Travis Lutter fight was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. I'm not changing my stance on that. That was an embarrassing performance. I'm no longer reading any comments about the Travis Lutter fight. The argument is over. That was a fucking embarrassing performance. What do you think is going to happen with the UFC pay-per-view model later this year? I think it'll be abolished. I think there's a reason that Netflix have publicly told the UFC to go and fuck themselves. And there is a reason that ESPN is bringing in a third tier of subscription service. If you could play chess and put the pieces together, Moody Wizard, you would know the answer as well. You see what I'm saying? Maybe you don't have all the pieces on the board yet, but all the pieces on the board, Moody Wizard, are the Netflix has publicly told the UFC to go and fuck itself, and at the same time, ESPN has bought in a third subscription package that's a little bit more expensive. How do you see this going in the future, brother? I reckon we're staying on ESPN and we're going to ESPN++. Silva chins GSP in 2 rounds. There's a reason why GSP never wanted that fight, while Silva was always down. We have been... I know, I'm just stirring you up a little bit. Doug, it feels like I'm giving birth. That's just a big shit. Now, that's a strong Aussie accent, mate. Good on ya, hog. How are you, brother? If you are pissing yourself, it might be time for a prostate exam. True. Pretty funny how Brian did that to Frankie and everyone thought it was going to flatline the entire division. Then Mash just... takes it all his swag away. Yeah, very true, Val. Very, very true. I think we need to go back and watch all of Travis Lutter's fights before we continue. Yeah, we've got to understand the mind of Travis Lutter. He got hit in the head on purpose. I know, Eric. That's what it. That is the fucking Anderson Silva fan base. He wanted to get punched in the face. If you want an embarrassing performance, wait until you get to the Maya fight. We'll get there. I'm not sure you're understanding the goal Anderson had in the Travis Lutter fight. He was still in that fight. Dougie ain't shooting no takedowns. He definitely pulls guard like Paul Craig. Yep. My uterus is loose. Okay. The finish in where he got is totally being disregarded by you, Dougie. Without Anderson, there would be no Yuri or Jamal trying to beat Alex on the feet. Dougie jumps to me pulling guard like Cron Gracie. Dougie doesn't even know about the genius of Kraft and Wallace. Dougie fights by immediately wrapping his legs around his opponents, sipping a white monster, watching Dougie and smoking cones. Now that's how I want to spend my Sunday morning. Bilal's good eye. Bilal's good eye. I am ready for the entire experience of Anderson Silva's career. Speaking of, we've got to get to the next fight. All right, we're moving on to the next fight. So, what did we just watch? We just watched Anderson Silva absolutely destroy Nate Marquardt in his first title defense, his first official title defense. Health check on Anderson Silva's career. Nate Marquardt is a nobody. This is going in the nobodies list. Nate Marquardt is a fucking nobody. You beat a nobody. Did it really well, though. Really impressive. Not shit talking the fight. Anderson did it very fucking impressively. Very, very fucking impressively. Very fucking impressively. That was an awesome performance. Going on to his next fight against Rich Franklin 2. Fights Rich Franklin again at UFC 77, hostile territory. Let's get into the build-up and have a look here. Anderson Silva versus Rich Franklin 2. Anderson Silva versus Rich Franklin 2. Let's get into it. I'll come back in a second, chat. Hang on a second. Anderson Silva versus Rich Franklin 2. Why is this not coming up? Why is this not coming up on Fight Pass? Anderson Silva versus Rich Franklin 77. Here we go. Let's save the image. And there we go. Save that. Alright, let's go. Boom. I just talked to Dana and he said we're doing the rematch in Cincinnati. That's it, it's all over. Watching Anderson Silva is like watching a symphony of striking. Let me read some chats. Silva dusted him easily at 37 years old. Why does Dougie try and look like Tristan Tate? I don't try and look like Tristan Tate. I just do look like Tristan Tate, apparently. Nate Marquardt isn't a nobody. He's a fucking nobody. Anybody who trained with Huckam, he said he was insanely strong. By the way, that's a top 15 pound for pound. Top 15. That's a top 15 pound for pound win, Dougie. Retard Dougie's calling it. Was a stoppage by injury in that fight. Marquardt was a top 15 fighter. Notice Franklin had to win 2 fights to get the rematch with Silva, not like soy fighters who get gifted immediate rematches. That is true. That is true. Cincinnati was Franklin's hometown, by the way. That's why. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm gathering that from the implications of the build-up shotgun. Yeah, I'm getting that. Okami was Royd Strong. Okami was Royd Strong. Stronger than the rest of the division. I mean, but Anderson's on steroids as well. They're all on steroids at this point. If you could choose one fighter to get fined and kicked out of the UFC, who would it be? For me, it's Umar. Oh, to get kicked out of the UFC. One fighter to get kicked out of the UFC? That's a good one, mate. One fighter to get kicked out of the UFC. John Jones. Everyone else has good value in the UFC. Even the ones that I hate. Like, even Ian Gary brings good value to the UFC because of hate watching. But John Jones is just a fuckwit. Franklin used to come out to AC/DC, by the way. I thought you would like that. Oh, thank you, Shotgun. Thank you. Franklin in Cincinnati changed the sport forever. Oh my God, the fucking glaze from the old heads. Send Ankalaev to the PFL, brother. No, I haven't even heard of a top 10 all-time list without Nate Marquardt. I haven't heard it. Yeah, exactly. The great. I know, right? Thank you, Cheddarhead. Thank you for being here, Cheddarhead. I need you in this, Cheddarhead, in this endeavor. I need you, Cheddarhead. Thank you, Cheddarhead. What do you mean? Nate Marquardt is a nobody. He's a fucking nobody. You look nothing like Tristan Tate. God, thank you. Thank you. John Jones easily? Yeah, John Jones easily. Boom! They're all still on steroids? Yeah, Jones is cancer. Jones is cancer of the UFC. Yeah. At the time, I know you meant at the time. I'm just laughing along. Yeah. Franklin's walkout inspired generations. The walkout is pretty great. We're watching the walkout of Rich Franklin too, in his hometown. Dougie puts his chocolate starfish. Welcome to the chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water. Dude, this is the generation of Limp Bizkit while we're watching these backs. Franklin was the first real middleweight champ. Yeah, this is a good one. Are you more hyped for Ilya Charles or Boris versus the King? I'm more hyped for Dricus Du Plessis versus Khamzat Chimaev. Yeah, Val. I think that is the fight in the UFC right now. Doesn't the UFC dub over the walkout? Yeah, it does. It sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, the UFC dubs over the music. It sucks. This stream is already better than a normal fight. Oh, good. I'm happy you guys are enjoying the idea of this stream. I'm happy you guys are enjoying the idea of this. Go back and watch all the GOATs fights. Yes, I'm aware what hot dog flavor. I understand the Zesty Dricus. I was in high school when the album came out. I get the joke. Now, this was a little after Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit was early 20s with Tito. Shotgun's loving this as well. Dricus gets Liebened by Anderson Silva in 90s. I mean, I've got to say, ladies and gentlemen, the hot dog flavored. I've got to say, Lucas Tracy's argument is retarded. It is retarded. He's wrong. He's absolutely wrong. He is wrong. I mean, just look at the fucking turnaround time alone, right? Let's just look at the turnaround time alone. Anderson fights Chris Lieben. June 28th, 2006. Fights in October. Fights in February. Fights in July. February, then July. All in the same year. February, July, and October. He fights 3 times in 1 year. Just the activity alone, right? In 2006, he fights in Cage Rage in April. Fights in the UFC in June. And then fights in October. June to October for title turnarounds is fucking insane. He goes Chris Lieben in June. And then October, Rich Franklin. After fighting in Cage Rage in April. And he had fought in January in 2006. Just the activity alone, 2006 and 2007, is fucking nuts. So we'll add this to, The activity as well is insane. We'll add this to the pros of Anderson Silva's career. The activity levels are insane. Absolutely insane. Silva is better. It's okay. Silva is better. By the way, another fun fact. Silva fought at 170 pounds the same year he did. Yeah, I know. That's something else that we're going to talk about very soon, Shotgun. Like, Silva's just going to move up weight classes as well. Shotgun. Silva's just going to... Later on in Silva's career, he's just going to move up weight classes for fun. Just to stay busy. Will John ever fight Tom? If not, where does the UFC go from here? Is this the beginning of the end? No, I don't think John will ever fight Tom. Yes, this is the beginning of the end, Jason. Yeah, the UFC is at its decline now. I mean, we have to go back and watch old footage to entertain ourselves. We're now in the declining era of the UFC. Let's see how far it drops before the ship steadies. Silva did it while moving up 3 weight classes. Yeah, it's insane. Steroids and weak competition go a long way. Get him below. Get him. Weak competition. Silva used to walk out to Ain't No Sunshine by DMX. If you didn't, I did know. Thank you. Yeah, I'm arrived for my real... What's up, B Fatty? How are you? Rigo's back, by the way, brother. Rigo's back. So, you know, if you didn't know, Rigo's back. If you average out Silva's whole UFC run from his debut to when he finally lost to Weidman, it's like 3 fights a year consistently for 8 years, defending titles, moving up and down weight classes, etc. I mean, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, modern fans wouldn't be able to fucking get their heads around it. They wouldn't be able to get their heads around it. You know, because I look at the UFC through rose-colored glasses of the Reebok era. As you guys know, I've got my faded Reebok beanie. You guys have your faded tap-out beanie. But going back and imagine the modern day fan if Ilia Topuria just moved up to welterweight today to fight. I mean, now JDM's a bad example, but you know, just to fight a ranked 5 welterweight today. Like Ilia Topuria just moves up to fight a ranked 5 welterweight today, just for fun. Their fucking heads would explode. Pretty sad. These kids don't respect the heritage of the sport they claim to love. It is, Nacho. I agree. Silva literally moved up to fight Forrest Griffin and James Irvin for fun just because the UFC needed someone to counter-program Elite XC. Dougie doesn't know who Elite XC. I do know about Elite XC. Did we burn down the Apex? Yes or not yet, Nuru. We're picking that up later this week again. Most Eastern Bloc fighters do meldonium like Marab and Islam. Pre-USADA are looking like shit post-USADA. Yeah, that's been well documented. And we've brought it up on this channel. Like, people like to say, people like to say that Islam Makhachev is one of the GOATs in the clean era where he's not doing steroids when the entire team has popped for steroids. It would be like Ilya just moving up and styling on Ian Gary for fun. Exactly, Super Shotgun. That's a great example, yes. Imagine if Ilya just moved up to fight Ian Gary for fun. The modern day MMA fan, their head would literally explode. Their head would explode. They wouldn't be able to fucking handle the levels of hype. So I do think broccoli heads like Lucas Tracy do lose a little bit of just how crazy the old era of MMA fighters were. I do think they lose that, and that does need to be brought up in these GOAT conversations. Like, Lucas is wrong. But the question is, does Lucas know that he's wrong, and he's just stirring the pot to try and get comments? Or does he actually believe it? Because I know there's modern day MMA fans that actually believe this shit that Lucas Tracy is spouting. 5 rounds in the UFC middleweight championship. Too bad he's fighting Rich Franklin, an absolute fucking nobody. I'm kidding. Who the fuck is Rich Franklin? The amount of disrespect Dougie has thrown at Silva, it's nice to see him start to see what the OGs are on. I've not thrown... Yeah, this is the problem, right? As much as Lucas Tracy is retarded, you old heads, and I get why, you have to hold him to such high regard. You have to, because no one respects him anymore. But you say one bad thing about Silva, and apparently you're disrespecting him. I don't disrespect Silva. That includes Islam popping the midget cheat. Yep. Islam literally pissed from Meldonium and they make excuse. I know. The Lucas model is saying crazy shit for sure. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Whether he believes it or not doesn't matter. He's got a big audience and a lot of influence. Yeah, no, I agree, Super Shotgun. Which is why I will try and grow this channel in a way that still respects the old heads. Only the fighters we like are allowed to cheat. Yep. You said he was overrated. He is slightly overrated. Let's have a look. We'll see. I'm super old head. Been watching MMA since 2008. Silva is still in the top 10. I have Silva still in my top 10. I think I have Silva ranked in my top 4 right now. Dougie, you're so easy to bait on the OG. The OGs annoy me. Lucas, Giuliano, Joey suck. Only Guru, ITP, and you are worthwhile. Thank you, Nuru. I appreciate that. I don't think they suck. Joey definitely sucks. That's true. I'll give you that one. Joey fucking sucks. But no, the others are sweet. Alright, Silva versus some bloke. Who's this bloke? Rich Franklin. You said GSP was underrated and he got KO'd by Sarah coming off to... GSP is underrated. Silva's overrated. Silva is still number 2 goat for me. Silva top 4. Silva is top 4 at the world. Yeah, Silva is in my top 4. Yeah, Silva is in my top 4. Although, I might have to go back and look at my GOAT list after we do this. Who you got for Ilya? Charles, and why is it Ilya? Because Charles is old and he's slipping a little bit behind. Yeah, I got Ilya. Nacho, Dougie is conveniently forgetting how much shade he threw Silva. I don't throw shade. Oh my god. When have I ever disrespected Anderson Silva? Alright, we're on. ITP is really good. I like ITP. ITP is really good. Everyone's good. Everyone except for Joey. Everyone's good. Everyone's good. Joey is just pandering to the Muslims. That's all he does. And he makes up fake narratives to pander to them. Here we go. Franklin Silva 2. Franklin trying to get his belt back. Nice low kicks from Franklin. GOAT debates are subjective because everyone has different criteria. Your criteria is how good are you compared to the best fighters in your respective area. You can make an argument for Silva because he was so far ahead of his time. Yeah, I think that's something that people forget. Just how good he was in the pool of fish that he was swimming in. That Kenny guy isn't very good. Who's Kenny? Oh, Kenny Okoye? Kenny's alright. Kenny's actually just the black version of me. I'm not gonna, like, you guys notice how much I glaze the Aussie fighters and get behind fighters that I like. Kenny does the exact same thing, but for black fighters. Me and him have the exact same sports mind. And that's just sports. Like, you just cheer for your team. That's what Kenny does. Kenny just cheers for his team. Like I cheer for the Aussies and the Russians. That's sport. Look at the way he's kneeing in the clinch here. Unbelievable. Look at these pitter-patter shots to the knee. Kenny cheers mostly for the Muslims and Adesanya. Does he back the Muslim fighters as well, does he? I thought he just backed the black. Backed the black. I thought he just backed the black fighters. Why are you cheering for Russia? Serbians aren't Russia, bruv. Serbians literally have Russia on their flag. Serbia is a vassal of Russia. Not really? Oh, okay. Well, I don't watch Kenny's stuff, so only if they're Nigerian. Oh, okay. What's up, Leroy? How are you, brother? Good to see you, mate. Yeah, I don't watch Kenny's. I've only seen Kenny's reaction to Anderson Silva, not to Anderson, to Israel Adesanya getting knocked out. That was fucking hilarious. But yeah, I don't really watch Kenny. Don't let Kenny steal the Barlow. Kenny can have the Barlow interview. It's okay, mate. Russians aren't Slavs. No, Russians aren't Slavs. That's true. GSP is one of the GOATs. Put some respect on his name. Good, mate. Good to see you running a stream and the chat is alive and well. Yeah, things are going good, dude. We're watching back Anderson Silva's entire career. I think we're 5 fights in. Things are going good. If Kenny was around in 2011, he'd be the biggest Silva fan. Oh, God, yeah, he would be. What are you doing for your local community? I'm putting in the work too, Smelly. Don't worry about that. Ooh. Dude, Franklin's drowning here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Franklin is drowning here. The knees from Silva. Rich is dying in there. Kenny doesn't acknowledge his grave mistakes like you are now realizing how good Silva is after a decade of blasphemy. No, surely Kenny Okoye has respect for Silva. Surely. That fits into his demographic perfectly. Glaze all the fighters who start before... I know, that is what chat does. Anyone who was before 2010, you don't understand, Dougie. You don't understand. I would, but the decision, Royd's Merchant made me dislike him. Fair enough, Tim. Dude, that fucking knee. I actually got meal replacement shakes for the stream. So we're locked in for Anderson Silva's entire career. Oof. Anderson's matrixing on him. I feel the same way Ian Gary does. Too smelly. You know, oi! Look at the fucking head movement of Anderson Silva. That's the classic spider, that is. I want to watch that again. I'm going back to watch that again. I'm going back. I'm going back in. We're making the stream last longer than it needs to. I'm going back in. Look at that head movement, mate. I'm bringing this up. If I'm going to bring up Anderson Silva getting the shit beaten out of him, I got to show respect both ways. Wouldn't you agree, chat? I've got to show it both ways. If I'm going to sit here and laugh at Anderson getting his fucking head kicked in, I've got to do this. Look at the fuck. Oh, the flow state. That's what it is, mate. That's classic Silva, that is. That's what Israel Adesanya fell in love. That head movement there gave birth to Israel Adesanya. That's the moment. I'm just going to pause this for a second. That's the moment Israel Adesanya's mum got pregnant. She saw that and she got pregnant straight away. Some of them are overrated, Dougie. Brian Stan, for example. Brian Stan is heavily overrated. If you were when, if you could, but when you couldn't, if you did. Yes, username. I agree. I wouldn't if I could, but I did, so I would. Chris Weidman was garbage post USADA. Yep, he was. And it's over. It's over? It's over? It's over? It's over? No, you can't carry him back to his stool, mate. He's got to get himself back to the stool. That's the rules. This fight's over. This fight is over. Dude, they had to drag him back to his stool. Rich Franklin's done. Who does that in MMA today? That is true. No one's doing that. Against Rich in the pocket. Yeah, that is damn good. Can you do an impression of Light Lord Ben Rothwell? Light Lord. Ha 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 ha, my child. You will see the light. No more bare knuckle for me. Anderson fights like Neo from The Matrix. He does too, Smelly. Yep. Stoolgate. This is Stoolgate. Dude, this fight's over. He couldn't get himself back to the stool. Franklin got finished twice in the fight. That's where Yuri got his inspiration. Yeah. Fucking, this is the moment Anderson Silva was born and the moment Yuri Prochazka was born. Who the fuck rates Brian Stan? He was a tough, decent fighter and WE champ. Nobody talks about him. No, Nacho got me. Nacho was like, Doug, you have to watch Brian Stan's entire career. So I did. And then the next day on stream, Shotgun, I was like, Nacho, what the fuck are you talking about? Why did you suggest that? You fucking idiot. Yoel Romero is natural. His body never broke down as he got older. He looks exactly the same. I think Yoel Romero is a lab project from Cuba. I believe that. I think he was injected with things as a child. There's a reason his body can hold on to it for so long. I actually think he is a science project. Do an impression of Dark Lord Ben, Lord Light Ben. Hang on. Do an impression of Dark Lord Ben, Light Lord Ben, Tiny Ben, and Ben 559 hanging out. Grab this beer, mate. Thank you. Go on, you're hit next, mate. Oh, my child, I don't touch these things. I think Yoel is 1 in 1,000. Could be. I'll say for the record, you said watching Stan's career was more entertaining than Machida's. Yes, watching Brian Stan's career was more entertaining. Oh, fuck. Franklin's down. Oh, fuck. Call it off. Call it off. Call it off. Call it off. For fuck's sake, stop the fight. John McCarthy, are you trying to see him die? All right. That's going in. Lucas forgot about that. That's going in the fucking... He didn't just beat Rich Franklin twice. He fucking killed Rich Franklin in the second fight. Okay, that's... He fucking murdered him. That's actually fucking crazy. He fucking murdered him. Dude. Big John McCarthy wanted Rich Franklin to die. He wanted him to die, mate. He wanted him to die. Rich was no... I know. That's why I'm putting Rich Franklin on the... This is the good part of his career. This is the embarrassing part. The Travis Lutter fight was a joke. Nate Marquardt is a nobody. The Travis Lutter fight is a joke. Nate Marquardt is a lowbody. But fuck me. You guys remember the Machida era? Yeah, we just did a Machida watch through the other day. That was embarrassing. Dude, that was a fucking murder. We just watched a murder. He murdered Franklin. Murdered him. That's the big nog in the black button up there celebrating with Andy. That big nog. I know. Machida was majorly overrated. Yeah, it was all Joe Rogan. I'm telling you, that was all Joe Rogan glazing him. That was all Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan did that to the entire... Joe Rogan gaslit the entire MMA community that Machida was good. Have you ever seen The Hangover? I love The Hangover movies too, Smelly. Anderson said beforehand that he was worried about Franklin striking and trained harder than he ever had before. Dude, it worked. Dude, that was amazing. That was classic Silva. I missed it. Rich beat the absolute shit out of Prime Evan Tanner twice. Yep, I know. I'm putting Rich Franklin in the good win. How was Marquardt a nobody when he was a nobody? Hamzat will do what DDP. Hamzat will do to DDP what he has done to the farmers. To the farmers. To the South African farmers? Fucking chill out, cartoon shrug. Rich is one of the most underrated fighters from back then. That's a great win. Dougie, read my impression, please. Sorry, Ben. Do an impression of mad scientist Corey creating Yol Frankenstein. Okay, what we're going to do is put in a little bit of leg switching, put in a little bit of Cuban wrestling, and then a whole lot of steroids. We're going to put in a whole ton of steroids. Keep going. If you could choose Valhalla, Christian Heaven, or Nirvana when you die, which one would you choose? Valhalla. But we unfortunately, Christian Heaven is the real one. You're gonna have to put that Luda fight to a vote. I don't. I am judging his entire career. I am judging him. The Travis Luda fight was a fucking embarrassment. Tai Tuivasa versus Francis Ngannou, prime for fine, but naked, covered in oil. Who wins the twerk off? Tai Tuivasa. If it's a twerk off, naked, covered in oil, that Tai's badonkadonk is going all over the place. Dunk hates white people. What? DDT will soon be American. Yes, he's converting to... He's, what are they? They're immigrating to America. Marquardt was a good fighter. He was a nobody. Man, the best era of the UFC was when Kane, JDS was champ and Ronda Rousey was kicking ass. I'm a Reebok era kid. I'm always going to be a Reebok. To me, 2015, 2016 was peak UFC. But obviously, it's super subjective. Go back and watch the entire career of Nate Marquardt, dog. I can see it building in the chat already. Before we go ahead with Anderson Silva's entire career, we've got to watch Nate Marquardt's entire career. Oh, God. If Luda was an embarrassment, then what was Jones versus OSP, Smith, Santos, and... I agree, Shotgun, and I constantly bring up those 5 fights as embarrassing fights. I constantly bring that up, Shotgun. Constantly. I couldn't agree with you more. The shorts were horrible, that is true. The Reebok shorts were horrible, but that's my golden era of MMA. That's when I started watching the sport. That's when I fell in love with it. Anderson could speak English even back here. Yeah, he could. He just chose not to. Based. Imagine not being able to finish Anthony Smith getting flat. I know. I agree. Just watch Marquardt's Strikeforce career. So every GOAT has embarrassing fight. I know. I said that. I really hate UFC as aesthetic compared to back then. Yeah, I prefer this era when the fighters were allowed to be unique and have their own unique shorts. I prefer this era. What's up, Eric? Good to see you, mate. Can you react to Kimbo Slice's entire pro career? Oh, yeah, of course. Not today, but yeah, of course I can. I think this is a good content for when we have, I missed the Gladiator. Yeah, the Gladiator intro was good. And Face the Pain. Yeah. Face the Pain, Gladiator intro, unique shorts. Yeah. Yeah, I can go back and do career watch parties whenever we have droughts like this. Right now, we're in an MMA drought. So whenever there's droughts, like during the Christmas break or during times of the year like this, when there's just no good stuff, we can go back and reminisce about when the UFC was good. Good to see me? You can't see me? It's good to see you, Eric. It's good to see you. I can see you in my heart. Kanye West karaoke? No, I don't think we'll do a Kanye West karaoke. Alright, so... career check for Anderson Silva against Dricus Du Plessis. Rich Franklin twice. Murdered Rich Franklin in the second fight. Chris Lieben, great win. Actually fought very, very active. Came into the UFC as a highly ranked fighter. Number 1, number 2 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. According to Lucas Tracy, we've got Sean Strickland twice, Israel Adesanya, Robert Whittaker, Darren Till, and Derek Brunson. And Anderson Silva has got Derek Brunson younger and better than when Dricus has him. I think Dricus is cooked. I think Dricus is like 5 fights away from being even close to Anderson already in his career. Like, Anderson is already pulling away. Okay, we are moving on to UFC 82, Pride of a Champion, Anderson Silva versus Dan Henderson. Now, I believe Dan Henderson at this point in time, he's a former Pride champion. Is that correct? Shotgun, fill me in on this. He's a former Pride champion. And was it Strikeforce as well, or WEC? Strikeforce as well, or WEC? Former Pride doubleweight champion. Yeah, this is no fucking. Yeah. Hendo is no fucking joke. In 2008, Henderson is no fucking joke. This is undeniable. Strikeforce hadn't happened yet. Okay, thank you. Yeah, this Dan Henderson in 2008 is no fucking joke at all. This ain't a fucking Travis Lutter. This is as good as it fucking gets. Dan Henderson. This is as good as it fucking gets. For the folks that don't know, for the people who are just watching today, for guys getting into the UFC today, Dan Henderson is no fucking joke. Henderson versus Silva, UFC 82. Let's get into it. Henderson versus Silva, UFC 82. This is as big and... Yeah, this is no fucking joke. This is not a fucking... Here we go. All right, let me catch up on some chats. Let me tell you this. You could get your ass kicked, but if you could land a takedown and hold them down for 2 minutes, you won a round in 2011. Yeah, the scoring system was very, very different back in 2011. Very true. The fighters had more money from their sponsorships before Reebok. Very true. Andy beat Bronson when he was fucking 47 and decrepit. Even worse for Dricus. Yeah, it is worse for Dricus. Yeah, the putting Derek Brunson on Dricus's resume from Lucas is a retarded move. Dougie cooking Lucas up. Love to see it. That's what we do here, mate. Also, you talk about Luda being shit. How about Dricus versus Darren? I know. DDP needs 2 more fights to surpass Silva. No, I think he needs 5. Strikeforce hadn't even happened yet. Hendo was a double Pride champ, lost a close decision to Prime Rampage. Yep. Hendo was still H-bombing. Yeah, Hendo was legit. Hendo fought Rampage and unified the UFC and Pride titles and lost a close decision. It's as big as name as it gets. Yep. If you don't know, now you know. Dricus is already done. Hendo is arguably top 10 all time still, by the way. His fucking resume is insane. Yeah, he's insane. Yeah. I love Dricus, but he's cool. Yeah, listen. Lucas, my brother in Christ. Lucas. This is retarded. this what you've done here. This is retarded. Let's do this. This is retarded. The Darren Till is retarded. This is retarded, Lucas. Yeah, absolutely. Why aren't you going? That is retarded. Derek Brunson is retarded. This Dan Henderson win from Anderson Silva is a fucking goated of a goated win. There's no arguing that. Dan Henderson in 2008 is MMA. Like, that is MMA. That's like winning MMA. That's winning MMA right there. That just simply is MMA. Dan Henderson in 2008. Lucas is fucking cooked. Lucas is absolutely cooked. Hendo went and KO'd fucking Fedor in 2011 at heavyweight. Yeah. At 2008, Hendo is better. Yeah, this is legit. This is as fucking legit as it gets. Silva's pre-UFC career is arguably better than Dricus' current career. Don't shotgun. Does he need 5? A name like Hamzat is huge over most. A name like Hamzat beating. I'll tell you what, Eric. Let me know what you guys think about this take. Beating Hamzat now is just as impressive as murdering Rich Franklin and beating Henderson. Like, Rich Franklin is a massive athlete in MMA. Massive athlete in MMA. Dan Henderson is Pride, is MMA. He beat them both in their primes convincingly. Khamzat Chimaev is MMA right now. He is danger, first round finishes, crushed Robert Whittaker's jaw. Khamzat Chimaev is maybe the most dangerous prospect in MMA right now. Beating Khamzat Chimaev is the equivalent of beating Dan Henderson, Rich Franklin. So it puts him on par, but not better than. And then when you take all of the work that Anderson did before those wins, again, the activity and coming into the UFC as essentially the number one pound for pound, number two pound for pound fighter in the world, Dricus hasn't got a fucking leg. Dricus needs 5 more wins. 5 more legit wins. Not Nassadine. Maybe Nassadine, Matt. But Dricus needs a lot more work. They're carrying the Pride belt. Oh, shit. They're carrying the Pride belt into the UFC. What's up? Dougie, why are you gay? What's up, Hoser Daddy? How are you? What's up, Kid Kai 4? How the fuck is this even a question, man? Silver is so underrated these days. He is, Kid Cuddy. He is underrated. And Nacho is going to start doing fucking backflips. Are you related to Robert Whittaker? Maybe, mate. You never know. People in the pubs, they do fuck around. Yeah, this was such a huge deal at the time. Yeah, dude, he's carrying the Pride belt into the UFC. This was making the Pride and UFC titles lineal. I know, but I didn't think the UFC... It's crazy to see, mate. Like, the UFC won't even acknowledge other companies today. They won't even say their name. Yet he is carrying the Pride title into the UFC. It's fucking crazy, mate. We both know Khamzat is a one-round wonder. I know, but the hype levels... Loving Dougie realizing the pageantry and just how big of a deal Hendo was back then. The UFC never does that today. Dude, the UFC, right, when they bought the rights to Michael Chandler, look at all the highlight packages. Back when Michael Chandler came out to fight Dan Hooker, all of the highlight packages were just Michael Chandler training in a gym with the American flag. They do not acknowledge the other companies anymore. They don't say their name. Henderson walking in with the Pride belt is just undoable in today's MMA. Undoable. I get the comparison, but still the difference does play into it too. I get the comparison, but still the differences play into it too. Not saying DDP is better, just beating Khamzat. Not saying DDP is better just by beating... No, I'm saying it's just like the hype levels of the win, the legacy levels of the win. It's because they own Pride too. Oh, yeah, that is true. They did own Pride at that point. That is true. UFC knows they're the best now. Back then, there was... Yeah, that is true. They did own Pride. I completely forgot about that. That is true. They do own Pride. That is a big difference. Not comparing, but the skill difference does play into it too. The skill... of MMA back then versus MMA now. Yeah, I get that. But the hype levels... Bro, Hendo was literally a 2-weight... I know, dude. I know. I get what you're saying. I'm just talking hype levels. Like, let's calm down and let him win a title. I get what you're saying, dude. I do get what you're saying. But the hype levels of Khamzat are fucking off the rails. Gotta compare sex levels. Shut the fuck up. Okay, so the UFC middleweight champion, Anderson Silva, is walking into the cage against the Pride champion, Dan Henderson, who has carried his Pride belt down to the octagon. Fuck me. Dude, this fight alone is actually fucking crazy. Imagine if the UFC had fucking bought Bellator or PFL. And Usman Nurmagomedov comes walking down into the UFC cage with the PFL belt. Today. Imagine if Usman Nurmagomedov came walking down into the UFC cage holding his PFL belt up in the air. And then the number one UFC pound for pound fighter comes, then Islam Makhachev comes walking down into the cage holding up his UFC belt. Again, it'd be like, again, imagine Ilya Topuria today just going up and fighting Ian Gary for fun. Modern fans wouldn't understand the fucking levels of... Modern fans would actually explode from the excitement of what is going on here in 2008. This is a way bigger deal than Dricus beating Humber. It is. Don't forget, Hendo was just coming off a close decision against Rampage for the light heavyweight champ. Hendo was so fucking good. When I was a kid, I thought Anderson Silva's nickname was the Spider Monkey. I didn't even know what he looked like. Fair enough, Hetero. No fun allowed. I know. How dare we have fun. Nearly winning a title at 45 in relatively recent MMA is so impressive. It is, dude. At 45 in relatively recent MMA is so... It is. Usman moves up and beats... Maiev to become the double champ, then comes to the UFC with both PFL belts to challenge Islam. That is essentially what is going on here. I didn't know John Jones was black until I was in college. What were you just listening to the fights? Andy and the boys are hyped. The boys are hyped. I'm hyped for this fight. This is an exciting fight. I'm fucking hyped for this. This is crazy. Usman moves up, beats Movsayev to become the double PFL champ, then comes to the UFC with the PFL belts to challenge Islam Makhachev. Yes. The atmosphere back then was awesome too. Yeah, none of this soyness in the fucking crowd. This fight is bigger than anything, Drick. Just putting into perspective what this fight is, Super Shotgun. This fight is bigger than anything Dricus can do. Are you starting to understand the aura surrounding Prime Anderson? I am, actually. Watching this live with you guys, I am starting to understand. This fight is insanely big. This fight is insanely big. This fight is insanely big. It's insane. This fight is insane. This is a double PFL champion coming into the fucking octagon with his fucking belt over his head to fight the best pound for pound fighter in the UFC, Islam Makhachev. This is fucking insane. This is insane. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. You know what, Nacho? Anderson Silva is severely underrated in modern MMA fandom, and Lucas Tracy should be disgusted at what he said. Should be fucking disgusted. In fact, Lucas Tracy should have his channel shut down for uttering the words that he's uttering. Dricus can't even get fucking close to this level of legacy. Dougie, this is the fight that put Andy pound for pound number one ahead of Fedor. I could see that. I could see that. I'm getting that. And what's fucked up is, Shotgun, I've watched this fight before. I've watched it before. But it's just, you don't... Again, like I started watching in 2015, 2016. It takes a lot of time to understand all of the lore and the history of MMA. You know what I mean? Silver goat emoji? Maybe a silver goat emoji. I feel like a lot of fighters nowadays are getting burnt out early and declining quick like Rory McDonald did. Yeah, that's... Maybe, but they shouldn't be, considering just how good the levels of care are at the UFC PI. Held that number one spot until 2017. Are you trolling, Dougie? II has to go away. Are you trolling, Dougie? II has to go away. What are you saying, Daniel? What are you saying? Who the fuck holds number one for 6 years? Yep. I call this phenomenon the Rory McDonald effect. He's not trolling. What are you talking about, Daniel? What are you talking about? Trolling what? While doing Matrix and fighting 3 weight classes and fighting 3 times a year, it's unheard. It is unheard. Just the activity alone is fucking unheard of. The activity... Alright, we're getting into the fight. Yeah, I don't know why fighters are getting burnt out, Henry. Especially since we have the UFC PI. And the PI takes really good care of the fighters. Joe Rogan, if I was at home right now, I'd be screaming at the TV. Oh, yeah, Silver's the GOAT. I worked so hard for that. Yeah, Silver is the GOAT, mate. Understanding what Silver's doing in there, the levels of hype, the levels of aura. Dricus isn't even close. Dricus is 5 fights away. And somehow needs a super fight. And Shotgun's right, like, fighting Khamzat Chimaev, who hasn't won a title yet, isn't a super fight. Khamzat Chimaev is a legit, strong number 1 contender. I was positive this stream would be a success, but I didn't know it happened this quickly. You knew once we were locking in for the entire career. You knew. I'm going to defend modern fighters like only an OG can. The modern training is far more heavy on the bottom, though they don't spar as hard. Hamzat is not a super fight. Hamzat is a legit number. Oh, there's the H-bomb. Silva gets out of the way. Fucking what classifies as a super fight? Islam Makhachev versus JDM is a super fight. Tom Aspinall versus John Jones is a super fight. That's the greatest of all time. The clock's on the screen, dude. Clock's on the screen. Clock's on the screen. Clock's on the screen. I'm going to defend the modern fighters like only an OG can. The modern training is far more heavy on the body. Yeah, but on the opposite end of the spectrum, Daniel, formerly known as Paul, modern training is harder on the body, but the recovery methods are better now. You can't see it? Sorry, bro. Let me up it a bit. There you go. I'm sure you can see that now. There you go. By that logic, Fader versus a giant Korean guy was a super fight too then? Yeah, I mean, it's a super fight is... You'll know... When you see a super fight, you'll know it's a super fight. Oof. Hamzat would walk through Anderson Silva without getting hit. All due respect to the GOAT. Yeah, the wrestling would be an issue. The wrestling would be an issue. You're all good, mate. The top 15 is more murderous than it used to be. That is true. That is true. In truth, I thought Hendo was going to win this. Fair, fair. By the way, remember Hendo just brutally KO'd Prime Wanderlei at his scariest coming into this fight. Yep. Ilya versus Islam is the biggest super fight we can do right now. Ilya versus I think JDM versus Islam is bigger. My dad after a beer versus my mum is a super fight. No, that's a walkover, mate. If your dad versus your mum is turning into a super fight, you got to worry about your dad. Dan Henderson's on top. Hammer fisting Anderson Silva in the side of the head. Yeah, obviously we're talking about real MMA. Yeah, no, WMMA doesn't count for WMMA died when Amanda Nunes retired. That was the end of WMMA. Top 15 of middleweight is a joke. It's worse than ever. No. Hendo, crafty vet, covering Anderson Silva's mouth. Crafty vet performance from Hendo here. Winning the round. Hendo's won the first round against Anderson Silva. Pride versus UFC. Unification. Pride comes in. Wins the first round. What's up, Paradox? Nunes was the end. When Nunes left, so did WMA. That was it. That was the end of it. This was also back when Hendo could still wrestle and use his Olympic wrestling before the back surgeries. Yep. Middleweight is on the incline, but it was dog shit a few years ago. Yeah, I feel like middleweight's in a good spot. Round 1 goes to Pride. UFC loses round 1. I'm going to say this, right? This makes this fight bigger. This makes this more epic and more exciting. Again, imagine if Umar Nurmagomedov wins 2 belts in the PFL, comes into the UFC, fights Islam Makhachev, and then wins the first round against Islam Makhachev. Does that not build up the levels of excitement and the levels of hype even more? Does that not, again, you just saw the UFC's #1 pound-for-pound champion lose the first round on his back. That makes the fucking, oh shit, we're losing. That makes it even bigger, right? Welterweight is definitely the best division at the moment with all the contenders plus JDM as champ and the Islam. Oh yeah, welterweight is the shit right now. Doug, you look like you've been crying. No, I just woken up. Just hungover. Welterweight is the best division. Yeah, welterweight is the shit, right? Welterweight is just kicking all kinds of fucking goals right now. Pride was way better than PFL, so it's even more epic. Yep. True. Gonna get banned. Notice the clinch takedown by Hendo early in the round. Classic Greco-Roman takedown. He's emotional at Anderson Silva's career. Yeah, I'm getting emotional watching this. But Usman would also have scary, terrifying fighter in the PFL, equivalent to Pride Wandy at all-time high. Not to mention winning the UFC 17 heavyweight tournament. Yep. I'm hungover as fuck, and I'm back on the Terps. On ya, Leroy. This was Hendo's second stint in the UFC. Yeah. Okay, round 2. Here we go. Hendo won round 1 pretty convincingly. I honestly wish we had a proper number 2 MMA promotion these days. Me too, dude. Me too. It would give us something to watch while the UFC fucks up. Because the next 3 weeks in UFC is fucked. The Pride fighter. Pride's lucky they didn't have the GOAT, Travis Lutter. Otherwise, Pride would be nothing if Travis Lutter was in there. Travis Lutter was a nobody. Bang. Ooh. Anderson clips him there. Henderson dancing around the outside. Nice loco. Oh, there's the H-bomb. Lands on Anderson. Uppercut lands on Anderson. Anderson calls him forward. Says, come on, cunt, bring it. Big head kick from Anderson. Henderson shoots the takedown. Anderson ends up on top. Henderson on bottom. Shots to the body from Anderson. The UFC unks are brainwashing me into putting Silva higher on my list. I think you need to do this, Bilal's Good Eye, because we have such recency bias when we watch fights. Remember after Leon Edwards beat Usman, we were all like, he's the second best fighter in the world. You know, you have recency bias from watching fights. So I think going back and watching these old fight careers is important. Because when you make your GOAT list, we're so used to just seeing modern day fighters and listening to the glaze of the UFC. And as for people saying, you know, the levels of MMA are different. I mean, don't tell me we don't see this in the Apex all the time. That's Marab right there. That's Marab up against the cage, clinch working. That's Marab. That's Bilal. Oh, they're fucking trading shots here hard. Anderson's got him wobbled. Henderson's going back at it. Henderson fucking diving for the legs to save his life. UFC's winning round 2. Now Anderson's on top. How are you 1 minute behind us? I can't be behind anyone. I'm running the stream. I think Islam and Volk should be up there. I still think Islam and Volk should be up there. Trust me, in 10 years, fans will say, shut up, Unk. Islam, Volk, and Ilya fought cans and Uber drivers. Modern fighters are way better. They will. Anderson cracked him. It's still exciting. Yeah, this is good. This is a good fight. I know, dude. I know. And that's why I get it. Like, I understand. I already glazed the Reebok era. Imagine watching this that's why I'm trying to understand the levels of hype going into this fight. Like, for the new modern fans that don't get it, imagine the PFL champion, double champ, coming into the UFC, fighting Islam Makhachev, winning the first round, and then Islam Makhachev working his way back into the fight and winning the second round. I'm telling you, modern MMA fans, their heads would fucking explode from the level of hype right now. Oh, he's got him. He's got him. Dan's rolling. Dan's rolling. The evolution of the sport has been so overhyped, it's insane. The average fighter today is better for sure, but the champs back then would clear anyone today. It's like people talk about eras like 90s. Yep. There's a clear massive difference between 99 and 95, but 2008, but 2010 to 2025 is still really not that different. It's not really, like, that's why I brought that image up on the screen. Like, and it's over! The UFC wins! Anderson Silva is the champ! PFL is defeated! Check the Discord, bro. The screenshot shows you're behind. Oh, no shit. I mean, it's probably just because I'm streaming on multiple platforms. Sorry, Tim. I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's probably the OBS. Probably the OBS. Sorry, mate. UFC never dies. Pride never dies. UFC never dies. That's massive. That's a massive, massive win. That's a massive win. That's a massive win. Dan Henderson, 2008. Congrats to Ilya choking out the two-weight champ, Usman Nurmagomedov. I know, that's a massive, like, modern fans, they don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get it. they don't get it. That's a massive win. After losing the first round. After losing the first round as well. Also getting his back and choking him out. Hendo's meant to be the better... Isn't Hendo a collegiate wrestler? Yeah, choking out Hendo as well, yeah. Hendo was an Olympic silver medalist. There you go. Olympic silver medalist, yeah. Olympic silver medalist, yeah. I'm walking around with one hand in the air like this fight actually just happened. Dude, this fight alone. This fight alone is this fight alone brings in so much fucking legacy into Anderson Silva's career. I know, this is the thing. Like, choked out by a lanky Brazilian striker. Imagine that happening today. People would lose their mind. I know. Imagine if Alex Pereira, imagine if Alex Pereira, the PFL double champ, comes to the UFC. The PFL double champ has got a silver medal as well in the Olympics in wrestling. Comes into the UFC, gets on top of Alex Pereira in the first round. Ground and pounds Alex Pereira in the first round. And then in the second round, Alex Pereira strikes his way back into the fight and chokes out the silver medalist PFL double champ. Modern fans would have a fucking heart attack level of hype. Modern fans' heads would explode. Their heads would fucking explode. Modern fans would die with excitement if Alex Pereira just did what Anderson Silva just did to Dan Henderson. People would make so many documentaries. Yeah, they would. They would. Remember, Pride was... I know, that's the other thing. True. That's the other thing as well. Like, Pride had bigger names. So it's not... It's like saying that the PFL double champ coming to the UFC doesn't even do it enough justice. Because PFL is, without a doubt, less than the UFC. This is more than... Like, it's... We don't even have anything right now that... We don't even have anything right now that is bigger than the UFC. Where Pride was bigger than the UFC. This is like Islam beating JDM and then moving to the PFL and getting choked out by Paul. Yeah, it is. Yeah. To swap it around. Yeah, true. Very true. I think already it's very clear to say that Lucas Tracy is retarded. Retard. There we go. I'll put that there like that. Retard. Nacho, I don't know if you can see this screen right now, but I think you'd fucking appreciate it. So funny to me. It's so fucking funny to me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. It's just so funny. Oh, God. Sorry. I'll try a lock in. Sorry, my bad. That's just so fucking funny to me. That is so funny. Oh, God. It's clear that Lucas didn't watch his fight. Yeah. This is what we've been telling you, Dougie, the greatness of Silva. I know it's, again, like, I've watched it in the past. I guess, also, like, you gotta remember, right, in 2017, Anderson pretending like he doesn't speak English, goated. You gotta remember, right, like, back in 2017, I start watching MMA when Conor knocks out Anderson Silva. I go to the pub and I watch just the pay-per-views. I get Fight Pass around 2016, 2017. I go back and I watch the old fights from some of the GOATs. But I go back and I watch the old fights, but I don't have the history of broader MMA when I'm watching the old fights. You know, I don't understand what Pride is. I'd never heard of Affliction in my life. You know what I mean? Strikeforce and WEC, these letters mean absolutely nothing to me. I'm just seeing the fights on the screen on Fight Pass. You know what I mean? And then you go on and you get into MMA lore and MMA culture and you forget about these old fights that you watched on a couch or at a campsite or, you know, on a building site back in the day in 2017. We're in 2025 now. You know, that's nearly 10 years ago, 7 years ago. You watched these fights without any lore knowledge behind them. You know what I mean? I assume you were, the IFL. These letters mean absolutely nothing, you know? So you see these fights, you don't understand the context of these fights, and then you go on and you watch MMA for the next 7 years. And people will go, oh, what Anderson did, it was great, this was amazing. And you go, yeah, so wasn't that impressive. It's pretty fucking crazy. What's up, TCW? What's up, Cesnat? How are you? Okay, we are moving on to the next Anderson Silva fight. Anderson Silva defeats Dan Henderson, and essentially, Anderson Silva becomes MMA. He's won everything there is to win. The question is simply asked, what the fuck can this man do next? Anderson Silva decides to fight James Irvin on UFC Fight Night 14. The greatest fighter is fighting some cunt named James Irvin on fucking TV? What? Why? For fun. And I believe this fight happens... upper weight class. Height, reach, gym, weigh-in results. 206. At 205, yeah, just moves up for fun. Play the video, Doug. No, it's too smelly. We've got a lot of fights to get through, dude. Yeah, 205. Yeah, just for the hell of it. So we're going to add that as well. Just moves up weight class for fun. Moves up while being pound for pound, for fun, and doesn't fight for a title, fights on a fight night. Just for fun. Just moves up. Doesn't even fight for a title. These days, the fighters don't move up unless they're fighting for a title. Just as a favor to the UFC because they were worried about Elite XC. Just for a favor, right? Pay the man, Dana. Think about that. He supplanted Prime, still undefeated Fatal. That's how fucking good he was. Play the video. It was a counter program to the Elite XC. Gaethje stole. All right, so let's get into the fight. Silva, Irvin. Silva, Irvin. Save the image so everyone knows what we're talking about. Anderson Silva versus James Irvin. Let's go. So the next fight that we're going to do is Anderson Silva versus James Irvin. James Irvin is a fucking nobody. Anderson is just risking his fucking legacy for fun. Anderson Silva versus Irvin. And let's go with a fight pass. What's up, Too Smelly? Hang on, mate. Sorry, brother. All right, Anderson Silva versus James Irvin. Let's go. Anderson Silva. Wow. So now that Islam Makhachev has gone on, destroyed the fucking PFL, this is another great win against a former WRC champ, heavyweight Reed Dougie, it's not for fun. Okay, sorry, Tim. Where am I? What did I miss, Tim? I don't think I missed anything. This is another great WEC. I watched the new Alien movie, Dougie. Is there another one? Is that which one? Alien Remen, the latest one that came out, or is there one after that one? You know, the Stan saga that Dougie doesn't care about, the WEC? Yeah, fuck the WEC and fuck Brian Stan and fuck you. That one? Yeah. Good first half of the movie, right? First half's good. Second half is like, what are we doing here? Why are we fighting a big slender man? He later became a heavyweight champ compared to a former welterweight Silva. This bloke, Irvin, became a heavyweight champ. I'm not going to be afraid fighting this guy. Imagine Dougie getting caught in a dark alley by the all-American Brian Stan. Easy, mate. Easy work. I go to the local Walmart to spot aliens. I'm not surprised, isn't it? WEC is the best lightweight class UFC ever came from. WEC is where the best lightweight weight classes that UFC ever had came from. Yes, Elgo, Anderson, Henderson. Yeah, true. Look how softer Silva is since he heads up to 205. This is Anderson taking on the WEC heavyweight champ. This fight goes towards his GOAT status. You guys want that? You think this fight should be added? This fight is added towards his legacy, by the way. I did. Moves up while the pound for pound for fun. Doesn't fight for a fight. This fight does go towards his status. I am putting it towards his status. So I've already put it on the list towards his GOAT status. I've already put it on the list. I'm putting Travis Lutter and Nate Madwet as just fucking write-offs. This is Anderson taking on the WEC heavyweight champ. Imagine how much better all the Apex events would be in small arenas like this. Dude, I don't know why they don't do that. Again, like Marab versus Piotr Jan happened in a small 2,000 people room at a hotel. It was fucking great. It was a great fight night. I go to the local Home Depot to see a legal alien. All right, Too Smelly. Silva looked like a normal light heavyweight at that point. He probably could have fought the whole time. Probably. And the fact that he did it for fun is insane. It is insane. I don't think he would beat Shogun or Rampage, but it's hard to say. Mike Wire as a writer, it's a write-off. It's a write-off. The shit hasn't been the same since they shot Harambe. R.I.P. Harambe. We'll never forget. Mark Wire was fantastic. I don't know why you're joking about it. He was a top 10 for like 15 years and 2 weight. He's a fucking nobody. He's a nobody. Mark Wade is a pancakes champ and one of the earliest losses of Tyrone Woodley. I know you guys have brought that up. Mate, Mark Wade doesn't go on the legacy. He's a fucking nobody. I'm just riling you guys up. How did Lucas make this list? He put Darren Till and Derek Brunson against all of this. What the fuck was Lucas thinking? What the fuck was Lucas thinking? The more I look at this image as we start to stack it against Lucas's fucking Dude, what the fuck was he thinking to make a statement like this? Like Dricus is the middleweight GOAT if he beats Hamzat. Fucking idiot. Alright, let's get into the fight. Let's get into the fight. I'm going to skip ahead to the fight. Someone needs to send Flukas this image. I know, dude. It's so embarrassing. Alright, I'm getting into the fight. Let's go. Clock's going to come up in a second. Timer. There we go. James Irvin, much heavier fighter than Anderson Silva. I love Shotgun, but Silva would have tooled him. Rampage is an easier fight for Silva than Shotgun. Shotgun, yep, Dougie, wrong mark card, he was good, fair enough. Lucas hasn't watched the sport? No. Alright, fight's on. Anderson Silva fighting up a weight class, not for a title, just for fun on a fight night. The activity is insane. Modern fighters fight twice. We say champs fight twice a year. Anderson Silva is fighting 3 to 4 times a year outside of his weight class for fun. It is laughable. It's a laughable. Dude, the more I look at that image... Oh, and Anderson pops him! And Luda just fucking curls up and quits like a bit. What the fuck? Luda just kills... Luda threw that fight, man. There's no fucking way that was real. That was rigged as fuck. His eye is leaking. What are you talking about? Anderson catches the leg, pops him. Bang! Oh, shit, he does crack him good. Ooh, savage ground and pound. Fucking hell, Anderson. Grabs him, pops him. Yeah, he does smack him. Watching that in real time, that looked so fucking rigged. Oh, Jesus Christ, the ground and pound. That was weird. That was weird. G'day, Mandy Moore. I don't build him like that anymore. Scariest thing was his precision. Holy shit, look at his face. Alright. Irvin, sorry. Look at his face. Oh my god. Alright. I might have overreacted to the maybe it wasn't rigged. Yeah, okay. Maybe it wasn't rigged. Alright. I might have overreacted to thinking that was a rigged fight. Anderson fucking cracked him. Fucking broke his face wide open with one shot. Okay. Yeah, no, I know. Well, Nacho, when you watch it in real time, you know, it takes a sec. All right, I might have been wrong. DDP doesn't have Silva's resume completely, but he beat a top 5 middleweight of all time, arguably top 3. Doesn't have Silva's resume completely, but he did beat a top 5 middleweight of all time, arguably a top 3. No, that is true. That is true. And that's a good, you know, that goes on his... Again, this goes on his, like... Beating Anderson and Robert are fucking amazing. Beating Sean Strickland is fucking amazing as well. They are there. That is true, TCW. That is true. Look at all this on this side. Look at all of this on this side. All of this does outweigh beating Israel Adesanya and Robert Whittaker and Sean Strickland twice. Silva's so good, Dougie literally thinks these fights are rigged. Yep. Just checking back up. Where are we on the comparison? We are at laughable. I've broken down into laughter at Lucas Tracy, thinking that this is even fucking close. DDP doesn't have Silva's resume. Yep. Even now, Yep. Look at the fight was fixed. Yep. Silva was so good. Dougie thinks it. Yep. Shotgun wasn't there for 2 breaks. Yep. UFC WA Rampage would have lost to kicks to the leg, but this is also Mr. Levy's hands down. Nacho, if Chael can tag him, Rampage can. DDP has 2 great wins, but he has a lot of work to do with a couple of great... Yeah, DDP has 2 really, really good fucking wins. Really great wins. All right. You got to say the power. The power is insane. Dude, that shot is insane. That was an insane shot. I want to watch that again. I'm going to watch that again. That was fucking nuts, mate. Kick and pop. Just fucking does that level of damage to his face. Fucking hell. Okay. All right. I mean, Dricus doesn't do that level of damage, does he? I mean, Dricus doesn't do that. Dricus doesn't do that. Dricus doesn't give you that level of damage. That's how my face looks after Dougie farts on it. Shut up, dickhead. I mean, Dricus doesn't do that level of damage. He doesn't do that level of damage. Damage. Violence and damage. Violence and damage. Dricus doesn't do that level of damage to people, does he? Sean Strickland goes to decision. Israel gets knocked down and choked out. Robert Whittaker gets slept or choked out. I think Robert Whittaker got choked out or slept. Don't remember. Dricus isn't cutting guys in 1 shot. He's not flattening and rocking guys with 2 shots, not even count. Yeah, that's Dricus doesn't do the level of damage. And Dricus is bigger, thicker, girthier. Like, Dricus has got a thicker build than Silva. Silva's got skinny man. And Silva's doing that level of damage to bigger guys a weight class up. To bigger guys a weight class up. Dricus isn't doing that. Dricus isn't moving up to fucking light heavyweight and doing that to Magomed Ankalaev. Bigger, thicker, girthier, yeah. Silva's like 3 inches taller and equal, and yeah, this is the levels of damage. Dougie, by the time this is over with, you will have Anderson number 2. Dougie, by the time this is over, you'll have Anderson at number 2. We will probably be... There's a good chance we're going to be revisiting my GOAT list at the end of this. There's a very good chance. We might be moving Anderson Silva up my GOAT list. Not down my GOAT list. We might be moving him up my GOAT list after this. This is fucking insane. I didn't expect to have this kind of an outcome. Watching Anderson Silva's entire career. I'm very happy we're doing this. Alright, let's move on to the next fight then. The damage. Where Anderson Silva just moves up to light heavyweight and he just fucking destroys James Irvin for fun. On a random fight night, just to stay busy. Okay. Alright, Anderson. Alright. We move on to Anderson Silva's next fight. The OG heads knew this would have you moving him up. This is fucking nuts, mate, isn't it? Patrick Cote, a fucking nobody at UFC. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Relax. Fucking relax. UFC versus Patrick Cote. Cote is a nobody. Upload to images. UFC Silva Cote. Alright, here we go. Silva Cote. Let's get this fucking going. Let's get Anderson Silva versus Patrick Cote, UFC 90. We all expected this. I'm happy you guys are getting your redemption. I know, you know how I say I need to have a I told you so dance? You guys need to have a chat told me so dance. Anderson Silva versus Patrick Cote. It's coming up on the Discord now. It's coming up on the Discord now. Alright, we're getting into it. Anderson Silva is pound for pound the best fighter in the world. Anyone who denies that is a retard. The glazing from Dana White. Patrick never been knocked out. No problem, says Anderson. This is no problem. I knock him out, no problem. Highlights from Silva. Highlights. Cote had great boxing. Win by injury in this one. From memory, he blew out his shoulder. Alright, don't spoil it to me, boy. Don't ever spoilers, mate. Boom! Big uppercuts. Knocks out some nobody. Alright, let's get into the fight. We got a lot of fights to get through. Let's get into the fight. Let's get into the fight. Here's the face-off. Here's the face-off. Let's get into it. What kind of timer are we rolling with today, UFC? Alright, they touch gloves. We're on. Back to the classic timer. UFC goes back to their classic timer. I mean, who does that? Low kick from Cote. I'll put a link in the Discord right now, brother. There you go. Wee! Big overhand from Cote. Fuck 5 passes shit. I know, dude. Fucking atrocious, isn't it? I think I should be allowed to watch the fights and react to them. That's fair use, but the UFC is just criminal with their copyright laws. It's disgusting. You know, I can see why Anderson decided to start fucking around with people in the cage. He must have been feeling so untouchable. Ooh, gets his head just out of the way. No wonder he's feeling so fucking untouchable. He's just destroying everybody. Cote looks terrible. I don't blame him, to be honest, dude. After, like, considering everything that we've just watched in his career so far, people used to, like, worry about fighting the aura of Anderson Silva. Of, not Anderson, of Israel Adesanya. Like, Cannonier talked about this. They're more worried about fighting the ego of the fighter. Oh, God, Anderson just cracks him up the center. And at this stage in Anderson's career, he's just destroying everyone. No wonder like people are shitting bricks in there against him. And no wonder Anderson is feeling like he's in the fucking Matrix and he can't be touched. This fight is another one where Anderson ended a career. Okay. Fights from 15 years ago defended like it was last week's pay-per-view. Fights from 15 years ago defended like... I know, Bilal, on the copyright strikes, it's bullshit, man. I should be allowed to watch this and react to it on YouTube. That's fair use. His opponents were scared before entering the cage and you laughed at me and said I was glazing. Yeah. I might have been wrong. No, sure, I could go into the retard bucket. Or we'll put an image of me next to Lucas Tracy when we jump back to the career check-in. Dougie was also retarded. I was laughing at him the whole time. Silva's massive compared to these guys too. Yeah, he is. Cote runs in, tries to put a fist on the chin of Anderson. Oh, the fucking head kick! Jesus Christ in heaven. Look how fluid Silva moves. There's no striker who moves like that in modern MMA. Oh, the fucking knee up the middle! Jesus Christ in heaven, he's gonna kill him. Anderson just throws a knee out of fucking nowhere. Bang! I think there's a cut on Cote already. Yeah, there is. He's cut on the head already. Oh my God, he's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him. You should throw in the towel. Cote's fucking team should just throw in the towel. He's gonna kill him. Yeah, he does. Like people glaze how Tom Aspinall fights, like how Aspinall moves for a heavyweight. Anderson does move like a lightweight, featherweight. He just glides out of the way. Oh, nasty low kick. Cote can't figure out how to get inside the range without getting cracked with something. That knee fucking sent shockwaves through Cote. He doesn't know how to get inside the range anymore. Body kick from Silva. Round over. Bang! Here's the knee up the center. Boom! Cracks him with the fucking knee up the center. That knee up the middle scared the shit out of Cote. Cote was KOing everyone too right before that. Yep. That step-in knee was great. That was sick. That was sick. Fight before that, he had a broken hand. Fight before he fought with a broken hand. Oh, good on him. Arnold Allen, constantly breaking his hands. Come on. Get back in there. We've got a lot of fights to get through. You're doing great. This is the fight where you stopped betting against Anderson? Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. Because I get it. Like, after everything that we've seen and everything Anderson's done, there is a level of aura here that Nacho is talking about. Where Cote is just like, what do I fucking do? What do I fucking do to this guy? What do I fucking do to this guy? The sideways hats? Oh, clock. Cote lunges in. Anderson slides out of the way. Big overhand from Anderson lands. Left lands clean. Low kick lands clean. Ooh, switch kick. Nice. Sexy. Boom. All right, now they're in the clinch. Big overhand from Kote. They break. Ooh, body kick. Fucking hurts him badly. Kote stays in the fight. What's up, Kenny? Low kick from Anderson. Body kick again. Anderson is kicking the shit out of him. Oh, Kote goes to blast a takedown. Anderson's on him straight away. Ends up in bottom position. Anderson ends up on top. Anderson looks kind of bored. Yeah, the takedown defense was perfect. But skill levels back then weren't the same. That takedown defense was fucking perfect. People include this fight in Silva's boring fights list, by the way. Like, what the fuck? He dominates him from bell to bell. Yeah, it's just not as high-level action as his other fights, but he's styling on him. He literally kicked his knees out. Yeah, he's styling on him. Anderson looks bored, dude. That's why his ACL went. Make sure, yeah, hit the like button, boys. Hit the like button. Ooh, Anderson cracks him. There goes his leg. Yeah, his leg just went, Tim. He's injured. He's injured on the back foot. Get Dr. Rogan in here. You know, I think there's some damage going on in his back foot. You've seen people bring this fight up as an example against Silva. How is this an example against Silva? I don't understand. Apparently this was boring. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. And they watch fights in the Apex? They watch modern fights? I mean, he does spend a lot of the fight dancing around. But every time he engages, he fucking lands clean. He's kneed the shit out of Kote's face. He's kicked the fuck out of his body. He's sprawled the takedowns, called him back up. Ah, the Maya one? Yeah, we'll get to that. You're all good, Tim. You know what it is, Shotgun? It seems to me, right, after watching these back to back, it seems to me like Anderson just wants something to do in there. Like he is fucking bored of these opponents. That's what he is. That's what's boring here. Is the people in there give him nothing. Crowd is booing now. Nice low kick landed. Kote's on a single leg. Anderson gets out of the way, cracks him with a low leg again. Kote's on a single leg. Anderson throws the guillotine. It's quite simple. People forget, man. People do forget. Dana crashed out hard after the Maya fight. I've seen that. We'll watch the Maya. We'll fucking watch the Maya fight. We might skip through bits of it. We'll see. We're watching Anderson Silva's entire career. We'll see. We'll get through it. Elbows, knees. That's what I mean. The expectations were high. Yeah, it's the that's what it is, mate. It's the expectation. But not only that, like Silva is a human being who's fucking bored. He looks fucking bored. He genuinely looks like bored against these guys. Like he wants a challenge. Boom, cracks him. G'day, Brady B. Good to see you, mate. How are you, mate? Imagine if this was JDM versus Islam. Yeah, people would be loving it. Anything other than a war was considered a disappointment. Yeah, I get what you're saying, dude. Take him into deep water. I'm going to skip past the coaching. Come on, get into the second round. They touch gloves. Second round starts. And JDM does this performance and gets the finish. People would think it was an amazing performance. Yeah, they would. They would think he was styled on him. Like, I bet you if the cornerman was in jeans, I know, dude, a completely different era. I guarantee you, right, if Yeah, Leon Edwards or Ian Gary put on this performance, there'd be a week of glazing him. A week of glazing him about how good his striking was, how elusive he is. Oh, the leg goes down, the knee's out. Oh, fuck, he's wheeling around in pain. Oh, my God, that's disgusting. Oh, he's trying to get up and walk it off. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ in heaven. Oh, fucking hell. Anderson did that to him. Anderson kicked the shit out of him. Anderson was kicking the fuck out of that leg. Oh. Oh, his leg just fucking gives way. Oh. Oh, you can see it pop. You can see the knee pop. Oh, I hate that. I hate watching that. That's disgusting. Oh, that's disgusting. His knee went because of the leg kicks? Yeah. Yeah, that was the leg kicks that did that. Modern day fans would glaze Ian Gary for losing to Anderson. Yeah, if modern day fans saw this performance, they would talk about how phenomenal the striking was, how elusive he was. His knee went because of the leg kicks and Silva footwork making him overtime and Terry's ACL. Yep. Apparently this was considered boring and underwhelming. I get why. I disagree, but I get why. Anderson spent a lot of the time like circling around the outside. I get why. There's a real story about Anderson. The Maya one is the 2 decision fights Anderson fought for decision for all the fellas. The real story about Anderson in the Maya one, of the 2 decision fights Anderson fought for decision, was all the favelas cashed in. He wanted to draw him. He drew him out for gambling. All right, he's got Patrick Cote on his resume as well, Lucas. He's got Patrick Cote on his resume as well. Dude, this image is so fucking funny. All right. Talis Latita. Who the fuck is this cunt? He is fighting nobodies. Moving on to Talis Latitas. Whoever the fuck that is. A no-name. Anderson's just got no one to fight. They're dragging up just anyone. Still in the naming the cards era. We're still in. This is UFC 97 Redemption. We're still in the era of just naming cards. What a shame. And Anderson, who are we going to find for you to fight? Who can possibly fight Anderson Silva? But this is what I want to see from modern. This is what I want to see from modern MMA fighters. This is what I want to say. I want fighters to stay in their division and just start racking up wins. Start running through the division. Get wins. Dougie baiting hard. You know who Thales Lata. I have no idea who this person is. I'm not baiting. Let's go to Latace's fucking Tapology. Who the fuck is this cunt? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 6 fights in the UFC. Gets it. Yeah, that's fair. BJJ Legend. Yeah, I don't even fucking know who this guy is. Who beat some Muay Thai fighters from Brazil and just beat Nate the Great. Just beat the Great Marquardt. He has a close fight with Bisping. Okay. So he's some guy. He's a fighter. He's some fighter. Won some fights against some Brazilian guys. Had a close fight with Bisping. So he's a fighter. He's a regular fighter. I do have to, while we're here, put myself in the retard category. He's no Brian Stant. Yeah, it's just a regular fight. But this is what I want. This is what I want champions to do. I want them to stay in their division and just rack up wins against regulars. Just normal fucking fighters. Retards. Lucas and Dougie are both retards. Dougie thought he was going to smart. He saw 6 fights in the UFC and was like, okay, fair enough. Yeah. No, he beat Pele Lidi Jones, one of the greatest Muay Thai fighters from Brazil. One of the best Brazilians to ever fight in the UFC, actually. Shotgun, don't even get me started on your fucking list. I've still got your tier list here of the best Brazilians in the UFC of all time. I'm not even going to get you started on the fucking Brazilian lore. He fought in the IVC with Vanderlei back in the day with all the headbutts. Exactly. Yep. He's a BJJ world champ. He's a nobody! He goes on the list next to Nate fucking all these cunts here. He goes on the nobody list. The fucking nobodies. He's a nobody. He's a regular fighter. He's a stock... plug and play, stock standard, UFC 5 creation, AI character. I'm going to take a piss. Anderson Silva's walking in. I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I just had to update the Discord link in the description. I'm back. Sorry. To be honest, Ludi's and Luda are the two biggest losers on his UFC resume. Yeah, these are no-one fighters. These are no-one. Check out his fight with Chuck Liddell from 1997. Pure carnage. Those 90s VHS tapes from the jungles of Brazil. Okay. I'm sure it'll be on YouTube, right? Dougie triggering us with all the blasphemy about old school fighters not being good. Talos was good too. Listen, you're gonna have names on your resume that are just a bunch of fucking nobodies. And Talus Letus is just a fucking generated. This is going in this pile here of just names. But you need these names. You need these fucking nobodies in your career. You need these names. This is how you rack up the Mighty Mouses, the Anderson Silvas. This is how you rack up the numbers in the UFC, by just fighting these absolute fucking spawn-ins. Rewind a minute. No, we got too much to get through, mate. We got too much to get through. Ludus was a fine fighter. He wasn't Dev's better than Darren. He definitely wasn't better than Darren Till, in my opinion. He wasn't. He was definitely better. You reckon he was better than Darren Till? Maybe. Mighty Mouse has bigger no-names than Anderson. He might. When we do the watch the Mighty Mouse's entire career, I might have to fucking eat my words on Mighty Mouse being the GOAT. Alright. Talus Letus is going on the fucking nobody's pile. Let's get into the fight. Dougie dunking on Ludus like he didn't take Prime Bisping to a close decision in 2005. Beat Bocic, Avery, Jeremy Horn. A list of nobodies. A list of absolute fucking nobodies. Bro, he beat the Karate Combat heavyweight champion, Smiling Sam Alvey. Yeah, he's a regular spawn-in character of MMA. This makes sense. He's a former Jiu-Jitsu world champion who is wiping everybody. Okay. Anderson Silva is 34. This fucking nobody is 27. Fight's about to start. GSP is in the front row. Fight's about to kick off. Brazil versus Brazil. George St. Pierre, the number one pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Better resume than Anderson Silva. Yeah, he's into his mid-30s. That's another thing to point out, right? That goes on his list. His age. How well he's fucking doing for his age. Prime should be around 33, 34 years old. How old is Silva in this fight? What did I just say? How old is Silva in this fight? Just so you know, this is considered one of the shitty fights. Yeah, I mean, we'll watch it. You got to do the highs and the lows. That's what makes MMA great. The highs and the lows. We'll get through this. Let's see what happens. Are we watching all of Silva's fights? We are, mate. And we're doing a one-for-one comparison with what bloody Lucas Tracy was saying on his video about Dricus Du Plessis being one fight away from being the GOAT of middleweight. And I think we've already statistically proved that that Lucas Tracy is a fucking retard. 34 years and 11 years into his career, mass majority of fighters would be declining at this point. Yeah, there should be a fall off here. At 34 years old, Anderson Silva should start to fall off here. There should be a fall off here. Silva is the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, we're 80% accuracy compared to the average 34 at this point is fucking crazy. It is crazy. For his age right now, where Anderson is, this is fucking craziness. 34 years old. Should be falling off right now. Should be falling off. Should be getting right towards the end of his peak. Not falling off, but should be slowing down. Should be slowing down. It's pretty fun high, though, and the best is yet to come. It's crazy that the best is yet to come, considering that we've already destroyed the Pride double-weight champion. And we've fought up at lightweight for fun, just to keep us busy. To think the best is yet to come is fucking insane. GSP was already retired for 2 years when he was at this age. Yeah, dude, the age is nuts. I hate that I still think John Jones is the GOAT. He just gets better. Dude, I reckon if we were to do this weekend and then watch John Jones's entire career next weekend, you wouldn't think John Jones is the GOAT by the time you get towards the end of John Jones's career. Jones's second light heavyweight run is fucking dog shit. But strip him? Yeah, he should be stripped. Dude, from Ovin St. Preux onwards, Ovin St. Preux decision when Ovin St. Preux broke his hand in the first round. Ovin St. Preux onwards, John Jones's career is a fucking joke. Habib retired 2 years younger than this? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. High kick from fucking no name here. Latest. Latest is shitting bricks. Nacho's right. Latest is shitting bricks being in there with Anderson. When the PEDs wore off. Yep. It's about how complete John Jones is, though, when he's doing it. Prime Jones is amazing. Early Jones is fucking amazing. Early Jones is a thing of beauty. Second run light heavyweight run Jones is embarrassing. We will rejoice when Dougie calls Silva his GOAT. We'll see. Mighty Mouse is the GOAT. I think Silva is definitely holding his place in the top 5, though. Oh, kicks his legs out. Anderson's fall off and throwdowns at the end of bat. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember Anderson's been slept by fucking Jake Paul. Okay, this no name's just holding on to one leg. Chasing Anderson to the ground. How is this considered a boring fight? He's in the top 2 and he's not number 2. All right, Nacho, come. Nacho's loving today. Nacho's moved Anderson all the way to the top of the list. Everyone shat bricks against Anderson. Yeah, dude, this guy is shitting bricks. I find it hard to argue who's better when you got the Mount Rushmore when you get to the... I find it hard to argue who's better than who when you get to the Mount Rushmore of MMA. Well, my Mount Rushmore of MMA has Dana White on it because I consider Mount Rushmore to be more of like historical figures in the building of the sport. Silva didn't get KO'd by Jake. Okay, he just got beaten by Jake. Well, it was just a beating. Because the expectation was so high because it was Silva, that's what I said. Like, the bar is set so high. Yeah, I don't understand calling this a shit fight. This isn't a shit fight at all. This fight's... There's a lot of action in that round. That's not a shit fight at all. Calling this a shit fight is retarded. It's a fucking no-name, but it's not a shit fight. Silva lost a decision. He was 50 years old. Yeah, right. There it is. Yeah. True, just like Mike Tyson. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, I'll change what I said then, Dougie. I find it hard to argue who's better than who when you get to the top 5. Yeah, it does get hard. It does get hard. Yeah, I agree, Daniel. Yeah. That's why the conversation's so interesting, because no one's clearly the GOAT. Yeah. It ain't a no-name. This is a fucking no-name. It's a good fight against a fucking nobody. It does become a personal preference thing. Yeah, it does. Yeah. The top 5 are so good. Which is why I treat breaking into the top 5 with such reverence when I whip open my GOAT list. I'm not just fucking Lucas Tracy who pulls open his GOAT list at the end of every fucking Apex card. They all have their cases. They do all have their cases. Yeah. That's why when you induct someone, like when I'm talking about putting Islam Makhachev into the top 5, it's... like, he has to have very specific wins to get into the top 5. It's very, very hard to get into the top 5. Very hard. Because they're all so fucking special up there. Alright, Anderson's on bottom. Talis Latitas, whoever this cunt is on top. Brutal liver shop, yep. Lucas is 1 win away from being the GOAT, Tracy. Dude, I can't believe he puts that video out with a straight face. I can't believe he put that video out with a straight face. The term GOAT used to mean something, but it's such a common term. It's such a common term. It's lost its original state. Yeah, it has. It has. But then not only that, you've got YouTubers making content that just have no idea what they're talking about. And young fans are listening to it. Which I'm aware that I do as well, but I try not to do it. I try and, like, not fuck around with my top 5 list. Even though Cowboy Cerrone is in the top 50 MMA fighters of all time. You got to stay in there, Cowboy. The first time I ever heard the term GOAT was referring to Anderson Silva in the lead up to the second Sonnen fight. Dude, Chael Sonnen would have been fucking heartbroken, man. That just makes the first Chael Sonnen loss so much worse, doesn't it, for Chael? He came so close, man. So close. Poor Chael Sonnen, dude. A Linkin Park highlight reel would have been like, yeah, back before TikTok. You're not wrong about the YouTubers ruining it, and you do your due diligence, study. Look at what you're doing today. I'm trying to keep the time capsule of real MMA alive. Timu MVP with mid grappling. Oh, Silva's back up. This fucking Brazilian jiu-jitsu nerd is lying on the mat with his asshole open in the full fuck me position. Yeah, but still, mate, just to have the win would have been good for Chael. Just to have the win would have been great. Look at Silva just leaving his chin out. Just leaves his chin out in the air. Begging. I want to see an edit with Somewhere I Belong over it. That would be good, mate. But yeah, just having that moment with the pictures and the belt. Yeah, just having that moment. Just having the win. You've got Nacho to keep you honest too, Dougie. Look at what you learnt last night when you watched Brian stand. Yeah, we've got a good community of old heads in here, which is important. Like, that's why I like having the old heads in here that make their case for the GOATs. I think it's very, very important. So yeah, Nacho and Tim and Shotgun and all the old heads are important. I'm so glad you're watching this, Dougie. Now you'll never disrespect Anderson. Now you'll forever respect Anderson and understand his career more. Yeah, I think it is important to go back and watch the old fights. Does anyone really think smoking isn't cool? No, smoking is absolutely cool. Does SD Dougie be adding knowledge? If I'm going to be an MMA YouTuber, I can't be a Lucas Tracy. I can't. I'm a professional. I'm a professional in plastering. If I'm going to be an MMA YouTuber, I will be a professional MMA YouTuber as well. And I will not fuck up MMA history. So that way, when people come to my channel in a few years' time, and we've got 10,000 subscribers, if I fucking tell you someone's the GOAT, you know that I've done my research, and I fucking mean they're the GOAT. Anderson also failed drug tests. I don't remember when, though. I think it was after his leg broke. I think you learnt so much doing the Brian Stan research. I hate that I did the Brian Stan research. I hate that. Chael inspired Usman to get finished last minute by Leon Edwardson. Chael was an inspiration, man. Yeah, it was after his 40s, yeah. Brian Stan was a game changer. I hate that you did that to me, Nacho. I don't know why you did that to me. I don't understand what the fuck you were thinking. You've got to watch Brian Stan's entire career, man. Why? Do an impression of Anderson Silva blaming the failed drug test on Dick Bill. You know, I went on holiday with me wife and I just couldn't get it up anymore and I needed to get up. God forbid you snap your leg literally in half in your 40s and want to keep fighting and take a little assist. I mean, we let Conor McGregor do it. No one gives a fuck. Lucas fake retirement, Tracy. Exactly. This is Dougie's Brian Stan era. We're in it now. Nacho, that was so fun. That was so fucking annoying. Who would you favor in a street fight? Tom Aspinall or two Khalil Roundtree Juniors? Tom Aspinall. Ocean looks great today, by the way, guys. Ocean check-in. Beautiful colors. Beautiful blue sky. Nice ripples on the water. A few white caps. And we've got gorgeous color today. A nice white light blue up close and a deep dark blue as we stretch outwards towards the horizon. Stunning ocean today. Yeah, it looks very pretty out there. All right, here we go. Round 2. Round 3, sorry. Round 3. No idea why people are saying this is a shit fight. This fight is fine. Totally fine. Good back and forth between both of them. This nobody's actually having a go. Anderson's toying with him. I hate the fucking jiu-jitsu look on the bottom. I hate this look. It's so shit. That's so embarrassing. It's fine. Yeah, this fight's fine. This fight's absolutely fine. 2 Khalils destroy 1 Tom. Holy glaze. Tom Aspinall destroys them. It's literally only the Maya fight that actually sucks. Yeah, we'll get to that. Ooh, he clips Anderson. He clips him. What the fuck happened there? Oh, Anderson pokes him in the eye. Goat move. Goat move. Khalil loves that he got finished by Poetano, Stockholm Syndrome, and cried when his victimizer lost to Mogamed. I know, he does love that he lost that fight. Shotgun, this is shit. This part's shit. Just let him up. Stop kicking his legs. Just let him up. That part is shit. That part is shit. Tom would sleep both Khalils with a jab. Yeah, Tom would murder Khalil. Latest looks like Bappa Schwab. We should do a... Should we do a fucking... what's his name? Brian Schwab watch along one day. Watch Brandon Schwab's entire career. What's his fucking name? Brandon Bryant. What's his name? Joe Rogan's mate. Brian Schwab. Yeah, Shotgun. I'm seeing why fans are hating this fight. Round 3 is shit. Round 3 is dog shit. But this Talus Leadus, Brandon Schwab, that's it. Brendan Schwab, thank you. Brendan Schwab, yes, thank you, Nacho. I needed that. My brain's fried. Brandon Schwab, yes. Klaus Schwab, yeah. The crowd's chanting GSP as this fucking nobody, Talus Liddell's, just wails around on the ground with his legs in the air. The crowd is screaming for GSP to enter the cage and do something. Ooh, nice low kick again from Silva. Jab from the bang, fucking straight down the center. Talus is ruining the fight, dude. Talus is ruining the fight. He keeps rolling onto his back, putting his legs in the air. Round 3 is shit. Nobody on the planet can beat Tom. No, I agree. No one on the planet can beat Tom right now. Is this a UFC fight? This is a UFC fight. Yes, simply kudos. This is a UFC fight. We're deep into Anderson Silva's run now. I think we're 8 fights in. If Dricus walked up to Yuri in a parking lot and raised hands on him, who's safer for the parlay? In a parking lot? Dricus. Dark Lord used his black magic and Solus Schwab was birthed. We should do a Brandon Schwab fucking watch party. They should have had Big Ben KO. Yeah, Leadus keeps ruining this fight. Round 3 is shit. Leadus is embarrassing, man. Leadus is fucking embarrassing. I'm happy I put this on the nobody win list. This deserves to be on the no. He is a fucking nobody. There's a reason MMA forgot about this cunt. Fuck him. He's ruining the fight for me, Shotgun. Round 3 is shit. Oh, the oblique kicks from fucking Anderson are disgusting. Oh, nice switch kick from Anderson. Leadus is embarrassing, but everyone blames Silva for it. Because Leadus is a fucking nobody. That his name has been lost to the annals of MMA history. His legacy was destroyed. Unfortunately, Anderson gets the blame. Yuri brings Storm to Dricus, Doug. Your street fight predictions are cooked. Dude, I'm picturing Dricus throw a double leg on Yuri and Yuri's skull hitting the concrete and fucking exploding, mate. On concrete, Dricus murders Yuri. Murders him. You are a fucking embarrassment, leaders. There is a reason no one remembers your name. You deserve to be forgotten. Fuck you. I said you were a nobody coming in. You're a fucking nobody going out. Fuck you. Fuck your career. You did ruin this fight. People are right. This fight is shit because you keep rolling around on the ground like a fucking bitch. Your contract should have been torn up after this fight. Fuck you, leaders. I think they ended the round early as well, 10 seconds early. Fucking kick him out of the UFC. Latest is a scumbag. Fuck this guy. What a scumbag. What a real... You owe it to the fans. You owe it to that belt. Oh, man. Blueprint was latest. Dude. Anderson Silva, GSP, and Ladyboy Enjoyer John Jones are all boring decision merchants. Dude, this is not Anderson Silva's fight. This is not Anderson Silva's fault. This is not Anderson Silva. Nick copied his strategy. Nick did copy his fucking strategy. This is not Anderson Silva's fault that people are so scared to engage with Silva because he cracks their faces open that they just roll around on the ground and show them their ass like bitches. They're literally... Nacho was right. They're so scared of Silva they'd rather just be on the ground and be bitches than actually go in there and engage with him. Leader's got that Ian Machado Gary fight style. He does. This is the first decision there has been in the entire watch. Yeah, true. And I wouldn't even mind if it was a decision if Letus actually fought. But Letus is fucking... just throwing himself on the ground and putting his arsehole in the air. You remember how Pereira pieced up Roundtree in the 4th round? That's what Jamal is going to do as soon as the fight starts. Oh, you reckon Jamal is going to piece up Roundtree? I don't know, dude. Roundtree's tough as fucking as nails, mate. Roundtree is tough, dude. And Jamal was fucking up in that Yuri fight. Ooh, good oblique kick again. Ooh, good oblique kick again. Ooh, good. Oh, great kick to the gut from Silva. Yeah, that is also true. 7 fights in, first decision. Actually crazy. Yeah, that is actually true. Yeah. How many fights into Anderson's career are we on this fight? When this fight is happening? How many fights into Anderson Silva's UFC career are we? How many fights in are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is his 9th fight in the UFC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is his 9th fight in the UFC. His first decision. That also goes on to his legacy. We're gonna run out of room here, Lucas. And this fight going into a decision isn't even his fault. It's because fucking Travis Lutis, the nobody, is running away from him. We're literally going to run out of room. We're going to run out of room. We're going to run out of room. We're going to run out of room, dude. Lucas is such a fucking idiot for making this argument. Lucas is so fucking wrong on so many fucking levels for making this argument. Hill Roundtree is a sick fight. It is a sick fight, mate. Roundtree is tough when he has a built-in excuse that he's the number 8 guy fighting the champ on short. That's true, Woeful. But, you know, Jamal Hill is the number 7th guy. He never should have fought for a title. There is this kind of decision fights, and they're a 5-round technical battle like Volk Islam 1. Yeah, exactly. And this one, like, Anderson's not doing bad here. Anderson's trying to make this a fight. Luda is fucking around. You know, Lucas has never watched the Silva back catalog. Yeah, you can tell Lucas hasn't watched back the fights. DDP is already the GOAT of heavyweight. DDP is handsome. No. It is one of the worst takes I've heard. Yeah, Lucas, this take from Lucas is so wrong. It's just so fucking wrong. It's just so fucking wrong. Now you truly understand, Dougie, how retarded we see Lucas and the other broccoli head. Yeah, it's... You know what? I'm happy that we're doing this, not to show that Lucas is wrong for Lucas, to show the MMA community. If you listen to Lucas Tracy's takes, you are listening to the takes of a generational retard. Do not listen to Lucas Tracy. Do not listen to Lucas Tracy and think you know MMA. You do not know gloves if you listen to Lucas Tracy. You are listening to a generational retard. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to his take. Listen to his videos and laugh at them and enjoy them. He does great content. It's funny. Listen to his takes and laugh at them and enjoy his content as fun little takes. But do not take what he's saying seriously, because he is retarded. And you are taking it as a retard. Listen to Lucas Tracy like you're watching a cartoon or an anime. It's not real history. It's not real. It's just having fun. Lucas is just having fun. He's a fun guy with fun takes that says peaches and cream bills. Listen to unbiased MMA media. Listen to unbiased MMA media. It says something that the old heads are up here, Dougie. You're on the path of truth. Thank you. He must be trolling to go viral. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. That's fine. That's YouTube. It's more to the MMA audience. To the MMA community, don't take what Lucas is saying seriously. Just enjoy it. Enjoy hearing the words peaches and creamville over and over again. Grits, big meaty hooks. Enjoy it. It's funny. It's good fun, but don't take it fucking seriously. He's going to get some criticism for this fight. I want to eat Dougie's grits. All right, mate. Yeah, it's just viral trolling. Yep. Azmat is the dark horse of light heavyweight. Don't think he is, mate. Let's skip through the corner work here. All right, let's get into the next round. The best thing about Doug is that he's willing to research and adapt his opinion. He learns new information, something most adults are incapable of. I do try, Nacho. I do try. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. All right, here we are. We're in round 5. Dougie, why are you gay? Why are you gay? All right, we're in round 5. Here we go. First decision in 9 fights, Lucas. First decision in 9 fights in the UFC after unifying the equivalent of the fucking UFC and PFL World Championships and moving up to light heavyweight for fun on a fight night and getting a first round finish against a tougher guy. 9 fights in, this is his first decision. And it's pretty obvious that it's not his fault. He is in there against a fucking no one that wants to put his arsehole in the air and hide from the fight. Would you say Year's title shot is more undeserved than Khalil's Vera put together? Year's title shot is more undeserved than Khalil's and Vera's put together, or are we going to add Stipe in there as well? It's pretty fucking undeserved, yeah. Yair's title shot is pretty undeserved. Khalil's was very undeserved as well. Yeah, they're both pretty undeserved. We could do a good tier list of undeserved title shots for sure. Absolutely. That's good content, Val. Yeah, a tier list of undeserved title shots. Fuck you, Luda. Fuck you. 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 I fucking hate Talus Luda. I hate him. Fuck you. Just tap, cunt. Just tap. Just say you don't want to be in the fight anymore. Anderson chooses to chase him down to the ground. DDP without nose gets wiped by Silva. DDP without nose gets wiped by Silva. DDP without nose gets wiped by Silva. I think DDP gets slept by Silva, rushing in. It's a racist title shot. It is. That's the most common video idea for MMA YouTubers. The most undeserved title shot. Is it? Oh, okay, then we'll just leave. We'll do it as a live stream tier list. I like how Luda's getting the blame for this. He should, dude. Val's tier list is a great idea. Yeah, we'll do it as a live stream for sure. He should get the blame for this, Nacho. This is fucking horrible, mate. The crowd is screaming bullshit. They're just standing and looking at each other. UFC, you can't fucking copyright strike me for this. They're not doing anything. Doug, you do an impression of a dog barking? Luda isn't even fighting. He's just standing there looking at him. He's just standing there looking. I've never seen anything like this. Everything Cheeto does is perfect. Shut up, Woeful. The crowd's cheering GSP. GSP. Oh, dude, this is painful. This is a fucking painful fight. Leadus is fighting. Whatever, they're a bunch of they're both nobodies. That's why they're both in the nobody bin. Oh my god, someone fucking murder this man in an alleyway. Find Talus later and hurt him in Grand Theft Auto Online. This isn't a call to violence. I want to see Umar get flatlined badly. Why, Val? Cheeto is the most handsome MMA fighter of all time? No. Cheeto at least had a win over Sean? Yes, at least Cheeto had a win and a reason to be in there. Yeah, you literally lost to Volk a year and a half ago and hasn't really won a UFC fight since. He fought in the UFC against Pitbull, but he hasn't actually fought and won a UFC fighter since he lost to Volk. The Yair Rodriguez fight is the most disgusting title fight ever. Now you see why we thought your disrespect of Nate Marquardt was blasphemy? No, Nate Marquardt is also a fucking nobody. They all go into the nobody category. I can't believe you guys tried to defend this TS Leaders guy. I can't believe you tried to defend him. Yair is the biggest finisher in the division. Cheeto still is. Give Cheeto another title shot. Fuck Yair. Ooh, Anderson landing a lot of oblique kicks, and the commenters don't even know what it's called. True. I said he was a loser. He's a fucking loser. Fuck this cunt. If Peter Yan had the touch of death power, he'd be the most powerful celebrity on Earth. I don't think he'd be the most powerful celebrity on Earth, no. Dougie, you need to do a Nate Marquardt history. We got so many more fights to watch before we watch Nate Marquardt. I hope somebody actually calls out Dana for the bullshit title shot in the press conference. They won't, otherwise they'll lose their press pass. But we will stir up noise, simply kudos. We will be marching on the UFC Apex, June 27th. I'm calling all MMA fans to march on the Apex. Okay, that was shit. Let's get on to the next fight. That was shit. Talus Ludus. All right, next one is Forrest Griffin. A nobody. Forrest Griffin, the savior of tough. Peter Yan is a gremlin. I love Peter Gremlin. All right, let's get into the Forrest Griffin fight. That put a shit taste in my mouth. Yeah, the crowd is fucking angry. They're chanting GSP. They want blood. They're not happy. No one's happy with that fight. Forrest got so outclassed. His toughness didn't even save him. Yeah, I can believe that. Do you think Anderson tried to finish in this fight? No, I didn't. But I don't think he could because Talus Ludus wouldn't engage with him. Do you think Jones versus Aspinall will happen or not? No, I don't think it'll happen. This fight, the fight that makes a lot of people MMA fans. The fight that makes a lot of people... Oh, this fight is what makes a lot of people MMA fans. Khabib ducked GSP. Like Jones, Khabib ducked GSP. Khabib did not duck GSP. The UFC did not want to give GSP another shot after what GSP did against Michael Bisping. Fuck, that fight was horrible. I'm happy to get away from that one. Let's get into the next fight. Dougie, can we do another one of these on BJ Penn? Absolutely, we can. What is the point of John Jones talking shit about Aspinall on X if he's not going to fight? Keeps his name in the public perception, and you'll notice that the Muslims, the Russians, are now paying John Jones to do their own reality show. It's all about keeping John Jones' name in the zeitgeist. Helps with John Jones' sponsorships. Helps his career without fighting. GSP and Khabib ducked each other. No, they didn't. Put on Darius Oliveira, please. No, we're watching Anderson Silva's entire career. I know because the money was on decision. Ah, there you go. Maia versus Silva was the phenomenon of modern MMA. I doubt that. So the drug sheep will get an instant title shot if he chins Curtis Blades. Right. Yes, exactly, Val. Yes. Be more optimistic, bro. Stop being such a negative Nancy. The fight will happen. All right, Rick Allen, if you say so, mate. That it will happen. Jeez, Rich Flanecon's talking some shit. Oh, sorry, Forrest Griffin's talking some shit. Forrest Griffin was a giant light heavyweight, one fight removed from being the champ and being close to prime Rampage. This is Silva moving up 2 weight classes in his original class. Wait, what weight class is this fight happening at? Oh, shit. This is him moving up. Oh, so he's moving up here. This is light heavyweight. Oh, shit. Okay. So this is legacy. This is extra legacy. Not just legacy because it's fucking Forrest Griffin, but it's legacy because he's moving up and fighting for the belt. Legacy. Sorry. I thought it was just the name. I wasn't putting Forrest Griffin in the nobody catalog. Don't fucking worry. I was just playing around. I was just joking about that. Dougie, prepare yourself. I'm going to get some ice and have a nice white monster with this. I'm going to get some ice while the walkouts happen. But yeah, this is legacy. Forrest said he'd never been as scared as when he tried to hit Anderson and saw the look on Silva's face that he missed. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get one of your cushions ready? Yeah, look how soft Silva is here. Dude had literal gut to deal with Forrest. Yeah, let me grab some ice and let me grab a drink. The fight's happening now in the Discord. Go to the Discord and watch along. I'll be right back. Why do I need to get one of my cushions ready, Daniel? Look how soft Silva is here. Yep. Dougie missed my cushion joke. Sorry, mate. He does that. I do that from time to time. I do. It's going completely over my head. Imagine getting KO'd by a Paul brother. I know, woeful. That's the biggest stain on his career. Alright, Zesty Dricus, if you want. Why wasn't this a title fight? He didn't get KO'd, we just went through this, yeah. The UFC should disown Silva and Woodley for that, I know. Why wasn't this a title fight? So this is Anderson Silva for a second time moving up to light heavyweight to fight the #1 contender just for fun. Because it's at 205. Yeah, I know, but why isn't he fighting for the title at 205? Why is he just moving up for fun to fight? It's so weird. Again, modern fans wouldn't understand this. Like, they wouldn't understand Dricus Du Plessis moving up to fight Yuri Prohaska for fun. Do you know what I mean? Because UFC didn't do it back then. Yeah, so this is just Dricus Du Plessis moving up to fight Yuri Prohaska for fun. You might need 2 cushions. One time they land was GSP event of 2008. So this is just moving up. Maybe we make who is the best MMA fighter in history instead of the GOAT and legacy debates, like skill for skill, all aspects of the sport, who is the best, their physicality, their fight IQ, their mental strength. That would be Mighty Mouse. It wasn't until Conor Alvarez until 2016 when they did it again. So this was just, they just They just did this for fun. They just had the equivalent of Dricus moving up to fight Yuri for fun. Yeah, for the lols, yeah. Just for the lol, just for fun. Which, let's do this so like modern fans can understand what the fuck we're saying. It's like fighting Yuri now for the lols. Moved up to fight Griffin for fun. That's like fighting Yuri now just for the fucking lols. That's essentially... He also didn't want to be champ at light heavyweight because that's when Machida was on his title. Oh, not the Machida era. Oh, no. Not the Machida era. Oh. Man, Lucas is... Lucas is so wrong. This is like Pantoja moving up and beating the shit out, embarrassing O'Malley at 130. Yeah, just for fun. This is just for fun. Just moving up and fighting for fun. Good on you, Zesty Dricus. You're a good mate. Not Yuri, since Forrest was only one fight removed from being the champ. Yeah, but Yuri's been a champ. Yuri's been a champ. How did the UFC allow this? The UFC used to be allowed to have fun back in the day. Him and Machida were great friends and trained together. Ah, that's why. Okay. I get you. Alright, let's get into the fight, shall we? Also, he's doing it at 34. He's doing it at 34. It's the equivalent of Pantoja is embarrassing O'Malley or Islam embarrassing Bilal. Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. This is the co-main event of the evening. Silva and Machida were at the Black House, the Brazilian powerhouse gym at the time. Okay, so they were mates. It wasn't because he was scared of Joe Rogan's glazing of Lyoto Machida. Ladies and gentlemen, the Machida era has started. Silva looked like a pudge ball. He did, mate. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Buffer looks jacked. Buffer is jacked. Look at the size difference. Yep. It's very impressive considering his age and his weight class. It is very impressive, isn't it, Simply Kudos? You know what, Simply Kudos? I reckon this Anderson Silva guy might be underrated by modern MMA fans today, Simply Kudos. It's actually very impressive. What the fuck was this the main event of it? Imagine Dricus versus Yuri being the co-main. I know, dude. This is the main event of BJ Penn versus Kenny Florian. And it is the equivalent of Dricus versus Yuri just being the co-main event just for fucking lols. Why can't we fill in MMA cards anymore? Because the UFC refuses to have fun. What the fuck is going on? This is a peak live stream. Thanks, Kyle. What is going on in the modern day UFC? When the UFC used to just throw together the equivalent of Dricus versus Yuri for fun as a co-main. When I got Fight Pass years and years and years ago, I watched from UFC 1 through to Frankie Edgar era. When I started watching, not knowing a lot of how it played out, that would be fucking awesome, Daniel. This is the fight that turned my MMA mate into a hardcore MMA fan. He went back and downloaded every single Silva fight he could find in 2009 on BitTorrent. That's awesome, mate. Anderson made Dougie great again. They're no longer even entertainment. They're just business now. I know, dude. Like, just thinking about the context of this fight makes me so sad about where we've come in 2025. Dougie used to plunger to unlock his 8. Shut up, dickhead. This makes me so sad. It did truly used to be better. It did used to be better. This makes me so fucking sad. Fight started. Yeah, fight started. There's the timer. Sorry. There's the timer. Sorry, Nacho. Alright, Forrest Griffin, Anderson Silva. Yeah, his last 7 losses make fans view him a little bit differently. Yeah, they do. But I feel like Anderson's the only one that cops that. I don't feel like modern, like, Izzy doesn't cop that. That's why OGs are heartbroken right now. I get it. I get why OGs are heartbroken right now. This is why we have to storm the Apex and claim to get our sport back. For you old heads. Get your old tap-out hoodies out of the fucking closet. We're marching on the Apex. We want our sport back. Ooh, it did look a lot like the James Irvin. Anderson's 34. I'm really happy we're doing this. Going back and watching all these old fights in a row live on the stream. This is a great stream idea. This is a great stream idea. This is a great idea by me. This was a nasty idea by me. It's a great stream. Yeah, that's a great idea, Daniel. We're having a great time. Who's having a great time? Like the stream if you're having a great time. I'm having a great time. You having a great time? Oh! He's fucking rocked him! Can we do more of these? Absolutely we can, mate. Watching them in a row makes it even better. It's good. It's pretty good, isn't it? We're having a good time. 16 likes, 18 viewers. That's good. Oof. Only one cushion needed. Yeah, only Anderson could make people look past those losses. He was old and only fighting for the check anyways. Yeah, I mean, that's people still love Jose Aldo. I wonder why Jose Aldo has it. Oh, Anderson's calling Forrest Griffin on. Who wins, Islam or Hamzat at 170? Hamzat. Islam. 170, Islam. Matrix Silva. Dude. Whoa! Oh! 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 That was sick! Best thing as an old head is educating the younger, newer viewers about the history and seeing their eyes go wide and their minds fucking blown. Who wins, Ilya or Armin at 155? Armin. That was sick. Round 1. Anderson Griffin round 1. Sick. Sickness has returned to the UFC octagon. Sickness and violence. What the fuck? Dricus just drops Yuri by putting his fist forward, and Yuri dies. What in the fuck is happening? One fight removed from being the champ. This is the equivalent of Dricus going up and embarrassing Powhatan. Yeah. Dricus just puts his fucking fist out and Powhatan dies and runs away from the arena as the co-main event. He's running away. Oh my god. Bang. He's just embarrassed. Dricus Du Plessis, after unifying the UFC and PFL titles, moves up a weight class for fun and just embarrasses Yuri Prohaska with a single fist and walks away. Lucas Tracy has no fucking idea what he is talking about. Lucas Tracy is retarded. He is absolutely retarded. Lucas Tracy has no fucking idea what he is talking about. He shouldn't be allowed to have a YouTube channel. What the fuck am I watching? What the fuck am I watching? It's not Yuri, it's Powhatan. Yeah. He's just gone in there and just embarrassed Powhatan. Dricus has just, after unifying the UFC and PFL titles, moved up a weight class and embarrassed Powhatan. I'm so fucking blown away. I'm so fucking blown away. March on Lucas's house. Get Dricus Tracy to delete his YouTube channel now. Lucas really thinks that beating one solid contender in Khamzat Chimaev makes him the fucking middleweight GOAT. Thanks, Zesty Dricus. One contender who went life and death. Yeah. This is fucking insane. Jack putting Islam out? I think he will, Miguel. Forrest is good guy. Prime Silver smashes Dricus. This is fucking insane. One contender with no silverware somehow makes Dricus the GOAT. Lucas is retarded. Lucas is fucking retarded. Oh, thanks, Miguel. Bro, he unified Pride, WC, and Strikeforce titles. Yeah. This is fucking insane. Sorry. I'm just blown away. I'm genuinely blown away. I'm still just watching the post-fight like it's live. I'm watching the post-fight like it's live. I'm just blown away. I need to open a fucking window. I gotta get some sea breeze in here. This is nuts. And this is the other thing. He's embarrassing the heavier guy. He's doing better against the heavier guys than he is in his own division. Prime Silver kicks Dricus back to Africa. Silver would light Dricus up. He would, mate. We can't have Volk associating with it. We've got to save Volk from Dricus Tracy. Never forget what Hendo went on to achieve after the Silver fight. Yeah. Quote from Goldie, if you don't know, now you know. Oh, thanks, Nacho, for the $2, dude. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. That would probably happen in a fight between Prime Silver. What would probably happen in a fight between Prime Silver versus DDP? DDP would rush in with these big gorilla fists over the top. Thank you for the $2, Nacho. I appreciate it. DDP would run in, swinging like a fucking maniac. Silver would slip to the side, hold his fist out, and DDP would die. He would die. Mobzar is going to finish Pico. I hope so. I hope Mobzar gets a title shot. Silver would light DDP up. Yep. Silver would counter him. Yep. Yep. Fist bump for the status for your studious nature. Oh, mate, this is... That was fucking insane. That was fucking insane. That was insane. That was insane. Prime Silver was much better than Israel. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Izzy isn't doing that. Izzy isn't doing that. Izzy's not moving up a division and looking better in the heavier division against the former champions than he is in his own division. No one's doing that. No one is doing that. Modern MMA fans do not understand what is fucking happening here. They don't understand what is happening here. Remember, Mighty Mouse got... Don't be bringing Mighty Mouse down, okay? We're having a good time. You don't need to bring Mighty Mouse down. All right, next fight. Next fight on Anderson Silva's career. Next fight on Anderson Silva's career. This is fucking incredible. He fights Forrest Griffin for fun. Then he goes back to his division at UFC 112 to fight Damian Maia. He goes back to his division. And again, something else to point out here. Look at the consistency, like how often he's fighting. He's fighting a couple of times a year, right? So he fights he fights Forrest Griffin in August, and then he fights again in April. He fights Tias Ladeus in April, fights in August. He's consistently fighting. Hopefully, next video is George St. Pierre. That'd be a good one. Yeah, we can do that. That'd be a good one, Johnny. Yep. Lucas is a clown. Lucas is a clown. I need to bring Mighty Mouse down to elevate Silver, and I apologize for that. No need to bring Mighty Mouse down, alright? You leave Mighty Mouse out of this. He's still my GOAT. But we are going to be refreshing my fucking GOAT list. Don't worry about that. Alright, next fight up. Silva versus Damian Maia is the next fight up. Let me just get it going here. Anderson Silva versus Damian Maia. Let me just get it going, and then I'll read some chats. 1 second, chat. I'll be back with you in a moment. Silva versus Damian Maia. He's moving back down to his division. He's fighting every 3 months. He's fucking obliterating everyone. He's obliterated his division. He's taken out 2 contenders in the division higher just for the lols, and then come back down to his division to fight Damian Maia. A nobody! Skill for skill, Mighty Mouse is the GOAT. I think Mighty Mouse is the GOAT, but I'm not going to be... the GOAT conversation is going to be a hard conversation to have after this. Mighty Mouse didn't move up. He was already in that division. Yeah, I think he started in that division and then moved down and then moved back up. Remember, Silva is the same height and frame as Ian fucking Gary. He's shorter, I think. And the consistency, I know. I've never heard this fight. I've never heard of this fight. Are you sure this happened? Oh no, is this that bad? He doesn't lose for another 4 years. Yep. I'm in Marimbula, bro. Oh, sick, Lorendo. Sick, mate. Oh, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Little fool of a ting. Ah, on you, Lorendo. You're all good. Right. How do we feel about the legacy check? Maia isn't a nobody. I know. I'm just flying around. I'm just annoying. So he moves up to fight Forrest Griffin for fun, like fighting Yuri. Well, it's like fighting Poatan now for the lols. Everyone is in agreement that Dricus beats Anderson, right? No, I don't think they are. Says Nat. I don't think they are. Grab him by the scruff of his chest, slap the little nose off him, yeah? Little ding-dong of a thing he is. I can't do a Connor impersonation. Probably my worst impersonation. Alright, let's get into the fight. Let us get into the fight. We're on. Nacho, this is where we're up to. Fight's about to start. Damian Maia, Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva moves back down to his weight class to defend his belt. Dougie, I'm in the Discord. How do I see the fight? Go to the voice channel. Scroll all the way down to the channels to the voice channel. It's streaming down in the voice channels. Illy Tapudio, Tapudio. Tupturo, Ilya Tuturo. We've still never seen another fighter do what Anderson did with this. Dana is pissed off and knew what was going on. Oh, is this the fight? This is the fight. I see. Is this the fight? This is the fight. Right. I'm so happy for Dominic Reyes. That little sausage Ilya duck and patty. I don't think he is, mate. I think he's chasing legacy. Tapuria, you rat. This is the fight. This is the fight, right? Where nothing happens. And fucking Dana White loses his shit afterwards. Yeah, let's see how we get through this. This is going to go for 25 fucking minutes. Let's see how we go with this one. I sent you a DM on the Discord. Alright, mate. Let me have a bloody look, mate. Let me have a fucking quick look here, mate. Yep. I got it. I got it, mate. G'day. Accept. Yes. Done. I got it. Shotgun. Oi! Many a fucking ducking Paddy now. They can't get him a fight. Dude, Silva is just crouching on the ground. People forget, man. Dude, Silva's just fucking around. What are you doing? Asking when am I going to fight next? When are you going to fight next, Lorendo? Should I watch this fight at 2 times speed? Fucking hell. Oi! Nice low kick from Silva. Nice low kick again from Silva. As pathetic as Connor is these days, there's a reason he always said Anderson Silva is the GOAT. He grew up in the same era as us. Yeah, I get why. I get why. W stream, all the content is gold. Thanks, Val. I appreciate it, mate. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Happy to keep you guys entertained while there's no UFC on today. Mark Goldberg. There's a level of fear for his opponent when Anderson Silva explodes. The Goldie commentary is so good. Do not tell me that you would rather have Bisping over Goldberg. No one would say. We'd much rather have Goldberg than Bisping. Silva is saving many homes and favelas with this fight. I'm all for what Anderson did and it made me love him. Right. He's just fucking around. Do the stanky leg? I don't think I will. Too smelly. Oh! Knee up the middle! Dude, he nearly finished him then, Tim. Tim, if you're saying he drew this fight out to a decision on purpose, that knee up the middle nearly fucking slept him. Silva's laughing at him. Goldie was amazing. He felt like a small sport and everyone wanted it to succeed. Yeah. Yeah, it's a production company now. I will not do the stanky leg. Good on you, Zesty. Drick is still here and going ahead. It's lost its soul. It has, mate. But that's what makes the BKFC so good. Because the BKFC still has that soul. We have DC eating on commentary now. I know. Simply kudos. He's just fucking with him. He's just having fun with him. Oh, God. Goldie is good for nostalgia. He does get old with the repeated bad take. That's okay, though. I mean, Bisping has repeated bad takes. They destroyed the UFC when they fired Goldie. Yeah, that's why I want to get more into the BKFC, guys. And we will. As the channel grows, we're going to get... So the next BKFC is on the 6th of the 6th. So we'll get into it. He's literally doing Bruce Lee shit for lol. He is just fucking around in here for fun. Dougie thinks his DC build is sexy as fuck. I do not. It's actually fun to watch. BKFC, it is. DC is eating a bucket of KFC. He is, mate. He is. Goldie was a dork, but he was our dork. Anthony Smith would have smoked this poor Anderson man. I don't think Anthony Smith would have smoked this Anderson man. Bring Goldie back. Let's go through the... Let's speed up through the corner. Dougie, why am I gay? I don't know why you are gay, Zesty Drickers. I don't know. But you are. Oh, this fight is actually fun to watch. I can understand why in the moment people would be flipping out about how bored they are. And I don't know if I'm going to watch this entire fight without speeding it up. We'll see how my patience wanes. I might set it to 2 times speed. But Anderson is just fucking around. He's just fucking around and having fun, doing whatever the fuck he wants. He would have smoked him in the fetal position. Anthony Smith would have died. Shotgun, that ignorance was at a bonus, made me like the UFC more. Did you see how bad they did Goldie on his last broadcast? I did. They just yeeted him. They just Thanos snapped him. Like, do you have a bug out bag of survival gear in case shit ever hits the fan? Not a bag ready to go, but I have the plan. That Why You Gay clip is fucking brilliant. It is good, isn't it?
Why are you gay? You are gay.
It is good. Literally 20 years of service in the company, didn't even give him a minute at the end of final broadcast to say goodbye. His own son was on Twitter saying how shit it was. It is shit. It is shit. It's disgusting, man. The UFC has become a soulless company. And maybe it did become soulless when Goldie left. You know? Which fight was the one where Dana was upset with Silva? We're watching it now. Silva's just fucking around. Whoa! That was nearly a soccer kick. You had that load. I have it on a button ready to play. What was the rumor why they yeeted Goldie? I don't know. Shotgun, why did they yeet Goldie? Why did they Thanos snap him? Apparently Goldie was a cokehead. John Jones is a cokehead. We give him a fucking title for a year that he doesn't have to defend. Dana's a cokehead. This was the first event in front of the Oil Sultans. That's why Dana was angry. That's why Dana was angry. That's why Dana was angry. Yep. Anderson's calling him on. Says, come on, fight me, cunt. Anderson says, fight me. Come on. Come at me, bro. Let me swing at you, bro. Come at me, bro. Why aren't you coming at me, bro? When I'm king of the world, I'm not, though. This is kind of fun to watch. This is kind of fun to watch. Anderson's calling him onto his knee. Anderson's pointing at his knee, going, come on, run into it, cunt. Anderson gets his head out of the way. This was in the desert. Apparently the heat and the humidity was brutal. Yeah, I remember when we went over there during the pandemic, people were saying that the arenas weren't air conditioned. Yeah, they didn't have arenas that were air conditioned. Yeah, we're prepared. We're prepared. Silva did the point down years before Max. He did. He's doing it right now in this fight. He's begging. But what is Damian Maia doing to advance this fight? By the pandemic time, they got better. This was in 2010. They weren't used to putting on events this size in the desert. Yeah, I can imagine, dude. Like, if it was bad during the pandemic era, during the big lie era, it would have been very fucking bad in 2010. The air-conditioned images of the axe spray cologne. This is such a weird fight, dude. Dude. Damian Maia is shat bricks. Damian Maia is shat bricks. He's not doing anything. He hasn't thrown this round. Has he thrown anything this round? Damian's just standing there. Hang on, I'm updating the legacy list. Hang on, I'm updating the legacy list. Hang on a second. I'm gonna skip into the third round, so we don't waste time in the corner work. I'm skipping into the third round, but I'm updating the legacy list while the third round happens. I'm sorry, Lucas, we're out of room. I'm gonna have to start putting room over here. Literally makes opponents shit themselves. Literally makes his opponents shit themselves and not be able to fucking move. Literally makes the opponents shit themselves and not be able to move. Let me read some chats. Silva starts doing capoeira. Favela's 1, UFC fans 0 for this fight. Another boring fight from Silva when none of his fault. They're just too scared of him. Yeah, they're too scared to engage. Because he's scared to accidentally KO him. Could be. Like, seriously, what other fight have this many people so visibly terrified of them? I can't think of a fight that we have seen in modern MMA history where the opponent is too fucking scared. Skip to the fourth. I love how we started the stream at me saying his opponents were scared. We did start the stream that way. Yeah, we might skip through this. Third round. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to speed this up to ×3. I'm going to speed this fight up to ×3. So we're still watching it. I'm speeding it up to ×3. If your goal as a fighter is to get the fight to the ground, then it's on you to take it there. What did Maia expect? For Silva to lay down and let him go? Yeah, I don't like. I'm waiting to see what Maia does in this fight. Nothing. No one in close MMA history. People aren't scared to strike with Poatan. People aren't scared to strike. No, they're not scared of striking with Poatan. Imagine JDM acting. Imagine JDM acting this was against Islam or even Moicano. Yeah, I go. Yeah. Like they're coming up to fight him and they're just too fucking scared to fight him. But that goes on his legacy list. Like, people are too scared to fight him. Nacho's right. There's shitting bricks in there. Maia's too fucking scared to engage. And something else, just real quick, while we're here. Silva's been landing on him. Look at Maia's face. Look at his face. It's all beaten up and bloody. Like, Silva's just pop-shotting him. Hurting him. Damaging him. Doing damage. Doing damage. And Maia's sitting there just copping damage and shitting bricks. Round 3, in the books. Round 4. We're getting through the Maia fight quickly. Shoutouts to my number 3 biggest UFC moneymaker, Moicano. Oh, yeah, fucking Moicano. Remember, this was prime 30-year-old Maia, not a 42-year-old Woodley struggling with. Yep. Maia's face is like Bilal's face after the Jack Della Maddalena fight. That's the thing, like, Anderson's landing on him, destroying him. He's covered in blood. He's not trying to finish him, though. Yeah, I can see that, Tim. I'm just saying, he is landing on it. Like, he's just pop-shotting him. Bang, bang, bang. I can see why the crowd is losing their shit. I can totally understand why the crowd is so fucking angry. Crowd's chanting GSP again. Crowd's booing. Anderson's doing a lot of dancing around the outside. It's a lot of outside movement from Anderson. No, this is a bad fight. This is a bad fight. And Anderson is doing a lot of dancing around the outside. I feel like Anderson was kind of boring, but the finishes it would get kind of saved his reputation. This is his second boring fight, and we're 11 fights into his career. So to say that he had two boring fights out of 11 fights, to say that he's boring isn't fair. Anderson's only popping in with half hour. Yeah. The thing that disappoints me, though, best about Anderson is his shiny, bold scalp. Malteser of the thing. Remember, this is the absolute lowest of Silva's career. Yeah, no, this is a shit fight. It's a shit fight. But we're 11 fights in. They've been fucking amazing. Amazing highs. What's your most favorite build-up to a UFC fight ever? Jan Sterling 2 was cinema. Conor Khabib was amazing. It's harder to finish someone when they're not engaging. Anderson's not engaging either. Anderson spent a lot of round 4 dancing around the outside. Anderson runs away. Yeah, Anderson's running away. Oh, Maia's pushing forward now. Maia's actually trying to swing a bit here. Anderson's calling him back up to his feet. I'm going to slow down round 5 back to normal speed. Round 5's not too bad. Round 5's not too bad. Yeah, round 5's not bad. Sorry, I'm slowing round 5 back down to normal speed. Round 5's not bad at all. Maya's face is fucked up. It is. Maya's face is fucking destroyed. But Anderson is walking away. Lazy Rosa Esparza kind of a fight. Rosa Esparza is the worst fight in UFC history. That is the worst fight. This is not that bad. Remember, Dougie, we warned you this was the worst fight. Yeah, no, and that's all right. I'm not... Again, we're 11 fights in. He's had 2 boring fights. This is the first fight where it's his fault that it's boring. That's okay. I'm going to bury his entire career for that. And he is fucked up, Damian Maia. Maya's face is fucking destroyed. But it's just Anderson's not fighting with any urgency. Dan Mergliata's telling Anderson off for running. It might have. I don't know, Shotgun. I don't know what it is, but because Anderson's not fighting with urgency. I don't know if that's the heat and the humidity. Like, if anything, Anderson's dancing around the outside. If it's the heat that's affecting him, Anderson's making it harder for himself. Anderson's literally running circles around the outside. Oh, Mergliata's stopping the fight. Oh! He's telling him off for timidity. Yeah, good. This is Anderson's fault. Should have done it earlier, to be honest. Yeah, Rogan's talking about the yellow card, red card system. You should be, penalizing Anderson for timidity. 30 seconds left. $13, $12. Bad fight. Shit fight. That's all right. We move on. Anderson Silva versus Damian Maia. Shit fight. But now, the build up to the GOAT. Gerbil, Mr. Sonnen! Anderson Silva, you absolutely suck. Seriously, guys, can't you see it's a fight for the favela? I get it, dude. Tim, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying it's a shit, boring fight. Dougie, the stream's been awesome. Oh, good, man. I'm happy you're enjoying it. Let's go. All right, that was horrible. Let's get into the fucking Silva, the Chael Sonnen fight. That was horrible. But it did add some legacy to Anderson Silva. Which was, he literally makes his opponents shit themselves and not be able to move. Crowd's chanting GSP. Can you do one of these for Chael Sonnen? Of course, mate. I'll do a poll. On the channel, and we'll see which who you guys want to do this for next. Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen 1. UFC 117. Oh my god, this is where things get good. This is where the fun begins, R2. That fight was fucking insane in real time. This fight is fucking insane in real... I can imagine, dude. So right now, going into Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen. Going into Anderson Silva and Chael Sonnen. Anderson Silva has unified. Anderson Silva has, in today's terms, he has unified the PFL, the Bellator, and the UFC championship, the UFC championships together. All together. He's unified all the belts together. He's moved up to light heavyweight and fought Yuri and Poatan for fun. He has made Poatan run out of the cage in embarrassment by just dropping him. And people at middleweight are too fucking scared to fight him. They will not engage with him because they're so scared of what he is doing. And then enter Chael Sonnen. Enter Chael Sonnen is essentially the build-up of this fight. He's unified all the MMA belts that can be unified. He's moved up to the division above him. He's embarrassed the legends of the people in the division above him. By the way, all this is happening while Lucas Tracy says that Dricus Du Plessis just needs to beat Khamzat Chimaev to be better. Just by the way, Lucas, you're saying that all Dricus has to do is beat Khamzat Chimaev. You're forgetting when he beat Robbie Lawler early in his career at welterweight in his original weight class. Yes, so he's also fought down at welterweight as well and won. All of this is built up to Chael Sonnen entering the octagon. Gerbil, 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 Mr. Sonnen. So now we enter the cage. Chael Sonnen. Chael Sonnen enters the octagon against the greatest fighter of all time thus far. So far. Chael Sonnen walks into the octagon against the greatest fighter of all time so far. We enter the cage. Anderson had an injury coming into this fight. I know. Not just one, beat the best in the world, aka Robbie Lawler, the welterweight champion at the time. Yes, he did beat the welterweight champion at the time, the best welterweight champion at the time as well. That is true. That's all the hype going into this fight. All of the hype going into this fight. Chael Sonnen enters the ring. Just so we're setting the context correct for modern day fans who think that Dricus just needs to beat Khamzat Chimaev. Watch Anderson Silva's documentary, Like Water. Came out after this fight. It shows just how bad his rib injury was, but he was determined not to pull out after the terrible Maia fight. Oh yeah, also on top of that, that's a good point, right? Like, he's injured. He's the GOAT. Chael Sonnen is on a shit ton of gear. And Anderson is at 35 years old, remaining active and fighting every 6 months. That's a good point, Shotgun, as well. He's not pulling out of fights, even though he has injuries. He's still fighting. He's still fighting, even with injuries. Every 6 months. Active. Activity. The age. 35 years old. Injured. Fighting every 6 months. The age. Against Chael Sonnen. On steroids. 30 years old. Chael only got on TRT for John Jones. Chael was on drugs for this fight. Mighty Mouse, John Jones, GSP are probably unshakable goats of their divisions. No, not unshakable goats of their divisions. No, not at all. If Dricus Du Plessis beats Khamzat Chimaev, he's the new GOAT. Simply kudos. Haven't you been paying attention? Simply kudos. All Dricus has to do is beat Khamzat Chimaev. Here we go. And we're on. Fuck me! I know, dude. Fuck me, Lucas. What were you thinking, mate? Lucas, what were you fucking thinking? But Chael wasn't taking the TRT externally. His body produced it because he needed it. Chael was a TRT. Oi! Chael rolls out. Body kick from Anderson to Chael. Oh! Chael wobbles Silva! The MMA world shits bricks! Is this it? The MMA world is losing their fucking mind! Anderson's actually being wobbled here. Chael's pressing him. Anderson takes Chael down. Chael ends up on top. Chael pulls guillotine. They stand back up. Oh, Chael 1-2. Anderson wobbled. The GOAT's actually in a fight. Oh, Anderson's letting Chael hit him. Hands down, chin in the air, letting Chael hit him. Chael mounts Anderson. Pushes him up against the cage. Starts raining down ground and pound. Bang, bang, bang. Rains down heavy shots. Chael's all over him now. You miss the old MMA brands? Habusa, etc. Yeah, it's it's better when the fighters can have their own... there's the tap out. Beautiful stuff. It's better when the fighters had their own shorts. It was better when the fighters had their own shorts. Added some personality to them. Anderson is way better than Du Plessis. Yeah, Miguel, that's the conclusion that we have pretty easily come to. Chimaev would run through Silva. Oh, Miguel, get it going. Now you see how dumb it is when people try to act like Silva had no takedown defense based off this one fight. Yeah, his last fights we saw some great takedown defense. What year did you get into MMA? When Conor knocked out Jose Aldo. I'm going to make a lubed up brand of toilet paper. A lubed up brand of toilet. Why would you want your toilet paper to be lubed, zesty drinkers? It's like claiming JDM has no takedown because of the Basel Fells fight. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly the equivalent. Yeah. Oh, Chael is hurting fucking Anderson badly here in the first round. Man, I forget how badly Chael put it on Anderson. Yeah, end of 2015. Yep. I know, it is congrats on a decade, isn't it? Huh. For those who enjoy the infinite wife. Silver haters love to feast on this fight. Yeah, I can understand why, dude. Jack beats the fuck out of Bilal. Oh, Jack destroyed Bilal. Chael smashed Anderson. He is currently raining down heavy ground. He is fucking hurting Anderson. And this looks like a modern day mauling, this fight. This is a modern day mauling, this fight. I started in 2019. Well, welcome, Miguel. I mean, yeah, you've been watching for years now as well. Oh, Anderson grabs the cage. 2001 Pride heyday for you. Nice one. Look how Silva waved his cornerman away. I missed that. I became a UFC fan when Sean Strickland bet catched against Adesanya. Yeah, fair enough. They knew that his rib was fucked and that he was in deep shit. I can imagine. Yeah. Like, the team must have known that he's fucked. Chael smashed him. Chael smashed him. But in the rematch, Silva took out Chael. He did. Yeah, he did. But no wonder Chael was so confident with calling Silva out. Oh, my God. Chael is mauling Silva. First fight I ever watched was Izzy versus Yoel Romero. Oh, my God. Lucky you stayed an MMA fan. That fight was disgusting. So at this point in MMA history, MMA fans must be thinking, holy fuck, it's over. It's over. There's no way Silva can win this. Silva's pointing to his rib. How does Chael lose this? Watch along, Zesty Dricus. Watch along. Watch along, Kenny. Silva's pointing to his rib. He knows it's hurt. We were losing our mind. Yeah, you guys must be like, holy fuck, this is the end. Zhang and Joanna had a war. Oh, was that same card? Thank God. Chael, that tricky mid-range boxing like below. Yeah, this looks exactly like a modern day MMA fight. Looks exactly the same level of skill. Chael knows he's going to be the world champion. I was watching this with my dad and one of my friends who were both going for Chael. Oh no, Nacho! And were you an Anderson Silva lover back then, like you are now? That was great. That was the best women's fight ever, Miguel. Zhang and Joanna, best women's fight ever. Chael was legit. He was. Zhang and no. We're talking about me and Miguel are talking about Israel versus Weidman. Israel Adesanya versus Yoel Romero. Yep. That Bilal pressure and boxing to the fence. That's Bilal is Chael Sonnen reincarnated, except without the trash talk. Oh, you were? So you were an Anderson lover and your friends were glazing Chael? Oh no, this must have been such a hard watch for you, Nacho, back in the day. The drama is what made the final fit. That's why I'm like trying to recapture the vibe of what it would feel like to modern day MMA fans. Shotgun. Like, you're seeing there's no one in MMA at this point today that has the hype that Anderson had coming into this fight. This is the modern fans have nothing to compare this fight and this moment to. They just don't. They don't have someone who... They don't have Dricus who fought at welterweight, and then Dricus who fought at middleweight, and Dricus who unified the PFL, UFC, Bellator titles, and then Dricus moves up to light heavyweight, finishes Yuri with a single punch, finishes Poatan. Poatan runs out of the arena in embarrassment, moves back down to his division, and then gets fucking destroyed for 2 rounds. They don't have anything to compare this to. They just don't. My friend crashed out and left the house crying. That's so good. Nacho. Anderson is not the best ever, but he finished people in spectacular fashion. He did, mate. He did. Chael fought John Jones to get the John Jones fight for Chael. It's why I've been on the Bilal train and made bank from him. I noticed the tricky mid-range striking. There you go. Anderson had hype for real in 2010. Yeah. You're absolutely right. There is no one we can compare this to. Yeah, there's just nothing to compare this run to. There's just nothing to compare this to. And it's not even like close is the problem. Like, he's not just one fight away to be close. There's no one even fucking close to compare this run to when you go back and put it in modern context. There's just no one fucking close. He's so far ahead of the game. It's insane. No one compares to what Anderson did. It's insane. Just how much legacy he built up. You can't even compare it. You really can't even compare it. Anderson was good before the UFC too. Well, that's what we brought up here, Miguel. Like, he comes into the UFC already as a bit of a Michael Chandler as an MVP. He already comes into the UFC with legacy. Yeah. I felt bad for Chael watching this fight. Yeah, I don't blame you. But Lucas Tracy said he beat cab drivers and plumbers. Yeah, Lucas Tracy's fucking retarded. Yeah, Anderson was on top. Yep. I wish John Jones would snatch me out. All right, Zesty Drickers, calm down, you fucking... Yeah, Lucas has no idea what he's talking about. We've established that pretty well. I did a whole breakdown on his excellent pre-UFC wins that get overlooked. They do, Shotgun, yeah. I'm happy that you were here for this day, Shotgun. Oh, elbows from Chael. Big elbows. Lucas is inbred. Yeah, Lucas is wrong. He hit Carlos Nooses with that flying. Lucas is goated for real. I'm happy. Yeah, Lucas is funny. I like Lucas, but he's so fucking off here, Taylor. I don't know, Taylor, if you've noticed, but we've been keeping track for this entire experience of Lucas's claims versus the reality of what's going on. So if you look at the screen, Taylor, that's... We've been keeping track of everything Lucas said. Chael's on his back. 26 seconds left in the Chael Sonnen fight. First Chael Sonnen fight. Round 2, 22 seconds left. Remember, this is a 35-year-old Silva with a broken rib, 14 years into his career, going against a prime, juiced-up Sonnen. Think about the... I know, yeah, I know. It's insane. It's fucking insane. Anderson has crazy upward elbow. Yeah, he does. That flying knee was underrated. That knee was underrated highlight from his prime. Yep. All right, end of round 2. We press on. Chael's back is so jacked in his own words. I'm on more juice than Tropicana. Fucking, I love Chael so much. I love Chael so fucking much. This is so sad, man. Poor Chael Sonnen. He was so close to taking all of that glory and legacy. All of that legacy that we've built up going into this fight. Chael was so close, man. Oh! Poor Chael, dude. Alright, round 3 starts. Chael's back knee is crazy. Yeah, he's fucking juiced to the gills, mate. The steroids are fucking so close for 1 week legacy. Yeah, but 1 week legacy lasts for eternity, Shotgun. People would... Look at John Jones's legacy that he carries on to this day. And like we said about the LARP that is Champ, it's just for the photo. Like, just that photo counts. It counts. That 1 week of legacy counts. So close for 1 week legacy. Nacho has 6k bets on Anderson. Anderson promised Big Nog he'd sub Chael for all the shit he talked about jiu-jitsu. When you hear Chael talk about promising his daddy would be world... Yeah, dude, that retirement speech of Chael. When they say, what would you say to his dad? And he starts crying. Like, you can hear Chael's voice break. Just tell my dad that I tried. And they say, men don't cry. Men cry. Men cry, boys. I'll just tell my dad that I tried. Unbelievable. It's sad as fuck. Yeah, it's so sad, mate. It's so sad. Chael's a real one. Chael is a real one. Dude, this fight could be getting stopped here in the 3rd round. They could stop the fight here. Zesty Dricus Chael cried the last time I took a wooden plunger up my ass.
Why are you gay? You are gay.
Chael was a world champ. He won the WEC title. Fuck taking that win away. WEC. It's a competition full of nobodies. People forget, man. Chael was robbed of the WEC title. No, I don't know the story about that. That clip is... Fuck that fucking clip. I love that clip. Man, poor Chael. We're going to do a Chael career watch through one day as well. We might even add in the WEC fights. Did you just say they could stop the... I wasn't paying attention. I was wrong, Nacho. I was wrong. Look at this fucking roid back. Look at the roid back on Chael. He's fucking sweating. He's sweating Diana Bowl. Shut the fuck up, Kenny. Chael is not on... Dude, Chael is fucking dripping steroids onto Silva. It was back when the champ missed weight. The challenger couldn't win the title even if they won. Chael won but didn't get the title. Oh, that's fucked. That's fucked. Poor Chael, man. Don't forget, Chael thought the fight was the best 5 rounds. Don't forget, Chael thought the fight was the best of 5 rounds. That's why I love that one. I didn't know tapping meant that I lost the fight. Kenny, you are gay. Can't believe people still argue Chael wasn't on... I know, they're retarded. They changed the rules and should radioactively go back and change the record. They should give Chael a belt. Lucky Chael's undefeated. Never lost a round, never lost a fight. Chael, no back knee? No back knee at all. Absolutely none. Kenny, you are gay. Why are you gay, Kenny? Oof. Good elbow from Chael on the top. If modern fans watched this fight, they would fucking hate Chael Sonnen. They would call him so boring. Modern fans would do you guys not think so? The amount of shit that Merab and Bilal get, and the amount of shit that Khabib gets. If modern fans watched this fight, they'd fucking hate Sonnen. At least Chael didn't grow a boob and blame it on weed. True, he owned that he was on steroids. Do you feel honored to get snapshot into the illustrious career of... Don't you feel honored to get snapshot into the illustrious career? I do. Chael was a lay-and-play specialist. Yeah, dude. Modern fans would fucking hate Chael. Hate him. The Russian that scooted around Jones had great... Okay. Another round in the books. 10-8. 10-8. 10-8. 10-8ing the fucking GOAT. Chael Sonnen is 10-8ing the GOAT at the time. 10-8ing the GOAT. Laying down multiple 10-8 rounds. 10-8s across the fucking board for Sonnen. Nacho's mates at the time would have been like so annoying to listen to. Anderson comes out trying to win the fight. Oh, Anderson not letting his belt go without a fight. Anderson's fucking turning it on. That was not a 10. That was a 10-8. Round 3 was a 10-8. Chael bagged jiu-jitsu so hard for the stand promotion, then went and used it. Fucking hysterical. That is gold. Andy went for it at the end of the round. Of the last round that we just watched, Chael ended up on top. Andy's going for it at the start of this round. At the end of last round, Chael was on top, easily. Oh, Chael's got him again! That's wrestling, baby! I gotta take a piss. I gotta take a piss. I gotta piss. Little hammer fists, little short tap shots. Dude, modern fans would be fucking fuming at this fight. Shut up, Kenny. Lay and pray. No mounted ground and pound. Chest to chest. There's some good shots to the temple from Chael. Over the hand. A modern fighter would be able to get up out of that. Anderson had the feet on the hips. Yeah, ass in the air. Anderson, a modern fighter would be able to pop up in that position. His rib was fucked and he just took 20 minutes of abuse. His rib is fucked. That is true. And he is getting fucking 10-8'd across the board. I'm just saying, like, his hips are out. His ass is out. His rib was cooked, so he didn't have the get-ups he normally did. Yeah, I keep forgetting that his rib is cooked. Yeah. Just get up. I'm just saying. There's positions here where he would be able to get up. But Chael's keeping that fucking pressure on him. dominated. There we go. Chael's actually willing to do some ground and pound there. Good elbows from the bottom from Silva. He's cut Chael open with the elbows from bottom. He's cut Chael open. He's done damage there. One round to go, and Chael becomes a fucking world champion, defeating the GOAT. This looks like it's going to be such an easy win for Chael. This looks like it's going to be such a huge win for Chael. Andy's round based on... Don't even start with that shit, Nacho. Don't even start with that bullshit. Every single round, Chael Sonnen. 10-8 in the third. Jesus Christ, Silva did damage to Chael's face. Oh, look at Chael's face at the end of the fourth. I'll bring it up on the screen. Look at the damage Silva does from bottom with the elbows. Fucking hell, man. Paced him up. Yeah, dude. Oh, thanks, Zesty Dricus. Paced him up on the feet and cut him from the back. Yeah, that was... You fucking hurt him, mate. All right. Round 3, we're on. Oh, Chael drops Silva. That should be Silva's round. That's not Silva's round. Silva's elbow. The elbows from the bottom, mate. Chael drops Silva. Chael Sonnen must be thinking in 4 minutes and 26 seconds, I'm going to be the fucking champion of the world. The spider is the master of 8 limbs. Chael's locked in on a choke. Silva works his way out of it. Silva's gasping for air. Breathing for air. Dude, how the fuck does Chael lose this fight? Oh my god, how does Chael lose this? He's got this in the fucking bag, mate. Oh, Anderson's working his way back up, but Chael's top pressure. Anderson got the feet on the hips. I know, dude, that's what I'm trying to like. I'm trying to bring the modern MMA fan to this moment. The guy that has gone up and defeated fucking lightweights for fun, moved back down to defend his belt with ease. People are too scared to engage him. Chael Sonnen comes out of nowhere. This lay and pray wrestlers that you, the modern fan base, would fucking despise. You would hate Chael Sonnen and his fight style. You would call him the most boring fighter in the UFC. He has just taken the GOAT. The glaze that Powhatan got in 2024 is nothing compared to the levels of glaze that Anderson Silva would get. And here comes this boring as fuck lay and pray bitch Bot Nickel. The hatred that you have for Bot Nickel is lying on top of your GOAT. Anderson fucking Silva Alex Pereira, who has just done uncomparable things and is beating the fuck out of him. Guaranteed to take the belt away in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's uncomparable to modern day fans. People don't even understand how hard it would be to get a triangle that late in the fight, how sweaty it was with all the blood. Yeah, yeah. The crowd is fucking booing. And here it comes. Here it comes. Anderson pulling it out of the fire. There's the tap. The fucking GOAT has somehow saved his belt. There's madness. The fight's over. Chael doesn't know that he tapped. Anderson doesn't know that he tapped. There's madness in the arena. The fucking arena goes nuts. Did he tap? Didn't he tap? Did Alex Pereira just save his career? Is the most hated fighter in the UFC gonna win a belt? What the fuck is going on? We did it! We did it! Eric's been silenced by how great the GOAT is. What's up, Eric? The GOAT! Does he tap? Does Chael tap? Chael was the most loved fighter in the UFC. I'm telling you, dude. UFC fans would fucking hate Chael Sonnen. And he taps! He taps, baby. The fight's over. Alex Pereira saves his fucking career with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. I mean, who does that to Chael Sonnen, man? Who does that? Chael tapped for his life. Pulls out a win with an injury against a roid head in the last 2 min after getting 10-8'd. After getting 10-8'd. Saves his fucking legacy. Saves his fucking legacy with an injury. With an injury. Pulls it out of the fire. Don't forget, Chael literally pissed hot and elevated tees in the fight during the... Yeah, against a roid head. Pulls it out of the fire... But scientifically proven sweating fucking steroids with a broken rib at 36 after fighting every fucking 6 months for 11 fucking years. With a broken rib. He fights every 6 months for 11 years against the most roided up fucking juicehead you can find in MMA. Gets 10-8'd. DDP smokes Anderson Silva's prime or not. Sport evolves. DDP is the king. No. What's up, Dig? Good to see you, bro. We did it. We saved our career. Dougie jumping on the Anderson bandwagon this hard. Was not expecting it at all. I wasn't expecting this at all either, Daniel. I wasn't expecting this at all either. But I'm happy I did this. I'm happy I did this. Oh, I don't want to see him get his leg broken. Oh, no. I don't want to do this. I don't want to watch the end. I don't want the end to happen. Oh, no. Now Dougie understands why we ride so hard. I had a suspicion he would pull. I always told him if he watched Silva live, he would call him the GOAT. Dougie, would you jump on Anderson's lap like that? Shut up, says Dricus. I'm going to take a piss, and then we're going to jump on to the next fight. But I'll just leave this image here for now. Can we just stop when he loses the belt? I know, I didn't. Yeah. Actually, Silver is, he was never real, and that's why he got all the sponsors. Yeah, he's an AI. It was all AI after this. I'm going to go take a piss. I'll be right back. And then we'll press on with Anderson Silva's career. Chael, gracious in defeat. Chael was gracious in defeat. Lucas Tracy for UFC CEO. Yes, Lucas needs to be in charge of the UFC with red hot takes like this. With red hot takes like this, Lucas needs to be in charge of the UFC. I completely agree. Alright, let us move on to the next... Fucking hell, how does this cunt do this? Vitor Belfort is next. Jesus fucking Christ. Chael should be CEO. Chael should be the public... the press secretary. Sniff a line on me, Guccia. TRT Vitor. Yes. Vitor Belfort. Juiced the fuck up Vitor Belfort. Let's go. Juice the fuck up. Vitor Belfort is next for us. This is a huge fight in Brazil. Brazil versus fucking Brazil. What the fuck have I done? This is what made Silva a superstar. So Silva's not even a superstar yet? Fucking craziness. From one roided guy to the pinnacle of roided guy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And also, Chael is the goat. We love Chael. We do love Chael. Did I just fucking close Anderson Silva's Tapology like an idiot? I did. Anderson Silva's Tapology. Silva was also juiced to the gills. Yeah, they're all juiced up to the fucking gills, mate. Vitor Belfort, Anderson Silva, fucking craziness. How Chael didn't get an immediate rematch, I don't know. Anderson is now 30, he's still 35 years old. One, 2, 6. Because he failed the drug test, that's what... Oh, so they literally just didn't give him another title shot because he failed the drug test, even though everyone was on steroids? That's bullshit, mate. Alright, let's jump straight into the fight. We got a lot of fights to get through. Let's jump straight into the fight. Anderson Silva versus Vitor Belfort. Let's get straight into the fight. Silva's the first guy in the UFC to get a Nike sponsorship. Massive deal. That is a massive deal. Yep. DDP, both of them at the same night. I don't care how many scammer dances they went to. DDP does not beat Anderson Silva. No. This is Dougie's Corner. The fights are allowed to take roids without scoring for it. Yeah, you're allowed to take roids. Plus, why do you deserve an immediate rematch when you tapped out? Because you were winning the entire fight, dude. You were winning the entire fight, and that's the closest person. We're like dragging up fighters to try and be competitive with Anderson Silva. And Chael Sonnen is the closest to being able to beat him in Anderson Silva's entire fucking run. Yeah, he should have gotten a rematch, dude. He absolutely should have gotten a rematch. Fucking oath he should have. No one else has been that competitive with Silva up until this point. And you're like, oh, he's using steroids. Vitor's on steroids. Vitor's on shitloads of steroids. Chael should have absolutely gotten an immediate rematch for that. He literally gave up. He didn't go unconscious. He tapped out. Scared. He didn't tap out. Scared. Don't worry, Chael earned his rematch. Beat Bisping and absolutely steamrolled Brian Stan, who was a top 10 at the time, as much as Dougie likes to clown on. I don't even know who fucking Brian Stan is. Brian Stan is a nobody. Actually, steroids are a good thing. Steroids are a good thing. Let's get straight into the fight. We've got to get into the fight. This is so weird seeing Dougie do a 180. How am I doing a 180? Oh, on Anderson Silva's entire career. Yeah. Beat Prime Silva weighing in as a light. I beat Prime Silva weighing in as a lightweight. No, Werfel. I respect Chael's steroids use because he bragged about it. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly, dude. Chael. Juice. Was Silva robbed of a KO against Bisping? Ask me when we get there. 6 degrees of Brian Stan. 6 degrees of Brian Stan. I knew too, Nacho, especially if we could provide the context like we did. Yeah, you guys have done very well. You guys have 6 degrees of Brian Stan. Go back and watch Brian Stan's entire career again, Dougie, on the stream. Jalen Costa get to use Roy's for literally bragging about it. Chads. Yeah, they're Chads. If you use steroids and tell everyone, I see no problem here. Always like still the Stone Cold Steve O facial hair in this fight. The Stone Cold. Yeah, the Stone Cold. The goatee. The old man goatee that he grows. Again, stays active. Fights every 6 months. What MMA fighter is doing that these days? What champion is doing that these days? Fighting every 6 months for fun. Of course he took performance-enhancing drugs. What was he supposed to take? Performance-unenhancing drug. True, Larry. Welcome, Larry. Welcome to the stream, mate. It's been fucking great. It's only right that the goat grows a goatee. Very good, mate. Nah. Back to classic Anderson Silva. Dancing around the outside, not wanting to engage. Classic stuff. Deep into his late 30s. He's 35 years old. He's just come off an injury. And a near 10-8 life and death beating from Chael Sonnen. And what does he do? He gets right back in there, mate. He gets right back in there. John Jones is taking a year off to hide from Tom Aspinall. John Jones is taking a year off to hide from Tom Aspinall. Anderson Silva just got his ass fucking handed to him by Chael Sonnen. And he's back in there 6 months later. Built different. Anderson Silva. Built different. Oh, Vitor's on him. Knee up the middle from Silva. Yeah, Larry, it's been a great stream. Oh, the fucking kick. There it is. Jesus Christ, the kick. You know it's coming. But even when you know it's coming, it's fucking brutal, mate. Look at Vitor's eyes, dude. He's no idea where he is. Vitor's eyes. He has no idea where he is. Vitor was on a 5-fight win streak against elite guys and just got knocked the fuck out. It was a scary opponent at the time. I know. Notice how I didn't give Vitor Belfort the nobody treatment. Was that the first front kick? There you go. All right, back to our legacies. Where do we have any fucking room left here on the slide? Fucking face kicks Vitor 6 months after Chael loss. Who does that? Fucking face kicks Vitor 6 months after the Chael loss. His mate Machida would soon do the jump karate kick thing against Randy and knock his fucking tooth out. After watching all this peak MMA, I can't wait for Barber versus Blanchfield. Jesus Christ. The fall off. The fucking fall off of the UFC. The fall off of the UFC, Daniel, when you put it like that. Oh my god, the fall off of the UFC needs to be studied. Put first front kick ever. Yes, that's true. First front kick ever. Go watch Vitor versus Inlon and how brutal that KO was. We thought he was dead. Obviously, we can't do it now, Shotgun. We've got a lot to get through. But yeah, we will. Fuck me. Look at the legacy as we sit here and we watch Anderson Silva's career in real time, fight by fight by fight, and we compare it to modern day standards, look at the fucking legacy that Anderson Silva just racks up. We are running out of room on the page to put Anderson Silva's. It's actually fucking insane. It's actually fucking insane. Steven Seagal literally tried to claim he taught Silva that kick. I know, dude. That's so good. I love that story. Steven Seagal trying to claim that kick. There is no debate. So many fighters saw that kick and started training it the next day. Dude, that kick is... So Silva's number 12 of all time? Yeah, Silva's number 12 of all time. There's just... You can't... my food just finished. I'll be back in 1 sec. 1 second. I'll just grab my food out of the microwave. Right, as I was saying. The level of legacy, when you go through fight for fight for fight, and try and compare what Anderson's doing in real terms. It's just, it's uncomparable. It's fucking uncomparable. Alright, next fight. Watch Dougie claim Okanami is a nobody. I mean, in fairness, he did teach it to him. It's just that Silva had probably already seen Karate Kid and was familiar with it. Yeah. Alright, so now he's in there with Yashin Okunami, an absolute fucking nobody. Anderson Silva versus a fucking nobody. This is the nobody. That's alright. Like I said, you gotta have nobodies to build up that fucking legacy. You know, you need to have nobodies in there. Silva is the Chad's goat. GSP is the soy goat. I mean, I think the Spider versus Silva goat. You know what? I think this Anderson Silva guy might be in the top 50 of all time. I might put him in my top 50 MMA fighters of all time. Dougie, I've been beating this drum since day one. Now you understand. Imagine experiencing this over 7 years with all the build up and hype. I know that's why I'm like, there is literally like no comparison. There is no comparison. You just can't put it into modern day terms. Silva is a natural talent. GSP is what determination and discipline can achieve. That's a very good way of putting it. Very good way of putting it. All right, let's watch Anderson Silva versus this fucking nobody. Anderson Silva versus Yatumi Ashigami 2? 2? So they must have fought outside of the UFC, I'm guessing. Yatushi Omagari. They did. They fought in 2006. Anderson lost to him. Okay, so that's what built this up. Anderson's getting his legacy back after a loss in the past to an absolute fucking nobody that no one's ever heard of and no one will ever hear of again. Yeah, he got DQ'd. Yep, I'm saying that. Anderson versus Okami. Yep, UFC 134, yep. Doug, you're going to have to watch Osama's back. I know I'm going to have to go back and watch this Okanami kid's fucking entire back catalogue. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream, boys. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Give it a like. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Just to toot my own horn a little bit here while we're in the dead era of MMA. And we've got Blanchfield versus Barber and an injured Marab to come back to. On Dougie's Corner, we're watching the GOATs live, comparing them to modern day fighters. We're starting revolutions against the UFC yesterday, trying to storm the apex and start revolutions against the UFC. We're putting in work on MMA YouTube. Real legit work on MMA YouTube. Like the stream. Tell your dad to subscribe. All that good stuff. Okami wins over Hector Lombard, Nate Manette, Alan Blanchard. He was legit. He's a nobody. Okami was the second best fighter in Japan after Sakurabi. Okami was a fantastic fighter, a great wrestler. Lived in Chael Sonnen's house and trained with him. Oh, he trained with Chael Sonnen. Okami beat, so some nobody beat another nobody. Yep, I get you. Okay. All right, I understand. Okami beat Nate Manette. Yeah, we've already put Nate Manette on the nobody list. There's a bunch of nobodies. I get it. We're just adding legacy for the sake of legacy. I get it. I understand. Let's get into the fight. Dougie's trolling. I am trolling. Yeah. I am trolling. So let's set this up for modern day fans. After think of all the glaze that you people were giving Alex Pereira in 2024. In 2020. All the fucking endless fucking glaze you were giving that guy. Endless glaze you're giving Alex Pereira in 2024. Alex Pereira has gone down to fight at welterweight. Gotten a win down there. Unified the PFL Bellator titles in the UFC. Unified them. Gone up a second weight class to fight a Yuri Prohaska or himself just for fun, not for a belt, just for fun, just for legacy. Does all that. Sends the higher weight classes former champion out of the octagon crying. Not gonna lie, Silva gave Contender Izzy a pretty solid fight. Well, yeah, he did. Crying. Comes back, defends his belt, gets 10-8'd by a boring decision merchant of like Bilal Muhammad stature, that kind of thing. Finally, a stream to gaze my goat, Anderson Silva, is finally getting his flowers. Welcome, OTMO Chino. Pulls it out of the fucking fire and wins in the last 30 seconds. Front kicks fucking Vitor Belfort to no end. Just fucking kicks the shit out of Vitor Belfort. And then they go and drag up this monster from Japan that has a win over the GOAT to see if maybe he can win his legacy back. Is where we're at in today's standards. The level of glaze that he would be getting in modern MMA fans' times would be fucking insane. Not gonna lie, don't compare us to the Poetards. I know, not you guys. You're not you guys. This was the UFC's first return to Brazil in 13 years. It was a huge card. Don't forget he beat Robbie Lawler for his title and Usman for his title. Exactly. He's just fucking going all over the UFC. Fucking beating everyone. Untouchable. Great fun stream. The nostalgia is brilliant. Oh, good. I'm happy you guys are enjoying it. I'll make no apology. I never glazed Pereira. I just store hours his turnaround time sort. I never glazed Pereira. I just store his turnaround times and sort notice full ins. Okay. Dougie, this card is always the benchmark for my favorite era in MMA. Peak of summer 2021. Oh, beautiful, man. Beautiful, mate. All right, here we go. We're in. Round one. Anderson Silva versus some fucking nobody. W fights. Too busy to watch. Fair enough, Eric. This is when the sport was in its best era, in your opinion? Okay, fair enough. I'm still a Reebok kid. I'm always going to be a Reebok kid. Nacho was caught in the Pereira hype. Nacho was caught in the Pereira hype. He was. Oh, yes. Also, Silva is 37 years old, still fighting every 6 months. Dricus is 37 years old, still fighting every 6 months. After we're pulling in contenders from fucking Ryzen and what to try and fight him. Fucking craziness. Craziness has been happening on this stream when you watch it in real time. Craziness. The Pereira glaze was necessary for the storyline. I get it. We're in a drought of stars. I get it. Because most MMA fans in 2024 were Pereira glazers. So I'm trying to put that mindset into the mind of
what would be happening if Anderson Silva was in 2024. Like, imagine how bad... The way that MMA fans were glazing Pereira, imagine what they would be saying about Anderson Silva if all of this that we just talked about was happening in 2024. Basically, I just like Pereira's quick turnarounds to save the cards. Oh, fair enough, dude. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I miss that. Buckley is the Anderson Silva of this era. All right, OTM. Okami wasn't from Ryzen. He was a UFC contender and a veteran and an excellent wrestler, but his wrestling failed as Silva was just too good. Oh, okay. All right. Nice body shots from Silva. Nice body shots. Pereira knocking out Yuri the second time was it was a great moment. I liked Alex Pereira. People think I hated Alex Pereira because I didn't overly glaze him like the entire MMA community did. But I liked him. But I just got sick of all the... He just got so hyped. So fucking hyped. But if you didn't suck off Alex Pereira and say that he was the number one pound-for-pound fighter in the world, apparently you hated him. Oof. The Poetards ruined it. Yeah, the Poetards ruined Alex Pereira. They ruined the fun. Notice the Nike, Burger King, Phillips logos on Silva. The first true blue trip sponsors in MMA. Silva bought that in. That is true. Like, he is bringing in actual companies. Actual companies. I glaze over Juliana Pena. What's up, Johnny? Good to see you, mate. Juliana Pena is the number one fighter in the world. Juliana Pena fight career watch party next weekend. Every Juliana Pena fight. The Poetards are like 15 years old. They act that way. But I think it was just the hype because there was no one else to glaze. The fun of Pereira was being a Poetard. The Pena Tards. The Pena Tards. Being a Poetard was part of the fun. I reckon it would have been, Nacho. Just to annoy other MMA fans about how great Pereira is. I get it. First guy to get a Nike deal is insane. That is insane, yeah. That is insane. It's been a hell of a stream, Johnny. It's been a fucking great stream. Are you a fan of Brendan Allen? No. No, I don't like Brendan Allen. He annoys me. He's annoying to me. I find him annoying to me. Oh, the head kick again! Oh my god! Cheeto's ahead of Silva on the GOAT list? I don't think he is, mate. Oh my god, the head kick again. After the Vitor thing? Oh my god. The fucking edits. The TikTok edits that'd be coming out right now. Insane! Nobody likes Brendan Allen. You never know, maybe Val likes Brendan Allen. The fucking TikTok edits that would be coming out. Oh, Anderson with the fucking tongue out. Brendan all in. Allen will take Marvin's chin. No, he will not. If Strickland and Guru didn't call out Izzy for the dog videos, Pereira wouldn't have had as much of a fan base. True, OTM. Very true. I love how he set the head kick at the end of round 1 just to let him know. Yeah, that's what I mean, mate. The TikTok edits. Oh, we love Brendan. We do not. Oh, he fucking drops it with the classic Silva just holds his fist out punch. Let's watch it again. The classic Silva. The classic, just the pop. Take that, you prick. Just drops him. That's a Silva classic, that is. That's an Anderson Silva classic. 37 years old, I tell you. I want Brendan Allen to get locked in a jail cell with 2. Alright, Woeful, calm down. Tiger getting it after all this time is crazy. Better late than never, eh, Paul? Better late than never. People make excuses for a fucking 29-year-old Aldo, and I love Aldo for a fucking 29-year-old Aldo. GSP is 32. I'm happy for you, bro. Thanks, Dan. Khabib is at 32. I know. The age, I get you. he's fucking dropped him again! Good to see you enjoying MMA. It is good to enjoy MMA again, isn't it, Daniel? It's been so much bullshit lately in the MMA world. It's good to just go back and enjoy MMA. He's beating the fuck out of this poor Japanese child. He is destroying this fucking nobody! Destroying him! No joke, Max Holloway's ahead of all these supposed old goats. Max Holloway's up there, for sure. Max Holloway's definitely up there. And another win. Anderson personifies what you love about the sport. He might. We're going to have to definitely revisit my GOAT list after this. No wonder you guys were like, you can't take him out of the top 5. It's ain't a no by... I know. Alright, so, what legacy do we get out of this? Goes back and cleans up his losses. Because people do that to GSP, right? Every time GSP lost, he went back and cleansed up his losses. Dougie's definitely revisiting the GOAT list. We're definitely revisiting the GOAT list. Next nostalgic stream, Mighty Mouse. Yeah, Mighty Mouse GSP for nostalgia streams for sure. Goes back and cleans up his losses. CM Punk. I did that recently. I watched CM Punk's 2 fights and his interviews. I was trying to figure out, like, what were you doing, CM Punk? I was trying to remember. What were you doing? So he goes back and he cleans up his losses. Now we're going to have to temper out Dougie's Anderson Silva recency, but you will. You absolutely will. Absolutely. I'll need to sleep on this before we go into the GOAT list. Goes back and cleans up his losses. GSP was comfortably 5 years in a retirement at this age. Again, 37. Where are we at? Shasin Yokokami, UFC 132. At the time of the fight. He is 36 years old, 4 months old. Yep. A Stipe rewatch would be amazing. Stipe rewatch would be fucking great. Fucking wild, dude. Yeah, 36. At 36. At 36, he's going back through his losses and he's cleaning up his losses. At 36. Chael Sonnen 2. Here we go, baby. Sorry, on Tapology it says he was 36. And he's 37 when he's fighting Chael. According to Tapology. Shotgun. Stipe getting flatlined by Stefan Struve, all-timers. No, he was 37 according to that. We need that Dougie face on the... We need that Dougie's face to be on the pillow. Oh, this one. Oh, you see it from the UFC broadcast. Okay, alright, fair enough. 37. He's going back and he's cleaning up his fights. It said 37 on the tail of the tape. Okay. Alright, 37. I'm just telling you on it's wrong on Tapology then. On Tapology it says he's 36 years old. 36 and 4 months old at the time of the fight. He cleaned up, but he didn't even need to. No, he didn't even need to. But yeah, he's cleaning up. He could retire at this point. Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen 2. Let's get into the fight. But he just loves the bloody game, mate. Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen 2. Isn't a soy boy scared of protecting some pristine record? No. No, he isn't. Chael is even more juiced up for this one. Chael's even more juiced up for this one. Chael gets even more sauce. Let's jump straight into it, eh? Chael gets even more sauced. Alright, Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen 2. Chael's been calling for the rematch. He's juiced to the fucking gills. Chael has the confidence that he can win the fight. Obviously. He 10-8s Anderson Silva in the first fight. But Chael doesn't know that Anderson's his rib has been healed up. He beat Prime Bisping in an amazing fight, then absolutely steamrolled the great Brian Stan. Okanami was a beast and a good win. I put it on his legacy. He's actually more juiced for this one, which is impressive. Oh, we got a new round clock. We got a new clock in the UFC. Hang on. We got a new clock. Boom. There we go. This fight was the most hyped fight of all time. By the way, it nearly did 1 million. But I can absolutely imagine why. By now, you've got Anderson Silva in the minds of MMA fans would be absolutely solidified as the greatest fighter of all time, going in there against the guy that nearly beat him, Chael Sonnen, talking a whole bunch of shit. I can absolutely imagine why this is the biggest fight of all time at the time. Chael's on that secret juice, brother. It ain't no secret, brother. He's already been outed for this, brother. It's no secret. This is the difference between a broken rib Silva and a healthy but a slightly older Silva. Yeah, very true. I was surprised this got out of the first at the time. I would have been expecting the same thing the second time. Especially since we're right... This is one-way traffic. Well, we're right back where we left off in the last Chael fight. Right back where we left off. Yes, yeah. The great line. The great medium rare line. And then he denied that he ever said it. I'm going to go into your house, spank your wife on the ass, and tell her to cook me a steak. Medium rare. Just how Chael likes it. Chael is a better trash talker than Conor. Yes. He is now, especially these days. Yeah, I agree. Yes. I agree. Chael's probably the best trash talker in the UFC ever. Ever. Oh. Although Dricus does make people cry. So Dricus gets points for that. The greatest line in MMA history was Chael's Big Nog feeding a carrot to a bus. Yeah. So true, Tim. He fed a carrot to a bus. He's so stupid. He fed a carrot to a bus. As they both know, they made each other's careers and so much money. Yeah, true. Although that boxing fight was embarrassing from Chael. The boxing fight they had, Chael looked horrible in that boxing fight. Horrible. Chael's overall the best. Conor at his prime was a savage. Yeah, Conor was good. Conor was better at selling fight. Yeah, Conor was better at selling fight. Like, the hype that Conor could build was insane. But Chael's trash talk was fucking funnier. But the mental warfare that Conor McGregor put on Jose Aldo was just unfair. Conor McGregor bullied Jose Aldo so much. Bullied him, man. Just gave him no rest. Conor was better for a short period of time. Yeah, Conor from Aldo to Nate. Conor from Aldo to Nate. That was it. By the time he was in the Khabib era, he was just coked out and angry. He wasn't as good. Conor during the Khabib press conference was embarrassing, man. Who the fuck is that guy? 10-8 again. 10-8 again. Chael Sonnen is the bane of Anderson Silva's existence at this point. The bane of his existence. Something else to notice, right? Like, Anderson had a very, very, very close fight with Chael in the first one. Doesn't duck Chael Sonnen rematch. Doesn't duck Chael Sonnen rematch. Do you really think that John Jones would take on Chael Sonnen again? If he was an Anderson Silva? Like, if Chael had done to John Jones what Chael had done to Anderson, do you think John Jones would end up taking the fight again? Or would he do everything that he could to duck the fight? John would duck the fight. Connor's racial tirade against Khabib would have made Tim very... Oh, Tim would have loved it. Eric would have loved it. And Silva would never duck anyone? No. Chael and Connor went at one another in a friendly manner. In a fan thing, and Connor got Chael to break and laugh. Oh, I have seen that on stage. Yeah. Yeah. Anderson fought deep into his 40s. Yeah, true. I'm just saying, like, you see how John Jones reacts to the Dominic Reyes fights. You know, close fight. Rematch? Absolutely not. John would absolutely duck that rematch. John would say, Chael's annoying to me. He's annoying to me. John would never have done the Reyes rematch. No, never. Never. That's why he sat out and hid, waiting for Ngannou to leave. Clip that bit with shut up, dickhead. Oh! Anderson's on Chael! The first time in fucking... What are we, 6 rounds now where Anderson's having success? Look how beefed up Chael. Yeah, Chael's dripping steroids. Oh, Anderson fucking rocks Chael! Anderson's on him! John rematched Gustafsson, and a lot of people thought won the first fight. That's true. He did rematch Gustafsson. That's true. Drops him! That was a big fight. And it's all over! Chael failed the post-fight drug test after this one as well. I mean, Chael fails every single drug test they give him. Chael cannot not do steroids. Chael has to do steroids. Except he failed for like 4 different compounds. Yeah, Chael is steroids. He is steroid. Chael is made of steroids. Unbelievable. Destroys his hardest fight. Destroys his fucking hardest... 37-year-old Silva beats a pharmacy. How do we surmise this? Moved up to fight Forrest Griffin for the lols. At 37... Yeah, how do we do this? At 37... destroys his hardest opponent. Who is riddled with roids. At 37, destroys his hardest opponent, who is riddled with steroids. Against Sean Strickland twice, Israel Adesanya, Robert Whittaker, and then maybe beats Hamzat Chimaev. Lucas Tracy is retarded. Connor turning the crowds, you're going to die chant back on Aldo was brilliant. Yeah, Connor fucking was brilliant at that one. Brilliant at that one. Dude, Connor bullied him. Bullied him. Alright, Stephen Bonner fight. Oh, God. On Tapology, you can see the waves of red coming. Oh, no. The waves of red are coming in. Oh, shit. The waves of red are coming. The moment Connor took his belt and Aldo went to grab it, you knew it was. You knew then. That's when he had gotten into his head. Anderson Silva versus Stephen Bonner. We're not watching the Reds. Man, we've been going for 5.5 hours. Long stream, eh? Let's get right into it. Long stream. Let's get right into it. Long stream. Stephen Bonner, Anderson Silva. Oh. We don't watch the Reds. We. Oh! Silva was rocked in the first. Slips. We can watch the 2 Weidman losses as they are part of the story, but after that, it's just a no. Yeah. No, that's fair. That is fair. That is fair. That is fair. We'll watch the 2 Weidman fights. Maybe we'll watch the Anderson Silva, the Israel Adesanya fight, which is just a sparring match. We might do the 2 Weidman fights, and then the Anderson Silva fight. The clock's here. Clock's here. Remember, Silva is 38 by this point, and again, he is just fucking around. I think he wanted to lose. I don't think he would want to lose, but yeah, he is fucking around. This is the one where he just moves his head around like mad the entire fight. G'day. What's up, Blue Line? You have missed an epic fucking stream, brother. Oh, good shots over the top. From Bonner. Stephen Bonner, an absolute fucking nobody. Also going back up to 2.5. Yep. I was at my god sister's wedding. I'm wasted. Oh, beautiful, mate. Well, jump on the Discord and watch some watch the fights with us. What's up, William Joseph? How are you, dude? Welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you around here before. G'day, my name is Dougie. MMA video every single day of the week, Monday through Friday. Currently watching Anderson Silva's entire career in one sitting and comparing it to Lucas Tracy's GOAT list. Silva got away with playing around Caldana and setting up counters. I think he really thought he would do the same thing to another American wrestler. Probably thought he'd get away with it with Chris Weidman's simple striking. Right, we're good. That is what, the fact that he's doing that against Stephen Bonner, like, when he does that, he stands with his back against the cage, just allowing Bonner to crack at him. And Anderson's just like, whatever, we'll be alright. We'll be alright. I'll survive. We'll be fine. Look at how huge Jack is, huge and Jack Bonner is in this fight as well. He also failed the post-fight drug tests. The elevated testosterone, they're all failing the drug tests. He's just standing there. He's just standing there. He's not moving around at all. Yeah, 38. He's doing it at 38. At 38, he's just standing there, allowing them to crack off at him. It's madness that he did. It is. It's fucking madness. It's actual madness. He must have thought he was completely untouchable. That's the only thing that can explain it. He must have thought, I'm just going to win. Swarms him. Oh, knee! Oh, the knee destroys Bonner. Destroys Bonner. Destroys him. Destroys him. I've been having an interesting thought to stop, wall, and stall. I think the grappling-based fighters should think more of. I'm going to create damage to disrupt posture to make the takedown easier. I'm going to force the takedown. Well, lay damage on them to hurt them before you do it, yeah. Brutal knee. Brutal fucking knee, dude. Brutal fucking knee. After just standing to his back to the cage, he just decides to end it. Standing with his back to the cage, he just decides to end it. Bang. Fucking bang, cunt. Good night. There's footage of Anderson helping coach in tough, and he lets Ryan Bader unload on his chin at full power, and he just smiles and keeps waving him on. His chin was ungodly in his peak. I mean, he's believing in it. Imagine how demoralizing that is. Yeah, dude, you're just... This guy that's just defeating everyone that is in there against him is just standing with his back to the cage, not dancing around, laughing at you. And then just fucking knees you to Valhalla. Bang! So they're pushing the opponent against the cage and getting that underhook and throwing body punches over and over to disrupt the posture, giving them the opportunity of a takedown, going for a double leg, and wasting 1, 2, 3 minutes against the cage and getting boot. Yeah, they shouldn't be doing that at all. Ever. Ever. They should be constantly pushing forward like we've talked about before. He's letting you tee off on him and you just can't hurt him. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. He's letting you just tee off. Like, just fucking go nuts. Go nuts. Stream's been amazing. Thanks, Val. I appreciate it, dude. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin to enter the era. The beginning of the end for Anderson Silva. We are about to enter the beginning of the end for Anderson Silva. I know. There's also footage of Silva from Freddie Roach's gym where he's sparring with Freddie's best prospects and clowning them in the boxing. Yeah. Well, all good things have to come to an end, unfortunately, boys. Dude, you know what would have been crazy if Anderson got finished on Daniel Cormier? Daniel said the hardest he's ever been hit before. Oh, dude, if Anderson had won at UFC 200, fucking insane. And simple strong underhook where you can cut the top of the shoulder gives you so many body headshots. It not only racks up points, but it really really slows your opponent down. Yeah, true, Cayman. You just work the fucking gut. Silva versus Weidman. I think the Bonner fight was his last fight. Nothing to see here. We don't need to watch. His end could have been later if he wasn't clowning around. That's the thing, dude. But I'm not surprised that he was clowning around. You know what I mean? After everything that we have been through together on this nearly 6-hour stream, are you surprised that he is clowning around? I'm not. And that was the run of Anderson Silva. That was the legacy of Anderson Silva. That was beautiful. Beautiful. It was beautiful to watch. That was beautiful to watch. Anderson Silva versus Chris Weidman, UFC 162. I was certain Weidman was getting finished. Yeah, I'm not surprised why anyone would think Chris Weidman was going to win that fight. How could you? At UFC 200, Andy rocked up off the couch. Yeah, he did. He didn't even train or anything. They pulled that together at the last minute. Anderson Silva, Chris Weidman. It's about to happen, boys. Get ready. This is the worst memory in MMA. No, this is number one. This is 1, not 2. I think I must have drunk half a bottle of tequila tonight. Nice one, Blue Line. It doesn't even have to be a double. It can be body headshots over and over again. And then that ankle pick against the cage. So no energy wasted. No strength used. Just quick takedown right there. Are you trying this in the gym at the moment, Cayman? Are you working this in the gym? One's worse for me because he knew it was the end. Now, Dougie, tell me he's not number 2 behind DJ. We'll talk about the GOAT list later. People thought Weidman would lose. I knew he was 38 and Father Time will get you whoever you are, but not the GOAT, Andy. Dana used to get so angry at Anderson. Anderson probably took 5 years off his life stressing him and playing around too much. Probably. What the fuck is a kilometer? It's 1,000 meters, you fucking hick. 1A and 1B. Fair. All right, fight's on. I actually stopped following the sport closely for a few years after the second Weidman fight. I don't blame you. After seeing everything that we have sat through today, to watch the second Weidman fight would actually be fucking heartbreaking. It would be heartbreaking. Truly, truly heartbreaking. Oh, big shots from Weidman. There's zero chance GSP is above Addison. It's an insult to say so. Yeah. You're right, Tim. I was in high school when Silva lost for the first time in years. There you go. There you go. I mean, this was all before my time. You know, I came in right at the Reebok era. Anderson's on his back. By now, for some reason, UFC fans, MMA fans wouldn't even be worried about this. They'd be saying, we've seen this before against Chael. This is nothing new. Anderson Silva fans literally wouldn't be caring. However, he is, 39 years old at the time of this fight? 38 years old at the time of this fight? How old is Weidman at this fight? How old are they at this fight? $38 years old. Jesus Christ. Imagine Dricus defending the title at 38. God, Dricus isn't defending the title at 38. He's just not, dude. Anderson was my favorite fighter after he lost to Chris, so I didn't watch the sport for like 2 or 3 years. I totally understand it. I totally understand why I will. After everything that we've been through today, I completely understand. And they still hold it against him. Dude, he's 38. Dricus isn't doing this at 38. I remember watching this fight and saying Silva should stop clowning around right before the KO. This is gonna hurt a lot of people, this moment, isn't it? This is gonna hurt a lot of people. And they're back up. And Silva's gonna start fucking around. They're back up. Silva's fucking around. The last fight gave him too much confidence. I'm refusing to watch this. The last fight gave him too much confidence. Yeah, that's what it is. You know what it is? I'm just sorry. I got to pause it. I know you're watching along, but that's what it is. It's the last fight. The last fight. You see, he pushes him off. He goes, no, you know what? Fuck this. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a shot, mate. You can have a go, cunt. You want to have a go, cunt? You can have a go, cunt. And he lets him. He lets him. Find me another goat holding it down till 38. I know. DDP's style isn't built to last till 38. That's what I'm saying. Like, DDP couldn't do it. Americans stay on top. RIP Silva. And his chin at that age. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, at 38, what are you doing, dude? At 38. His hands are on his hips. He's standing behind the black line. He's holding his chin out in the air. Hands on his hips. Letting him. Letting him, bro. Letting him. It's a good point. Like, it's almost like he wanted to lose. I know, right? Imagine, imagine Hamzat trying to hold on to 38. It would be a disaster. Oh, dude. That's what I mean, dude. It's like he was tired of the press. It's like he was just like, can someone beat me? Can anyone beat me? Is it bad that I laughed when Weidman snapped his leg? Yes, it's bad, Nacho. Yes, it's bad. It is bad, dude. It's not Weidman's fault that Anderson was asking him to knock him out. Oh my god, dude. Sorry, I know we're watching it again. But Silva literally... Remember that moment when Max Holloway teaches Brian Ortega how to box? Remember that moment Max Holloway teaches Brian Ortega how to box? He's literally teaching Weidman how to leg kick. He goes, look, this is how you leg kick. Look, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how you leg kick. Like that, cunt. He's literally showing him how to fucking leg kick. Just like Holloway teaching Ortega how to box. Hamzat bull rushing like a retard at 38 years old. Good luck, buddy. Yeah, it ain't the same. It ain't the same. And then Anderson kisses him on the cheek and says, yeah, tried, mate. You tried. I didn't laugh at Weidman, but I didn't feel bad after he celebrated and his team made up some bullshit story about they planning the leg break. Yeah, they didn't plan the leg break. That's fucking retarded. That's retarded. They didn't plan the leg break. Don't get careless. You're looking good. All right, here we go. Round 2. Remember when they said they made the Destructor? I don't remember that. No. Oh my god, Anderson's fucking with him so badly. He's just clowning him. There was no check! They certainly planned to check the leg kick. They had no idea the leg would break. Yeah, they didn't... Yeah, you don't plan to break the leg. You just know you're going to check kicks. Dude, he's fucking around so much in there. Weidman tries the takedown. Anderson laughs at him, shucks it off. 38 years old. 38 years old. How old is Weidman in this fight? How old is Weidman in this fight? Weidman's 29 years old. Anderson's 38. The American wrestler goes to shoot a takedown. And Anderson shucks it off and laughs at him. What's up, Simply Kudos? Head kick. Anderson gets out of the way. Weidman's camp claimed they practiced a specific technique to break legs with a check and called it the Destructo. They are retarded. He's down! It's over! He slept! He single legs Herb Dean! Chris Weidman shocks the world. Eric does a fucking backflip. America! America! Yeah, the Destructo. That is so dumb. So dumb. We'll see how my keyboard works. Anderson fights more serious when he boxes. If he fought like that, what if he fought like that when he was doing MMA? Anderson fights more serious when he boxes. What if he fought like that when he was doing MMA? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. Bang! Chris Weidman sleeps Anderson Silva. Sleeps him. Oof. Night, Anderson. Now you understand the hype. I get it. I do, mate. I do. Fuck. Silva could never win by a falling piano. No, that's true. He couldn't. And Lucas Tracy can get in the mud. Again, Lucas Tracy. Lucas Tracy, what have you done, mate? What have you done trying to make calls like this? Yeah, the MMA world. Let's stop that. We've got to finish this. We've got to watch the next Chris Weidman fight. I'm sorry. We don't need to see we need to see the leg break. It's part of the story. You've got to see the leg break. I can't do a live stream reacting to Anderson Silva's entire career and not do the leg break. I have to. I'm sorry. Nobody wants to see a 40-year-old break their leg. I mean, yeah, I can't do this stream and not do the leg break. I can't do a fucking 7-hour stream, 6-hour stream that is titled Watching Anderson Silva's Entire Career and then just not watch the leg break. Making me hungry? On you, Taylor. You gotta watch the leg break. Dougie, don't forget you have to add the Silva wins before the I've got that here, Super Shotgun, as comes into the UFC as a Chandler versus Chandler or an MVP. Like, he already comes into the UFC with a great deal of legacy. That's why he's able to fight for a title in his second fight. Because he comes into the UFC with legacy. With a lot of legacy. So yeah, that's why that's there on this list here. Anderson Silva versus Chris Weidman 2. UFC 168. Oh, lock in, boys. Like, you just saw Anderson get knocked out because he was playing around too much to counter Chris. In boxing, he didn't do that. He was more disciplined. Yes, true. I wonder if he took more disciplined approach in MMA, if he would have been saved from a few losses. Yes, he would have, Will. He would have. If he was more disciplined, he would have been saved from those losses. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely, dude. It's not just legacy, it's the #1 welterweight in the world. I understand. I understand, dude. I understand. He's coming in already. Okay, are we ready? Here we go. Here we go. Anderson Silva versus Chris Weidman 2. We're near the end now, boys. Look at Lucas's face in the fight. I know. So, again, we've been doing this for 6 hours now. I think we've pretty much buried Lucas Tracy's argument. Lucas Tracy is retarded. He is retarded. We've solidified that. It's not even fucking close. Everything that Anderson Silva did is here on this page. And it's not even fucking close to beating Sean Strickland twice, Israel Adesanya, and Robert Whittaker. The levels of fucking legacy required to get to Anderson Silva's level are insane. And quite frankly, maybe undoable the way that the UFC is run these days. Could be undoable. You'd have to get in a PFL champion and have Dricus beat a PFL champion. and a 1FC fighter and have them beat them at the same time. And move up into another division. Again, Dricus would have to move up into another division, one-shot KO Powhatan, and beat Yuri Prohaska, not fighting for another title, while he still has his belt, and then come back down to his division and keep fighting. Dricus would have to have his belt where he is now, beat Khamzat Chimaev, then go up to light heavyweight, one-shot pop dead Powhatan, then go back down and defend his middleweight belt again, and then go back up and beat Yuri, and then go back down and fight in middleweight again. To even start to get fucking close. To even start to get close. And beat Robbie Lawler, yeah, and beat Robbie Lawler. And go down to welterweight and beat... He'd have to go down and beat JDM as well. He'd have to go down and beat JDM as well as go up and fuck around with Yuri and Powhatan to even get fucking close. But no, Lucas. No, Lucas. He beat Sean Strickland twice. He beat Sean Strickland twice, Lucas, so you know. He's pretty good. Oh my god. Alright, let's do this. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. This is when men cried. This is when men everywhere cried. Let's do this. Alright, fights in the Discord. What's up, Christian Gray? Good to see you, mate. You have missed a fucking amazing stream. An amazing stream. People forget, man, beating Dan Henderson at the time was major. Dan was the Pride middleweight champion. It was like Anderson Silva unified the belt. That's right, Will. That's right. Exactly right, dude. That's what we were talking about earlier in the stream. It's fucking madness. It's like he unified the UFC, PFL, as if I come in at this time. Yeah, Chris, you should leave. You've come in at absolutely the wrong time. You've come in at the wrong time, brother. But yeah, Will, we said it would be like... He's on board for Chris. It's been a hell of a run, mate. It's been a hell of a fucking run. Yeah, Will, we've got into this. It's amazing. It's amazing. I've well glazed Anderson by this point. Well glazed him. Buried. I think we can safely say we've buried Lucas's argument. Buried it. Came in at a horrific time. I hate seeing these leg breaks. I hate them. I'm so glad you made this video. Yeah, this is gonna stand up on the this is gonna stay up on the channel forever. This is gonna stay up on the channel forever. Unmonetizable because I've shown UFC footage. So I've done a 6-hour stream. But it's been fun. You know, it's worth it. It's worth it for the legacy of the channel as well, I think. No way, Nacho. Dougie's seen the light. Dougie's seen the light. The fight's on. I'm so happy. It's been great, mate. Mucho money, cash ball, and smoking a lot of grass. Beautiful, Miguel. Good on you. It's damn near impossible to beat Anderson Silva's legacy. Yeah, it is. It is. It's fucking insane. The legacy is insane. It's insane. You can't repeat it. You can't repeat it. The things that Dricus would have to do. And it's not just beat a raging #1 contender in Khamzat Chimaev. This is going to be a member stream so I can watch back in your wrongness. It'll be live on the channel forever. It'll be public. I just can't monetize it because I've shown UFC footage. I just can't monetize it. Did you watch Anderson take out Forrest? I did. No UFC today fight. We've had plenty of UFC today, brother. We've watched every single fight so far in his career. We've watched every single fight. And this card next weekend is not great. No, the next weekend's card is horrible. Horrible. Riddler has taken Rob out. I think he will, yeah. Yeah. Anderson literally went up to light heavyweight to knock guys out because he was bored. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Dricus would have to go up and fight Yuri for fun. And then not just fight Yuri for fun, hold his fist out and fucking sleep Yuri and drop him. Just by holding his fist forward. Anderson would counter Dricus? I think so. Yeah, it was the pride. Seeing the Pride belt in the octagon was like, oh, this is a different level of hype. Seeing the Pride belt in the UFC, seeing the Pride belt being held up in the UFC, in front of the UFC octagon, it's a different level of hype. Again, it'd be like someone walking in with the fucking PFL belt and the PFL double champ. Yeah, we went over it. It's insane. It's insane. So now tell me how Anderson isn't better than John Jones and GSP. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. I noticed you realized seeing how Hendo beat. Yeah, when I saw the Hendo fight, I was like, oh fuck, this is insane. You ever seen Anderson fight Lee Murray? Not sure. I'll know it when I see it. When did that happen? That was in his like fourth fight in the UFC. Fourth fight in, I think it was. Fourth fight in. Early in the stream. Maybe an hour into the stream. An hour in the stream. Weidman's on top. Anderson's on bottom. Silva versus Lee Murray is a great fight. Great fight. Oh, big elbows from top. A unified Pride, UFC, WEC, and Strikeforce titles. What did John and Diaz? Yeah. I know. When we redo the GOAT conversation, you guys are gonna need to tamper my. Oh, big shots from Weidman. Weidman left hook, Anderson 16 fight win streak. It did, Miguel. It did, but we're into the second fight now. Pin Nacho's comments about how big Hendo is. Oh, the size. Good shots. Usman was one fight away from tying. I know, dude. Fucking craziness, isn't it? Dude, Weidman nearly sleeps him again here at the end of the first. In the first. Anderson won that round? No, he didn't. Weidman hurt him? Weidman did hurt him. But what Nacho is saying here is Anderson cut Weidman open in that round. My bad, Nacho. I get the old heads mixed up. You're all good, Chris. Horrible leg injury? Yeah, it's about to happen. It's about to happen. We're moments away from a horrible, horrible leg injury. $24 likes? Good. 24 likes is good. We've had running viewers of about 10 to 20 people in here all day, which is pretty good for a nostalgia stream for fights that you guys can't watch. Yeah, pretty good, I reckon. And then Chris broke his leg. Yes, he did, Miguel. He did. Fucking nasty. Chris Weidman is the worst Chris of all time. 1-2 eye poke. This stream has revived my admiration of Silva. Good, I'm happy that we were able to do that, mate. It's definitely raised my remembering of Silva. Remember Corey Hill broke his leg in the UFC? I mean, it's disgusting when it happens. We need RDR to hold up both the belts if he fights DDP. That's what I'm saying, Eric. If RDR fights DDP, RDR's got to walk in with his one championship belts. Anderson fucks all over GSP and John Jones. Yes, Tim, based. Imagine if Dusty snaps his leg. I know, dude. That's what I mean. Like, I can't imagine how sad this is. Oh, God, it's happened. It's happened. It's happened. It's happened. It's happened. You can see his leg. It's happened. Shut up, Eric, you fucking dog. Oh. I don't think Prime Silva would survive against the top 5 minutes. He sleeps him, AOOB. He fucking sleeps him, mate. Holds his fist out and they fall asleep with the power. RDR gets sparked by Rob. I fucking hope so. Blackowitz just shins a granite. Very true, Miguel. Oh, don't look. Oh! Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The way the leg snaps is fucking disgusting. I hate seeing that. Might be the worst injury in MMA. It's so bad. The way the whole foot, the way the whole leg just curves around. Overeem's lip was bad. Did Silva have a leg injury before the fight? Probably had a stress fracture, yeah. The fact that he kept fighting for a decade after this also adds to his legacy. That is true. Oh my God. Fuck, man. And again, right, for modern fans, imagine if Dricus Du Plessis comes into the UFC after already dominating, say, one championship. Comes into the UFC, wins the belt in his second fight, unifies the UFC and PFL titles, fights up at light heavyweight and sleeps Yuri, goes back down to his division, defeats Hamzat, goes back up to lightweight, sleeps Powhatan and makes Powhatan run away from the cage, then goes back down to his division, fights someone like a Bilal who wrestles the fuck out of him for an entire fight, pulls the win out in the last 30 seconds, rematches that guy, beats him clean in the second fight, then just starts styling on people, Dricus Du Plessis just starts standing with his back against the cage, begging for people to sleep him, finally gets slept, and his career ends at 40 years old with his leg snapping in half. That's Anderson Silva's career for modern fans. It's unthinkable. It's unthinkable. His career to modern day fans is just, it's unthinkable. The things that he did. You'd have to come in from one, win PFL and Bellator titles, move up and sleep Powhatan and Yuri, destroy Hamzat, fight him again, and beat him even easier the second time. It's just... it's unbelievable. His career is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Modern fans can't get their fucking head around it. It's fucking unbelievable. Dricus Du Plessis is fighting guys that are better than the guys Silva fought, though. Not when you look at some of the guys that have fought in all the other organizations. They're getting just as many fights in other organizations as they are now. How many cushions do you need right now? The Corey Hill one was bad. It is bad. Anderson Silva is the greatest combat sports athlete of all time, and I've been saying it since day one. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. It's nuts. We've been saying it's shotgun. It's the way Silva did it. It's nuts, mate. Dricus would have to. Let's do this properly, right? So this is... Let's do this properly. So this is what Lucas thinks it is. This is what Lucas thinks it is. This is what Lucas thinks it is. This is what he would actually have to do. He would have to unify the PFL and UFC titles. He would have to unify the PFL and UFC titles. He would have to unify them. He would have to one-shot dead Powhatan. He would have to fight Yuri for fun. He'd have to fight Yuri for fun and one-shot dead him too. He would have to fight... Let's say Khamzat Chimaev is the equivalent of Chael Sonnen. Let's say Khamzat Chimaev is the equivalent of Chael Sonnen. He would have to fight Khamzat Chimaev twice. He'd have to fight Khamzat twice. And finish him in the second round. Just to get started. Just to get fucking started. 10-0 is way better than 17-1. No, 18 MMA fights is much more time. People learn how to beat you. Yep. Anderson was picked over more than anyone. DDP damn near fluked his way to every single victory. Yep. Lucas would have to start his career at 155 weight classes. Top 5 wins in 3 weight classes. It's not worth our time. Dricus Du Plessis versus Yuri will match up the same way as Peter Griffin and the Rooster. Also, Pride was much more relevant than PFL. Pride was considered by many to be better. I know, but we just don't have another. We just don't have another organization. Anderson didn't just win; he won in most incredible ways. Oh, and then also, Dricus would have to win a fight while standing still in the pocket. He would have to win a fight while standing still in the pocket. That's what he would have to do, Lucas, to even get fucking close. Is Anderson the most underrated fighter by most MMA fans? Yes. Yes. Yes, he is. He's insanely underrated, Nacho. He's insanely underrated. He's insanely underrated by modern MMA fans. He's insanely underrated. I think Chimaev would smash Silva, though, but maybe Silva could catch him with the knee. Maybe. New fans have no clue. No clue. Dricus would also have to be the first to KO someone by a method that we haven't seen before. Yeah, that is true. That is true. He would have to spectacularly KO someone in a way that we haven't seen before. What about unifying the WEC and Strikeforce too, mate? You forget about that. Both Strikeforce and the WEC were better than the PFL and Belt. Again, we just don't have any other organizations. We're out of organizations. If Anderson was fighting during Chimaev's era, he'd be so much better. If Anderson was fighting during Chimaev's era, he'd be so much better. He would. Chimaev has a chance to smash. He does have a chance to smash everyone in the first round. Dricus would have to prove he's more African than French. Yeah, he'd have to fucking... like, it's just insane. It's insane. This was an insane stream. There you go. 6 hours in the books, boys. 6 hours in the books. That is the entire career of Anderson Silva in one stream. We did it. From his first fight to the second Weidman fight. There's no need to go on a little more. Okay. Relax a little bit. Don't go the other way. I mean, we just laid it all out, Eric. It's amazing how far Burns has fallen from the Chimaev fight. It is, isn't it? It is amazing how far Burns really crashed and burned. Bisping fight was good. Yep. You rooting for Pantoja or for Kai? I'm rooting for Kai. I want to see 3 belts in the Anzacs. Yep. My main question is, can DDP survive the carnage that Khamzat will unleash in the first 2 rounds? I believe that he can. Man, Anderson fucked up Bisping with that knee. Yes. Fucking oath he did, mate. Holy shit, I'm cooked. That's 6 hours of streaming. I'm done. I think I'm going to end it there. So, guys, thank you so much for joining me on this stream. Anderson is a great Australian. He's just built Anderson Silva. What an Australian. What an Australian. Actually born in Australia. He has the best knee in the UFC. I mean, we've seen some fucking... We saw some sick flying knees. Perfect time to end. Great work. Yeah, perfect time to end it. 21 views. Like the stream. Silva goes to number 2 on the corner pound for pound. We will obviously bring up the GOAT list on another time because that will start off a whole new conversation. But I think he almost went into Glizzy overdrive for a second. Eric, you sat here and watched it with me. What compares? What compares? What compares? Eric, what compares to what we just witnessed together? Were you not here for the entire 6.5 hours? What compares? I ask you. Nothing. 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 That was amazing. No, I was listening to the stream. Yeah, you listened to the whole stream. You know exactly what we just went through. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm out of here, boys. Everyone have a fucking good afternoon. A good day. Dang, bro, you're still going? Cardio King over here. We're out of here now. We're done. Best stream ever. Oh, good. I'm happy you guys enjoyed the stream. There you go. We'll do another dive into nostalgia, into someone else's career. Next time there's a no UFC card on or whatever. Whenever we need a good stream to fill in the day, these nostalgia streams were really good. Really, really good. We'll do this again. I just woke up, man. It's hard to catch the middle. That's all good. I'm going to leave this up publicly so you can go back and watch and do whatever. You can go back and enjoy the stream. I'm going to leave it up publicly. Dark Lords, Brendan Schwab nostalgia. Yeah, Brandon Schwab nostalgia stream would be fucking great. That'd be fucking great. Every Brandon Schwab fight. Oh God, I know, but there's no way to contextualize them to modern fans. So that's the best we can do there. Is just unify the PFL title. What else can you say? I'm out of here, boys. Have a good one. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate the $10, mate. Thank you very much. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, brother. I really, really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for the $10, dude. Thank you. I'm out of here. Everyone have a good night. Thank you, Tim. That was a good stream. I've been here for 30 minutes. I beg you to do this again. I will do this again one day. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. We'll do a nostalgia stream again one day. Yeah. Have a good night, boys. See ya. Goodbye.